Good evening and welcome to the E-League Australia 2023. My name is Nate Patrick. Welcome back for a second night of the best FIFA esports action you're going to see in Australia and New Zealand. You might not see a higher standard around the world. Judged on some of the goals that we saw last night. Yesterday was Group A. Today is Group B. 12 new competitors for you. Some might be familiar. There's a few returning stars, some debutantes and whatnot. Someone else who enjoyed yesterday decided to come along back is Justin. Justin, welcome back, brother. How was your first day properly on the couch here at E-League Australia?
No, it was really good, really enjoyable. Really liked the experience. Really liking commentating, and I really enjoyed the FIFA gameplay we got to see.
Bit more chill than being there behind the controller. Mitch, I'm sure you've got a similar experience, brother. Having been there in the E-League, behind the controller, been there, done that, and now you get to take a bit more of a deep breath and enjoy.
Yeah, it's nice to have the pressure off me for once. But no, look, there's some cracking games yesterday. Kind of looking forward to see what the new lads can do tonight.
Lav, thank you so much for your interviews yesterday. Wonderful getting the insights from the players, and maybe even more of a special hello for you today on International Women's Day.
I am happy to be the International Woman of the Day.
What's it like for you? Day one, obviously, very early days, being on the set here at E-League Australia.
Yeah, it was really good. Had some good chats with some of the players. Keen to meet everyone in Group B today and get underway with some storylines, some heroes, some villains, see what's going on.
What about for the future as well? We had one female competitor, Liz, who took part in the E-League. Would it surely mean something to you to get more females behind the controller on the couch as well here?
Yeah, well, I think that's the thing. I think we're seeing huge leaps forward in women's football in real life, and we're seeing huge leaps forward in women in gaming. But it's sadly isn't translating to women in the E-League. And I wonder what we can do to encourage more players, more commentators, more people in the scene more broadly.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate your thoughts on that. If you are watching and you'd like to get involved, please shout out Lav. Absolutely everywhere on Twitter. Goodness me. I saw something about the Liverpool kit today, calling it like grass stained or something. Brilliant. I enjoyed it very much. Sorry, Liverpool fans, if you disagree. Pilski, not forgetting you, brother. I had a million names for you yesterday. That will continue again today. Welcome back to the E-League Day 2.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen a game of FIFA now, so look, you know, we're making strides, we're moving in the right direction, and honestly, I'm loving it. So I'm keen to get into some more action and see what these other players have for us.
Love it. Thank you for having it back, brother. Wonderful. Got Mitch. Got another Mitch. We've also got some changes, Justin. You smashed it yesterday, brother. Let us know the differences between last year and this year for E-League Australia.
Yep, exactly. We've got some changes to the format. A lot longer season than last year. We're looking at 2 groups of 12 players, basically a bit like a conference, and we're looking at best of 2s for each round. And if you're in the top 6, you're going to make it to playoffs and going with a chance with possibly finishing in the top 3 and getting yourself an FGS Oceania playoff spot.
More games, more action for you at E-League Australia this season. Heard the feedback from the competitors and, of course, from you watching along. I did enjoy the Twitch chat personally. It got a little bit scandalous, a little bit wild in there at sometimes. But hey, if you enjoy your FIFA esports, I guess we'll allow it. We'll let the fun continue. And it's a bit more fun, of course, when you got a prize pool. Let's be straight up. Pilski, when you got the money on the line, not just for the regular season, but for the playoffs, in particular, rewarding those competitors who perform so well.
Yeah, 100%. You make a top 8, you make yourself a reasonable amount of money. I think Justin mentioned it before as well. You get yourself a couple of spots to go into like a last chance qualifier and things like that. So definitely a lot for these players to play for. You also get a little bit of extra cash from the clubs on top of that. A bit like my dad, you know, he used to give me a bit of cash for taking the bins out and mowing the lawn and stuff just for showing up. So as long as the players are showing up to their games, I'm sure they get a little bit of extra cash as well.
Mate, if you're getting hundreds of dollars, thousands of dollars for taking the bins out, I was raised in the wrong family. But respect.
Depends what part of Sydney you grew up in, I guess.
Well played, brother. Well played indeed. I got nothing. I got no reply for that. I was thinking about the money I could have made in a different family. Not to be, and happy to be here. Mitch, we didn't mention before. We got 12 new competitors today. Some competitors that are returning. In fact, one that's been there for every single season and at the same club as well. It's just wonderful to see.
Yeah, it is. Look, obviously there's some new players coming in today, but I think for me, I'm probably most excited to see Marco play. You know, he's one of the OGs of the E-League. As I said, he's been around the scene. He's had a great career, so excited to see him play. Obviously, Saad, he's one of the new young signings on the block for Western United, so kind of keen to see how he does. And yeah, look, obviously there's Nayla in there, who's a class act as well, and obviously Jazz has returned as well for a good number of seasons now, so excited to see what he can do.
Lav, we've been talking about these gentlemen and some of their characters, some of them in fact practicing the celebrations that they're going to perform in game. Surely you're looking forward to some of those interviews today.
Oh yeah, I am very, very looking forward to these interviews. I feel like we've got some characters that seem like they'll be fun to have a chat to, and I am keen to do that later.
A few that like to play it cool as well. We like the variety of the gentlemen competing. That is Group B again. Different match days, different groups and different features. this is the initial campaign for them to get underway. And as we heard Justin speaking to the competitors, Lav asking them some great questions and getting those insights, Bilzer, I think in particular, said, this is my setup where I always play FIFA, and yet you put the name E-League on it and all of a sudden there's this added pressure.
Yeah, speaking from experience for myself, I remember last year I was playing inside my study, and the nerves, they really get to you. And as Bill said, it's exactly that. Just putting that name E-League in front of it, it changes it from an FGS comp, from a playoff. It's a different tournament, the E-League. It's something else. And as we've seen now, it's going to be 6 weeks long, 12 or 11 games for each competitor before playoffs. I mean, I'm really liking this amount of games. I think it's really, really good change.
That's what they requested, I guess, the competitors themselves, as I said before, the fans as well, saying, give us more E-League. They've got it, Mitch Austin, this season. Is there going to be a bit of a worry about the mentality of these competitors as they go on? I think about maybe Dylan from Sydney FC, day one, Group 8, match day 1, and he looked exhausted by the end of it. I think he may have even said that he felt relieved just to get it done.
Yeah, I think every single game is a difficult game. They're mentally draining, these games of FIFA, and obviously, look, it's 2 games back to back against top level opponents. So I think it's a difficult one mentally on the guys, and obviously it's 6 weeks for the first part of it. So yeah, it's as I said, it's a mentally draining one. So the guys need to be strong there.
Maybe something that you watching along might not understand yet, but if you stick with us with the E-League Australia 2023, you're going to learn the extra gravitas that these games have and obviously see us getting into them as well. Those are your competitors for Group B. The games today, let's just say there are some crackers. Some of the returning favourites clashing, facing off, as well as some newcomers. I'm going to just call out as well straight off the bat there, Envy, whose response was kind of like, you guys take this seriously? You guys are into this thing? And I'm like, brother, let's see how you go up against Jordy Brio, because you're facing off in Game 1, simultaneous games rather. We're going to focus on one, maybe have some highlights of the other. Justin, what about that way to finish off round 6 with Marco versus Saad?
I think that's probably one of the games of the round, or games of the night, I should say. Marco versus Saad. Gee, it's a mouth-watering fixture, isn't it? It really is.
What about the Brady Jazz clash, Love? Coming back to you on that one, where we're saying you've got Brady with the forehead cam, which he embraced and made his profile picture on social media, respect. And then Jazz scored the goal of the season, a stunning free kick last season. Surely you're looking forward to that interview. Going to have one very excited young man or one very angry one.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see how that fixture plays out, especially Jazz coming from Adelaide, may not have even signed this season and now he's in. How's he going to play off? Is it going to be a good signing for Adelaide, or are they going to live to regret it?
Yeah, as we talked about yesterday, it's a brilliant point with Adelaide United making a late change, Jazz getting the return call, Paddy getting the call up, and then he is now top of the ladder in Group A. So that's just something incredible to think about. And as competitors working together, Justin, something that we mentioned where Brady may be working with Lockie, a competitor that's been there in the E-League, helping out someone that maybe hasn't done that much before, or is in fact their debut. What about the other way around? Paddy is top of the ladder with Jazz, who's been there, done that for Adelaide United in the E-League in the past. Is Paddy going to speak up and have a bit of advice, you think?
Well, he may have only been... This might not be his... it is his first season in the E-League, but he's going to bring some experience. He's competed at a top level, and he can give advice to Jazz. Despite Jazz having been a seasoned pro, played in... This is his 5th season in the E-League. You can always give advice, whether you have a little bit more experience or lesser experience. If you're playing a game of FIFA, getting someone else to look at it, you could see things that you might not have seen yourself. So it is really good to be able to get that advice, whether one might consider someone to be less experienced or more.
That's why you're here. To be quite honest, man, I miss everything. So I'm just Justin, bail me out, I beg. It works for the E-League competitors as well. What about on the couch over there? Anyone else see any names, any games that jump out of the page when we're having a look?
I think, as Justin said, the Marco v Saad one, I think that's going to be a good fixture. That's the one I'm most looking forward to. And yeah, I've known Marco for a long time. I remember back in FIFA 17 going to his house actually and playing Foot Champs. So yeah, I'm keen to see how he does tonight.
Pilski, any names that leap off the page? Anyone that you're keen to find more about? A bit more of the A-League rivalry, perhaps?
I mean, I really, similar to yesterday in the group, I'm keen to kind of get to know all of the players. I don't know any of these players. I haven't seen too much FIFA in the past, so this is a good opportunity to kind of break myself in, get familiar with the players. You start to develop those storylines, especially with some of the newer players as well, and also just get to learn how the game is actually meant to be played from some of the players that know it well.
We do enjoy the A-League club link and association as well, where maybe you're used to seeing your A-League men's club dominate. They're good every year, or maybe, no names, I'm not going to say any names, Lav, and I'm not looking at you or any team you might support at all. You may be towards the bottom of the ladder, and it's a bit frustrating. But Lav, what a wonderful opportunity here at the E-League to maybe have a bit more club passion, have that success that you might not get in the A-League men's or women's.
I'm just going to come right out and say it. We're not going to start the Jets slander this early in the season. I think this is the Jets' time to shine. We are all for club passion, and for me, that club passion lives and dies with the Jets.
We were talking about it with the competitors earlier. Matt Brio is going to make his E-League debut coming through the path to E-League, which is wonderful to have a gateway competition, an entryway to get into the league. I was talking to a father of one of the competitors who was in the path to E-League and said how much of a great experience that was for his son to compete, get to know some of the pros a bit better. He actually got a follow from the Dylan of Sydney FC, which he couldn't believe. Justin, how important, if we're talking about pathways, do you see the path to E-League being in the future?
I think it's very important. It gives a chance for someone that might not play Foot Champions at home, that entryway into the path to E-League, and then be found as a breakout star and might actually perform really well. So if we're not given those opportunities, I mean, you're not going to really find that breakout star. I mean, your only real chance is if you're performing in Foot Champs or Division Rivals and you're getting a better team, performing well in Div Rivals and getting your SR up, so you're able to make playoffs. So that's really the only way apart from that.
What about the extra things, maybe the 1%ers, Mitch, in terms of content and getting your name out there? I said earlier this year, I just don't want to spend time on haters or people bringing stuff down. So no names. But I will say there are some very quality, talented FIFA esports competitors in our region, maybe who didn't make the E-League. What could they be doing in terms of streaming or content to get their name out there, to secure a spot rather in the future?
It's pretty simple. I think if, nobody knows you there, clubs aren't going to know about you. So I think it's pretty straightforward, get the content out there. I think in terms of, FIFA esports, in terms of other esports, it's not the highest paying esport going. So I think, balancing that with content as well as playing your FIFA esports, I think that's probably the best sort of match to go for, especially if you want to boost your profile. And it's a good way for A-League clubs to kind of do content with the gaming side of things and sort of incorporate it with the A-League club.
When we have the likes, I guess, of Lockie coming through that Central Coast Mariners tournament, Lav, where Brady was there. He's now the Mariners, not quite foundation player, but he was signed up very quickly, particularly compared to some of the other A-League men's clubs. And then they still do the same tournament, and Brady's the one sort of judging the talent and being like, I think this guy might make a good teammate, this guy might have what it takes. And all of a sudden, Lockie goes from, what was the TikTok? The video today, straight up Lockie, and I replied to it, just said, Lockie, I don't understand you. Fully dressed with socks on, and just walks into his pool and just stands there. And that was the TikTok. And I'm like, I don't get it. I don't get it. Lockie, tell me more about you or whatnot. He's like, I'm just being me, man. I'm a Central Coast lad, and I'm just having fun with it. Lav, it's pretty incredible that someone like that, a genuine Central Coast funny man, just having some good vibes with it, can now play alongside Brady for the Mariners against the best FIFA esports competitors in the region.
I mean, that's the Central Coast energy all summed up, but I think that's the great thing about, there's never been a better time to be on social media. These players can get their content out there. And yes, it was him walking into a pool with socks on, but it got people talking.
About it now.
It got people talking, and that's what you need to get the attention to start getting those sponsorships, getting those positions on teams. If it takes walking into a pool with socks on, so be it.
It might be
I support it. It's Central Coast energy. I very rarely will give credit to the Central Coast, but credit where credit's due. It's good content.
This is one of those times. There you go, Lockie. Lav has endorsed this content. I'm now worried that we're starting a trend with the other E-League competitors. Game 1 is soon approaching. Don't you worry about that. 6 games to be played on stream, on broadcast here today, starting with Matt versus Nagidi. We can bring back those Newcastle vibes for you. Don't you worry. And the path to E-League vibes as well. Pilski, Nagidi, one of these competitors who's very laid back. He's been there, done it before. He's now back with Western Sydney Wanderers. What about that esports mentality? Someone who's like that. Is that one of those battles you can almost lose before you're even playing somebody like that because they're just so mentally strong?
it's kind of interesting. Like, Justin was talking about it before, where you have like teammates and they might not necessarily have the same experience level. I'm used to more sort of team-based esports rather than 1v1 esports. And usually there's a dynamic within a lot of these teams where you actually have more experienced players gelling with newer players and they kind of learn from each other. In fact, it's good to have a good mix of both of those. It's definitely an interesting dynamic in a 1v1 sport, though, where you get someone with a lot of experience versus someone new. It's definitely going to be a bit of a clash of styles and different kind of expectations and pressures heading into the game.
You're doing a very lovely thing by holding eye contact with me while we're talking there. Off screen, I can't help but look because you've got Nagidi. Exactly as you're talking, Nagidi's got like one thing on the headset.
I saw it in my peripheral.
Just chilling. Matt Bro's on his phone laughing. Completely different approaches. Mitch, you've seen it work in the past. You've seen it work against competitors as well. We maybe mentioned Mo as someone who took it nice and easy into big games, and that worked well for him. Any tips or predictions for you ahead of Matt Bro's big first game against Nagidi?
I think mind games is quite a big thing, especially in this. I think especially if he's looking at Nagidi and he's proper serious, whereas I guess he's trying to play the bit more casual and laughing approach. But sometimes when you're nervous, you're probably trying to act a bit more chilled. But Matt Bro, he's going to be nervous. It's his first E-League tournament game. Everybody's watching. He's on the broadcast. So let's see how we go.
He came through the path to E-League. Matt Bro gets his chance for Newcastle Jets against the returning Nagidi, this time for Western Sydney Wanderers.
Keen to get into the game. Talking about veteran mentality, new player mentality, what kind of approach you take to the game does kind of feed into, that mentality of looking at things like sports psychology, what's your energy level going into a certain match. Different people really vibe with different kind of approaches. So at the end of the day, you do really need to find what works for you. But if you're new to a competition, you're new to a sport, it's going to take a while for you to kind of bed yourself into that.
Yeah, for sure. And it's obviously going to be interesting here to see what A-League players, I think, is it Pescopo, I think, for the Jets. And looking at the Wanderers, we've got Adama Traore at left back as well. So he's definitely a handy addition out there, so keen to see how the guys utilise the A-League players today.
Yeah, I mean, it's something we talk about every broadcast. See what kind of a mix people do like to come in. Would love to see some of the players as well go for something a little bit more off-brand, like we saw Paddy with Beckham yesterday. People usually kind of copy-paste the same formula and then see where they can fit the A-League players in. But at least for the time being, we have Nagidi here with a bit of possession. Going to try to work himself into a position where he can potentially have a crack here into the net, but saved well by the goalie. He's going to have another crack here, but unfortunately bullied back out of the box, and now Matt Pro going to start working his way across the field. Anything kind of standing out to you in terms of where you're seeing some of these A-League players chucked in?
Yeah, look, I think obviously Adama Traore is in that sort of full-back position. I think what you'll find is most of the guys will try and play the A-League players sort of in those.
Ooh, that was beautiful.
Finish.
Worked his way straight up through the top. Just nice little pass off, and wow, never seen that before. Mbappe with the goal. No, that's a first for sure.
It's just a simple ball over the top. Sometimes you don't really need to overcomplicate things. Just an L1 triangle and you're straight in on goal, and sometimes the AI defense can't do anything about it.
Well, Nagidi going to see if he can potentially reply here. Had a crack earlier but wasn't quite able to break through. Going to start to pass it around and does get it just off the post. Very unfortunate there. Goalie didn't make it to the ball in time, but still can't convert. So fortunate for Matt Bro for only a second. Nagidi able to intercept and actually have a crack here, but things get messy. And again, Matt Bro going to work his way up through the top side of the field, which worked absolutely beautiful for him before.
Yeah, look, I think it's just slow and steady here for Matt Bro. I think Nagidi was very unlucky there. It looked like he green-timed that shot as well that hit the posts. Sometimes it's frustrating, especially when you're green timing it. I think most players expect it to go in when you perfectly hit it like that as well.
Well, sometimes you just get a bit unlucky. Present situation included. Letting things get away from him a little bit. He was getting up close to the box, but Nagidi back with possession yet again. See what he can make of it. Going to pass it straight through the middle of the field, over towards Ronaldo, and trying to make his way up the top side, see if he can work his way through the wings, but unfortunately, once again, intercepted by Matt Bro. I mean, there's some messy passing going on for sure, kind of becoming a back and forth occasion. Seeing both players, both teams kind of passing it up to the other team pretty regularly at the moment.
Yeah, just rushing his play a bit, Matt Bro. I think he just needs to, he's going to goal up, just relax, keep hold of the ball, but here we go.
Ooh, almost had an opportunity there. I mean, looking at his pre-game ritual might be his approach in general. Just have a crack and see what happens.
Yeah, I think he's adopted his actual play style on his, his human self.
Yeah, well, works for some people. Seen in other esports, but FIFA still a fair bit to work my way around. One thing that I do know though is that Mbappe gets close to the goal, goes close to the box, close to the goal, and usually does pretty well for you. He's just passing it around nice and quick, seeing if he can find a gap, maybe bamboozle the defense a little bit. Ronaldinho going to have a crack here, straight off the legs of one of the defenders, but still, I mean, this seems like a little bit of a go-to here for Nagidi. He's just trying to force his way through, pass it around, bamboozle Matt Bro as much as possible. But he's done well enough to be able to repel that. So again, seems to be... we're watching him chip it up every single time, and half the time it's not making it to one of the boys.
It's like pinball at the moment. It's just going straight back to Nagidi every single time.
Yeah.
He just can't... Oh, here we go. Goal.
Oh, not quite. I think the keeper got just one or two fingers on it, and that was enough just to kind of send it away from the net. Again, Nagidi with possession over towards the box here, but some messy passing, and Matt Bro grabs himself possession once again. You seeing anything kind of stand out outside of just the sloppiness of the play, though? You seeing any kind of approaches that are present at the moment for the players?
Look, it's been on Nagidi since he's going to go down. I've liked the way he's responded here. He's not crumbled or anything like that. He's literally, I think he's just trying to work his way through the box too much. Honestly, I think Matt Bro's just packing out that middle part of the edge of the box, and it's so hard to break down. So, he's going to maybe try the wings.
Matt Bro's got himself a corner here. And let's see what he can potentially make of it. Again, kind of passing it around. There are so many defenders here, an absolute wall. And Nagidi, nice easy deflection here. Going to pass it over to Matt Bro yet again. These passes very much not converting for either one of these players. Seeing it just going back and forth all the time. Going to kick it over to one of the players on the bottom side. And with the whistle blown, we're going to have a little bit of a chill here. Anything kind of standing out to you in terms of the stats here?
No, I mean it looks fairly even on there, but I think since going to goal down, Nagidi can be quite happy with how he's sort of responded to getting back into the game there. Matt Bro was defending a lot in his own penalty box there, but he green timed. He couldn't have done any more in terms of his green time shots.
Yeah.
Obviously hitting the post there as well. I think Nagidi's just got to keep going the way he's going, and I think he'll find an equaliser pretty quickly.
I mean, you see it in every esport. It's kind of a concept mostly with card games, though, where we talk about there's an element of RNG, there's an element of luck to every esport. It doesn't matter which one you're playing. Some have more than others, but especially these games with a bit of RNG, a bit of AI impact, a bit of luck in them. All you can do sometimes is just put yourself in the pole position to be able to actually convert whatever it is you need to be converting and play around the rest. So,
yeah, I think you've just got to do what you can control, and that's obviously when you've got the ball. I think once the AI make mistakes or whatever it is, it's out of your control. So there's no point getting wound up about that, as though it's easy for me to say, because I obviously succumb to that, and that's why I'm not a FIFA professional. But yeah, I think it's one of those things. Just control what you can control, and I think Nagidi's doing that in the second half here so far.
Oh, got himself in a decent position here, Matt Bro, but wasn't quite able to find the window just yet before Nagidi was able to get the defense situated. Going to pass it over, unfortunately, to the keeper yet again. Matt Bro, a little bit disappointed. He knows he had an opportunity there.
Yeah, no, it was a last-ditch clearance there. Just intercepted it at the perfect time there.
Nagidi back with possession yet again. Going to chuck it up towards the top side and see if he can potentially find a opportunity here. See Matt Bro harassing him, switching defenders, trying to find him possession of the ball yet again. Things get messy. Thank God one of the players is in position there. Virgil's able to intercept that one because there was definitely a break in the defense over towards the box side there.
Yeah, it's unlucky there. Sometimes those rebounds can go either way.
Well, Matt Bro with possession again. He's going to...
Great tackle. Don't think he knew much about it.
Yeah. Well, pass it over to Ronaldo. Going to chuck it to Gullet.
He's pulling the ball roll scoop, turns out now. No, he means business.
Trying to make himself an opportunity. Can't quite get in just yet, and unfortunately kicks it out. Definitely seeing a lot of emotion out of Matt Bro, a lot of reaction to how some of these plays are going. Nagidi seems pretty locked in though, and so he should be. He's getting himself in position to try and shoot here, and he does get it in. Absolutely beautiful. Matt Bro shaking his head, and that's going to be things evened up. Honestly, it took a little while. I was actually expecting Nagidi to be able to make good on one of those opportunities a little bit sooner than he did, but like we said before, eventually he was going to be in the position to actually convert.
Yeah, look, he's another one that's, he's very mentally strong when he plays Nagidi. He obviously had that 4th place finish last year at the 2022 E-League. Obviously, he's want to go, a step further this year. But yeah, look, he's mentally very strong, and I think, as I've said in previous broadcasts, that's sort of what separates, the good from the bad players in FIFA.
Yep, experience going to be doing him a whole lot of favours. Ooh, that might be a mistake that he will regret, and absolutely it is. Matt Bro intercepting a pass, going to pass it over to Mbappe and score himself another goal. Nagidi, even as headstrong as he is, he's going to know that was a bit of egg on his face.
Yep, silly mistake. But look, he's just got to keep his head back. These are the sort of things that can make or break a player in a game when those sort of things go against you. And yeah, look, I think he knows that's on him, that one.
Well, he's going to try to make good on that situation. Does have a crack, but unfortunately can't score. And it goes back over to Matt Bro for a second or two. Nagidi going to grab himself possession yet again. Got a couple of the boys in position, but it's another bad pass. So back over to Matt Bro, who's going to chip it up the field. He's got a little bit of space here. What's that? Oh my God, I'm not even sure what I'm watching here. I haven't seen another game like it yet, Mitch.
Something out of WWE, that one.
Got a couple of the boys practicing their headers. Nagidi over on the bottom side. Matt Bro's going to slide tackle the ball off the side. And look, Bellingham going to chuck it over to Ronaldinho. Getting close to the box now. Trying to get it towards up towards one of those players. Closer to the net. He had an opportunity to shoot there for a second. Still might do so. Saved nicely by the goalie.
It's unlucky. Great reverse elastico there. It's so hard to defend. It's such a quick skill move that, honestly, if you perfect it in those right angles, it's so difficult to defend, and it's a great opportunity for a shot there. But Green timed it, did everything right. Matched by a great save from Van der Sar, as we kind of have seen over the last 2 days.
He's a long man.
He certainly is.
Virgil's going to throw it back over towards Piscopo. Have you been impressed with how they've been using the A-League players in this game? Anything kind of standing out to you?
Yeah, look, he's obviously moved Adama Traore over to right back. That's usually a common trait. Stick one in the full-back areas. Matt's actually using Piscopo on the right wing, which is bit of an interesting one, I think, in terms of the attacking areas to use him, because they obviously don't have the skill moves. And the highest stats that obviously the top class, the icons and the team of the year players have. So yeah, it's as we said yesterday, it's it's kind of important to get those sort of decisions right in where you play them.
Yep. So how are we feeling about this game so far? I mean, it feels like both of these players, there's some sloppy play, especially I feel like I'm seeing a lot more turnovers in terms of the passing and things like that than I've seen in some of the other games. There's also a few moments where maybe they're getting unlucky. Maybe not necessarily, even though they're making the right plays or they're setting themselves up in the right positions. Sometimes the goalie's going to get in there or the ball's going to go off the post or something like that. So what do you think? You just need to iron out a few of the passing things and whatnot and just put themselves in good positions and hopefully it comes good, or any kind of big macro play style changes that you might see?
No, I think I think Nagidi was probably obviously unlucky. It was a mistake on his behalf to concede that goal after he did well to draw level. I think he just needs to keep going the way he's going, because Matt Bro's just dropping deeper and deeper. And the longer you do that, it's you're asking for trouble. I think the longer the game goes on. He's obviously creating chances. Lovely reverse elastico that he just pulled off there with a green time shot, which was obviously matched by Van der Sar, but. Yeah, I think he just needs to keep going the way he's going and just try and forget about that mistake that he made earlier on to concede that goal. Yeah,
so it's just kind of chugging along with the consistent play style and trusting the process.
That's it. It's just, most players you'll find will have some sort of a set, game plan, play rotations, whether they like to, move the ball wide and come across or, sort of go through the middle, whichever it is. I think, obviously, look, it's working for Nagidi the way he's going, so... I think the only time you need to change it is, obviously if you're 3 or 4 goals down and you're chasing the game and it's kind of, helter-skelter and just throw everybody forward and try and snag a goal. But obviously, look, it's a close game at the moment after, it's obviously unfortunately just disconnected there. But, interested to see how it is what it is. But look, we'll see how it goes when we get back on.
So, I kind of modeled this in comparison to other games where you do have the same sort of mentality. A lot of players in other esports will do a similar thing where you start out with like a default kind of play style or something that's your go-to. It's your most practice. It's your most comfortable kind of thing that you do. And you can win games like that. But I feel like in a lot of other esports, maybe it's not the case in FIFA, but especially in a lot of other esports, the best players have got that standard play style mastered, perfected. They practice it a million times, but you've got to have other things in the tank. You've got to have other things that you can kind of work your way towards. Is that the same thing for FIFA as we go through some of the replays here and we see what kind of a game we've been having?
Yeah, it is. I mean, most players will probably have, say, 2 formations, I think, main ones where, a lot of them kind of do a counter-attacking play to a certain formation that the opposition uses. They'll go, say they're using a 4-2-3-1 or something like that. They'll use a 4-4-2, for example. So, yeah, it's always good to have that kind of plan B, I guess, for when things aren't going right.
I think I heard final score in my ear. Is that the final score for the game overall? So it's done? Okay, so first leg's over and the score was 2-2. So we had a couple more goals in there towards the end. There wasn't that much time left. I'd be interested to know what happened there right at the end. But look, we do have another leg to get to. Game's not done and dusted just yet, but it's still been relatively close. Even though, we've seen other games. I feel like I enjoyed the games yesterday where maybe they were lower scoring games. But it was kind of 2 kind of consistent play styles. It was scrappy. There was a lot of kind of... fights just outside the box. It felt like that game felt like the opposite, where it was a bit sloppy, but we still end up with quite a close game. Do you feel like it's a case of, we contrast that to some of the games I was talking about yesterday? Is it a case of who's going to make more mistakes here that's probably going to lose?
Yes, you're right. I think, as I said, I think it was more a good attacking display, whereas the defending probably wasn't great from both of the guys. Looked like, as I said, Nagidi's, I think, skill moves in the final third were really good, and he was creating chances, whereas Matt Bro was, probably more just going direct and playing balls over the top, which, at the same time, it's not as fancy, but sometimes it does the same job as what it would be if you're doing fancy skills around the box and scoring goals like that.
So what's your preferred kind of game of FIFA to watch then? Like, because we have this same thing in other esports, and I actually talked to other people about this, especially commentating domestic leagues. I don't know about FIFA in Oceania. Other esports, let's be real, Australia has a small population. We don't have the best of the best players in the world in a lot of other esports. Usually they're kind of, some of them are all right. We get a couple of the boys who could go overseas and do some damage, but the rest of them maybe I wouldn't say mediocre, but not the best of their craft. But I actually don't think that makes for bad games, personally. I actually love in other esports where we watch some of the boys playing the domestic league, kicking their feet up, having a good game. It's messy as hell. People are making mistakes, but sometimes that can make for a great esports game, in my opinion. I do love watching the best of the best clash and see people perfect their craft, but I also love a game where people are just misplaying right and left and you get a bit of action. What's your preference?
Yeah, no, I mean, eventually, obviously, I think we've, struggled with COVID and things like that in terms of having, in studio kind of events with all the guys here.
Sure.
I quite like the banter between players and kind of, giving each other stick and sort of, it hypes up the games a lot, and, even the players celebrating and doing a few celebrations and stuff themselves rather than the actual in-game players doing them for them. I wouldn't mind one of the players pulling out a few celebrations at home on the webcam there for us.
100%. We honestly need Lav to be. She's being too polite. We need her to be a bad influence in the interview. We need to get some of the boys talking some smack. In other games that we do, like we don't really have a dedicated interviewer role, so it's me on the couch. I get to ask a question. I love getting the players to talk smack about each other. It's me who's the bad influence, but it did come out of his mouth, so I have plausible deniability at the end of the day. I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't say anything. I was just asking you a question, bro. That's what I want to see from some of the FIFA boys. A little bit more smack talk and see if they can own it. At the end of the day, do you have an ego if you talk smack, but then you win?
I don't think so, no. I think
you can back it up.
I think the audience likes that.
I love it.
If you can talk it and you can back it up, why not?
Yeah,
I'm all for it.
That's my specialty, talking a lot and backing nothing up.
Yep.
2-2 at this point. We've already gone through the first leg, had a bit of tech issues. Again, Nagidi trying to get himself deep up towards the top side of the field, but we're going to have a little bit of a turnover. See if this pause has kind of slowed things down a little bit, whether we're going to get, the boys tightening things up in towards the second leg, especially because it's still anyone's game here.
Yeah, I think they're just going to probably sort of, they'll kind of know how each other play now after that first game. So I think hopefully we can sort of see the best of the two of them now, iron out the mistakes from the first game that they made, and yeah, proper go for it now and see the best of both players.
All right, well, Aquilina going to pass it over to Pele. Matt Bro's got a lot of options just outside the inner side of the box there. Trying to find one of these players so he can give it a little bit of a crack. He's going to chip it up, but unfortunately does not find any of the boys. So it's going to be back over to Nagidi. Running that through the bottom side of the field. He's got a fair bit of space here. Not a whole lot of defenders in position just yet, but unfortunately, again, it's a bit of a scuffed pass, and Matt Bro grabs himself the ball yet again.
It's just sloppy play again. I feel like he's just rushing his passes a bit too much there.
Well, so is Matt Bro. He's rushed it all the way through the bottom side of the field, but couldn't quite find anyone to throw it over to. He's going to reset and have another crack here. Again, got a couple of options, but a lot of defenders in position. Oh, you almost thought that Matt Bro was going to find that player in the middle, but couldn't quite convert there. And again, back over to Nagidi.
I'd like to see a bit more from, a bit more use from Ronaldo, I think, and the Oh, I thought he'd given a penalty then.
He's given him a bit of a trip, unfortunately. Going to chip it up here, and again it goes. I'd love to see the stats on chipping the ball up and how many times that immediately becomes a turnover.
Look,
I literally, that's got to be the caster's curse right there.
Honestly, the ball in behind is such a difficult one to defend. If you've got fast players up top, especially if the defending team's playing a high line, literally just hit it over the top. Mbappe and R9 up front, they're not going to get caught.
Send the boys in. Did a bit of a drag race going down the field, perhaps, as we're going to quickly kind of pass it around. I thought Ronaldinho was going to have a crack there, but not to be. Going to have a chance to reset, though. Kick it back over towards Mbappe. Ronaldo just outside the box, getting harassed by all of the defense right now. Feels like Matt Bro's kind of set here. It would probably take something a little bit special. Get this goal going here from Nagidi. He's trying to find the right angle for it. Going to pass it over to Mbappe, and he has a crack, but just off, unfortunately. And he's a bit disappointed with that one, especially with how tight this game is. They just need that one goal to convert.
Screen timed it again as well. I'm not sure. I think he needs to check his controller or something, because they're normally guaranteed goals. Yeah, needs to consider himself very unlucky here, Nagidi, to not be ahead.
Still creating the opportunities. Can only hope for the best at the end of the day. Bro passing it around the top side. But again, it's intercepted. Nagidi might have another crack here. Bellingham's going to run it up the middle. Over towards Ronaldo again. Trying to get a few of the boys in position, and it seems like kind of a common tactic, just passing it around pretty quickly between a few of these players, but whistle gets called. Matt Bro's happy about that one. He's got himself possession back again.
Yeah, I'd like to see a few, whether it's a few more Trivela shots, or, I feel like they're trying to almost walk the ball in all the time here. Sometimes just have a crack from outside the box, especially with how overpowered these Trivela shots are. If you get the right angle, they're guaranteed goals. So, I just feel like they're just trying to maybe overplay it a little bit too much in the final third.
Macro grabs the ball again. Oh, hold on. Pele's going to hand it over to Ronaldo, who has a crack, but not quite.
Made the space beautifully there with the ball roll scoop turn.
Couldn't quite make it happen. And now Nagidi, again with possession. Passing it up towards the top side. Hakimi getting it nice and close here, going to try to chip it over, but unfortunately couldn't quite find the player he was looking for.
Yeah, I think I'd like to see them just sort of go down the wings a little bit more and sort of utilise. I think it's really hard to defend, as we said yesterday, those ones where they're in the wider areas and it's those quick passes across the edge of the box. It's really hard to change it, to play a switch at the same speed as the ball's going across.
Couldn't quite get it going. It feels like these players in particular, though, have got different kind of players over in those wing positions. Like, I'm used to seeing, people are passing it over to Mbappe on the bottom side, or whoever their go-to is, and I don't think I'm seeing the same names from these lads.
No, they have changed it up a bit. They're just same thing again. They're just sloppy passes. I just feel like they're trying to overdo the driven passes into the strikers. I know it is a common theme where I do it myself, but sometimes it's just overdoing that driven pass into the striker every time. It's easy to cut out.
Matt Bro's just wondering how that even happened. Again, it's passing it straight back over, and we're going to get half time.
Not too many chances in that half. As you can see by the stats, 2 shots to Nagidi and just the one to Matt Bro, but
9 interceptions.
50-50 possession. It's hard to separate them at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at the possessions for Matt Bro, though. Like, he's handed it over a fair few times.
Yeah,
with a lot of these passes.
Yeah, as I said, I think just trying to force the play too much with those driven passes into the striker. I think, just they are very effective, but you've just got to make sure, if it's not 100% on, it's going to get intercepted, which is going to open yourself up to a counter-attack.
All right, well, Bellingham's going to throw it over to Piscopo, who just gets bullied. And
well, that's the A-League player for you.
Hey, we love A-League players. I love A-League players, Mitch.
Oh, yes.
Ask anybody. I've been talking about them for ages. Gullett's going to grab it for Matt Bro.
Yeah, you'll be a fully fledged A-League fan by the end of this.
I wouldn't be surprised. This is my second day, and this is already a great vibe. Like, I'm enjoying watching this. I knew I would. I was kind of optimistic. I'm like, don't worry, FIFA will grow on you. You're going to enjoy this broadcast. I'm actually vibing this super hard. This has got a tactical element to it that I did not expect, and it's definitely reaching a very nice part of my brain. Speaking of reaching, that was a beautiful goal there from Matt Bro. That's going to put a lot of pressure on Nagidi now. It feels like he's been the one with a lot of opportunities. He's been the one handed the ball a whole bunch of times. But Matt Bro's putting the pressure on. in towards the end part of the second leg here, so Nagidi needs to respond pretty quickly here. We've got, what, 45 minutes of play left?
Yeah, he worked it very well there with Hullet on the edge of the area. Nice little ball into Mbappe there, and you know he's not going to miss from there. Absolutely no chance.
Piscopo, poor lad, going to get tackled. He's going to throw it back over towards Bellingham yet again, who's going to chip it up towards the top side. Ooh, hold on. Almost an opportunity, but not quite. Nagidi with possession here again. He's got a fair bit of space up towards the top side. Going to pass it over to Mbappe, who's going to be trying to go for a bit of a solo mission here. Passes it off, and oh my God, every single time Nagidi gets himself in position for a goal, it just doesn't work for him.
It's not happening for him. It just isn't. You know, he's creating the chances. He's getting in the right areas. It's just putting the ball in the back of the net. I guess it's might be the you know, people say it's a simple part, but for me, it's
just score goals, bro.
You know, just put it in the net.
It's not hard, Mitch. Just score the goals.
Got to blame R9 there.
I mean, yeah. I mean, we have this in every esport. If it's Counter-Strike, it's just shoot him in the head, mate. You know, it's not that hard. Just click on him.
That's it.
Let's be better. Gidi going to attempt that, at least for the time being. Ronaldinho gets it up nice and close, and he... Oh, my God. It's not possible. His game's bugged, I think.
I feel like we're watching this on repeat here. It's just... same old story.
I'm going to really request that the replays, man, I want a compilation of Nagidi reacting to the ball going wide every single time. That's going to go for a couple of minutes at least at this point.
Oh, it is. That's going to be the story of his first E-League game.
Yeah. Well, Matt Bro, as we're winding down here, 22 minutes to go. It's not like Nagidi hasn't had his opportunities and couldn't create another one. How do you feel if you're Nagidi and you lose a game like this, where you just get given the ball so many times and you're trying your hardest, you're putting yourself in the pole position?
Look, it's very frustrating. You know, I see it every weekend when I'm playing Foot Champions. You know, I think it's when you feel you're on top and you know the game's just not rewarding you for your good play, and he's got himself in the right areas, but unfortunately, I hate to say it, but I think his players have just sort of let him down. You know, there's not a lot more he can do. Yeah. It's just unfortunate. But look, if he keeps going the way he's going, he's got to get a goal, surely.
Yeah, and I mean, even big picture-wise, first game of the round robin, you're going to be bringing that consistent play style, making these plays to get yourself goals, and you got plenty more games to be able to, 10 more games after this one, even if this one doesn't go well, to actually get in the net and get yourself up the table a little bit more.
Yeah, well, look, he's obviously, I think with Matt Bro, obviously he's going with the 3-4-2-1 there, which is quite an attacking formation. I'm not going to lie, quite interesting. But as we said, I think the 4-3-2-1 has sort of been the standard go-to formation, with most of the pros this year. So maybe Nagidi will possibly look at changing that up a bit, as time goes on, because he's obviously really needs a goal here.
You think that's kind of tells you a little bit about Matt Bro's play style? I mean, we've seen it even from the first cam shot of him. He wants to play it a bit fast and loose. He's kicking the ball around, chipping it up, all that kind of stuff.
Look, some players go for the game plan of, I'm just going to have to try and score more goals than you. They don't really care how many they concede, whereas other players will probably pride themselves on, not conceding any goals, keeping a clean sheet. But look, Matt Bro's in the lead here.
Oh, that's beautiful. Been chipping it up all game long. Absolutely gorgeous. Mbappe today for Matt Bro is just absolutely flying. He's been getting it in the net time and time again. And I think this deep in towards the second leg, that's probably the nail in the coffin.
It's just a simple cross in. He's playing
simple
FIFA.
That was the first goal he scored in this game, no?
Yeah.
Like exactly the same, I feel like.
It's just simple FIFA. Honestly, Nagidi's played unbelievable in terms of creating chances, skill moves, getting in the right areas. Obviously his players aren't finishing, but Matt Bro's just simple FIFA, cross the ball in, header.
Well, takes away a chance from Nagidi there for a second, but he's got possession yet again. Trying to get himself inside the box, have an opportunity to potentially shoot it, but not quite. Intercepted yet again. Bellingham going to get his feet on it, not quite able to run it up the field though. Back to Pele. And Nagidi really trying to make the most of this opportunity. Again, it's gone.
No.
I really want to know what he's saying. I want to know. I need a translator immediately. Do we have an admin in the room?
I think he needs a hug after this game. I hope his mum and dad are close.
Oh boy. Someone's got to give him one. 4 minutes left, thereabouts. And look, I just don't think it doesn't matter at this point. He's trying to add to the goal tally at the end of the season. And that's about it here. He gets one at this point, you know, that will be something, but he's finally got it in. But like 2 minutes, there's 2 minutes in the game, Mitch. There's 2 minutes in the game.
I think, as we said, especially with goal difference as well, you know, it's obviously really important to try and get as many goals as you can. And yeah, look, that's in the inside of things, you know, even if he takes a loss, at least he's got a goal back there for his goal difference.
Yeah, tally it up at the end of the season. Get as many different tiebreakers as you can possibly get. I've seen it in other esports, but and I'm keen to see how it kind of shakes out in FIFA. But you know, especially a long, drawn-out, big group round robin, you need every little edge that you can get, trying to make sure that you get your way in towards that top 6 and qualify yourself for playoffs.
That's it. You don't want to get to the end of the 6 weeks and, you know, there's one goal in it that, you know, where you've just not conceded that one goal at the end and it could have possibly got you qualified for the finals. So, yeah.
Matt Brio just running out the timer here. He knows he's got it done. And beautiful, nice little celebration for him. That's full time. And look, he's got himself a win. Would you call that an upset?
I think I would. Look, it's his first game in the E-League. Obviously, more of an unknown player. You know, Nagidi came 4th last year in the E-League. You know, Matt Brio won path to E-League, which is obviously, you know, a fair achievement in itself. But yeah, look, I mean, I think he'll be absolutely, you know, buzzing with that performance and getting the win there.
Yeah, getting one on the board for the Jets as well. That's pretty nice to kick off Group B here.
He looks pretty happy.
Yeah, I mean, he looks ecstatic. Smiles all around. And overall, you know, 2-1 in towards that second leg. Overall, gets himself a 4-3 dub. The aggressive play style has done wonders for him. And he's kicked off his E-League debut absolutely beautifully. So, got more games to get to. But before that, we'll go to a short break and we'll have a little interview afterwards.
Welcome back to the E-League Australia 2023. Fantastic to have you with us. And what a fantastic game to get match day 2 underway. Nagidi back with Western Sydney Wanderers. Matt Brio having come through the path to E-League, getting the win. Gentlemen, it did feel like there were plenty of chances during the game. Poor Nagidi just could not seem to hit the target.
No, he couldn't. I really feel for him after that. I think someone needs to go and give him a hug, I think, after that. You know, he had chance after chance, and his players just weren't performing. He was green timing. He was literally doing everything right. And then Matt Brio, just simple cross into the box, scores. You know, it's sometimes that's just how the game goes. But look, you know, Nagidi, he played really well. So I think he just needs to sort of, you know, hold his head high and kind of look to the next game.
Reminded me, to be fair, of maybe Mark 11 yesterday, where it didn't do a lot wrong necessarily. And yet, if you have a look there on your screen, you can't argue. Matt Brio 4, Nagidi 3. What a debut. The man coming through the path to E-League, representing the Newcastle Jets in the other game. Jordy now at Melbourne Victory over Envy 11-7. Jordy formerly at the Central Coast Mariners, getting a win. Justin at his new club. He is a local Melbourne lad. That must feel pretty good.
You know, it's his third season now, I believe, in the E-League. I think he's looking to make a statement this year. And I really think Jordy, now at a hometown club, he can really do that. I think he's going to have the backing from the Melbourne Victory board, people behind the club, sort of working with the E-League. I think there's always been good foundations when it's come to the E-League from Melbourne Victory. We've seen it before when they've had a premiership winning team with Mo and Saad and Ben. I think, you know, we could see something happening at Melbourne Victory. Nice little rebuild in the E-League.
Won't talk about
rebuild, I think, is the perfect word. I was about to say, we're going to go back to that, Justin, or no? Mitch, any comments, any rebuttal to Justin?
No, look, I will say I did finish higher than Mo did in the finals that
there
first
it is.
season.
There you go. Thank you. I'm glad you said
I'll take it.
Not me. Moving away from Melbourne Victory, who are getting way too much airtime live when it should be all about the Newcastle Jets.
Absolutely. It is the Jets' time to shine. Matt Brio, how are you going? You've come through the paths of the E-League, you've gone to your beloved Jets, and you've won your debut match in the E-League. How does it feel?
I'll be honest with you, it feels pretty great, especially coming up against Nagidi, who's probably one of the best in the region. So, mate, it's feeling good.
I hear you are quite the Jets fan. You've been a Jets fan since the Heskey days. As a Novocastrian, I obviously also love the Jets. It's not been a great season for them in the A-League. Do you now feel like you are holding the weight of all of Terrace Novocastria on your shoulders as the winner of the first round of the E-League?
I feel like that's a big statement to make, to be frank. I got a teammate, Noah, who's absolutely killing it as well. I feel like I'm just doing what I can for the club. Hopefully, first win's great. Can't get too ahead of myself because there's a lot of really good competitors, and quite frankly, any game that could have been, he could have taken 4 or 5 past me. Like, yeah.
Well, congratulations on an incredible win for you, an incredible win for Newcastle, and good luck with the rest of the season.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Lav, and thank you, Matt Brio. It's just wonderful to see. He's too stunned to speak, almost a big smile on his face, and that's what we love about the newcomers to the E-League. Justin getting their opportunity, getting their shot on broadcast as well, taking out a higher ranked competitor. He did admit that Nagidi may be a bit unlucky, maybe on another day that scoreline looks very different. But hey, lots more chances for Nagidi. Today, at least so far tonight, it's all about Matt Brio.
No, you're right. As you just mentioned, a lot of missed chances, but you know, you got to be able to score. It's not just like Nagidi had all the chances and Matt didn't have any. I mean, he scored 4 goals. To do that against a competitor as good as him, it really says something. And we spoke about it before, coming through the path daily, he won it. I mean, it just proves it again. There's a way for a pathway for players to come through and actually get a shot at representation in the A-League, and it's really good to see. It is his night, as you said.
What about with Newcastle maybe jumping on board a little bit later on, Mitch, than maybe some of us might have liked. Adelaide United, we mentioned, you can see maybe we don't necessarily even have the player photos just yet, and yet everyone knows Matt Brio's face now. No picture, but we've got that webcam. He's smiling, he's laughing, he can't believe that Nagidi's shots aren't going in. Wonderful to have Newcastle Jets being represented so well. We talked about a rebuild maybe at Melbourne Victory. This could be the start of something special for the Jets.
Yeah, look, I think they were quite late to the party, the Jets as well, so I think they'll be quite happy with obviously getting...
You're good? Mitch, no worries. The competitors are being like, wait, Mitch,
I thought
our
you cut
game
me
is
off.
on, brother. We want to play.
I want to watch.
It is Brady and Jazz. Brady back at the Central Coast Mariners. Jazz at Adelaide United. A fun game from last season, Justin. A fun rivalry that is going to be reignited for both these competitors. First game in the E-League Australia 2023.
I'm just disappointed not to seeing the before-mentioned Wout Weghorst. As we mentioned yesterday, Jazz was using him last year's showdown. Very disappointed not to see him starting, but you know, Jazz has got a very, very good lineup, and I'm just looking forward to this game. It speaks for itself. You don't need to create a storyline. You don't need to say anything like that. You just watch and just enjoy yourself.
Cummings on the pitch for Central Coast Mariners. Brady doing some fun content with him. Wonderful to have the Central Coast Mariners making the most of their returning competitor. Spoke about Matt Brio winning the path to E-League. Young Brady winning the Mariners Pro-Am tournament last season and then was invited straight back for their lineup this year. Jazz, a competitor who's been there and done that, also represented Western Sydney Wanderers, but back at his home in Adelaide United. Maybe looking for another goal of the season contender. That stunning free kick from last season.
Yep, no, you're not wrong there. That was an amazing free kick from Jazz. We mentioned it before, this is his 5th season in the E-League, so I guess it's fair to say he is an E-League veteran. His very first season at the Western Sydney Wanderers with Noah Go, a former champion.
Attempted cross, not going anywhere for young Brady Carr, whose handle was I'm a FIFA tryhard, which we always enjoy the honesty, straight up. Mariners with that Central Coast attitude we were talking about earlier. What about as competitors, Justinho? Brady very locked in, very engaged. If you've ever come up against him in Foot Champs, in a qualifier, in the E-League itself, he doesn't take long to lock in, almost right on cue, opening that scoring corner kick. We'll just hold on that for minimum memento because Brady is one of these competitors, like I said, who will start quickly. I think you only need to look at that webcam to realize how much this means to the young man. And the Travella doesn't quite have the power required. Jazz with a big smile in reply before giving it away. Ronaldo with space and time. A costly mistake at the back. Brady can take a deep breath. 1-0 to the man from the Mariners.
Well, we spoke about this matchup not needing an explanation for a storyline. You can see in the reactions from both Brady and Jazz, both very animated figures.
That first pass that led to the goal wasn't ideal. That one's arguably even worse. Not what he's looking for, but Jazz clearly enjoying himself, Justin. As you mentioned, a very seasoned campaigner, but making a move. Had some wonderful progress in his personal life, making bank, making a job, a career for himself, so he can really just get stuck into the E-League and enjoy it. Maybe go only for compilation goals, just like last season.
Well, yeah, as you just said, he is doing other things in his outside life out of esports. So he's just enjoying himself when he's playing FIFA now. And I love to see it. I mean, it's a good thing to do. Just have no stress and just relax. Enjoy your FIFA. That's what it's about.
Worked for Mike J yesterday. Couldn't work here for Jazz as well. Ball cut inside. Keeper is just standing there. I believe it's Courtois. I haven't bothered to check too much yet because my mouth is still aghast that he stood there as Brady's been allowed to pass it across the face twice for the easy goal.
I don't think the blame goes on Courtois there. I think it goes on the failed offside trap, and that's not to throw Jazz under the bus there, but he's gonna regret doing that. I think giving away an easy chance and an easy goal.
Both goals, more or less, coming out of nowhere. Brady will take that. Had a reasonably difficult start to A-League life last season, but will be all the better for the experience. Jazz, the passionate Adelaide local, delighted to be able to use Craig Goodwin, one of the better A-League men's foot items available. Of course, you get to use minimum of 2 from your represented club. Doesn't mean you can't use all 11 if you don't want, Justin. And I dare say, with both of these competitors representing the region they grew up in. We might see plenty more than 2 at different stages.
Yeah, I still remember, I mentioned it earlier yesterday, seeing Jordan O'Doherty getting subbed on last season for Brady. Unfortunately, I don't think he can do that this year. I don't think he is in the game, unfortunately. But I don't think that'll stop him from subbing on any player that is on the bench for him.
Jazz in disbelief at the big switch just to hold possession despite being at 2-0 up, but this is what you're going to get from Brady Carr against Jazz, against any of the competitors here in Group B. The same play style, the same levels of concentration, dare I say, the same amount of sweat. Ronaldo back to Hullet. The opposing Hullet well in the way. Jude able to run forward. Brucey enjoying seeing Jazz using that full item, no doubt. Down to this near side, as we talked about, Craig Goodwin on the ball. This has been some lovely passing play. Halloran over the top. Maybe off the defender. Either way, Courtois for the Mariners deals with it nice and calmly.
Yep, very well done there. Very calmly done, but unlucky for Brady. He's lost his possession that he was keeping very well at the beginning of the game. Jazz looking to hold it around the edge of the box and just work his way. Unfortunately, losing it there.
As we approach half-time, the first of 2 legs, as is the case for all of these regular season games. Jazz with a big round of applause for Brady. Well done, young man. You really care about this esport, is what I'm seeing in the brain. We have a look at the stats. It's more or less what you'd expect. Brady dominating possession. Did get the benefit of, again, an error, a fortunate goalkeeper movement at the other end. But it's fair to say he's in decent control of the game, and Jazz is kind of just enjoying himself, working his way into the tournament.
No, I just think he's happy to be here. Whatever happens, happens kind of thing. And Brady, look, he's looking to pick up some results this year. I know that is a fact. Looking to do better than he did last year. So very, very interested to see if he can pick up the result in this first game for him this season.
A lot of competitors enjoying the width, the attacking patterns, availability of the 3-4-2-1. We've seen it already tonight. Saw it a little bit yesterday. It does leave, of course, just the 3 centre-backs to start off with. The left and right mids need to either be manually brought back or have player instructions to get back. It's where Tryhard's had a lot of joy early. The only problem for Jazz so far, really, in attack, Justin, is just not finding that pass into those front 2 strikers.
Well, I mean, it doesn't help you. As you just said, he's not finding the pass through. He hasn't had a shot. Even if you're taking a pot shot, you might want to just do that, get a chance. You never know, it might fly into the top corner. Need to see something from Jazz if he wants to get himself back into this first leg.
And see those left and right mids slotting back to make a back 5 of sorts. Well defended by Jazz. Halloran starts the attack with Mbappe making the overlapping run, and there is a pass into the striker that he's been looking for. Jude has Craig on the far side, comes back near camera. Halloran, bullet once again. Modric in the way. Not a full item. You're going to see heaps of competitors use Modric. Wonderful on the ball, but maybe just not with that defensive intensity, the physicality that most competitors are looking for from their centre or defensive mids. For now, Jazz with Ronaldo into the area. Finds the extra pass. Halloran with space, but decided to pass. That's one of those mids in the way again.
That was very unlucky for Jazz there. Just one too many extra passes, as we see. Little wayward pass from Ben Halloran. Unlucky for Mbappe not to pick that up.
Halloran may need to improve his game. He's got plenty of decent options there. Adelaide United does Jazz to bring on in his stead. Something these competitors will adapt to on the fly. Of course, not using them in their regular foot encounters, but I do love the dynamic in this competition. Seeing Jamie McLaren score yesterday. A big highlight here in Adelaide. The green time finesse on the left. Perfectly timed, but unfortunately for Jazz, straight into the defender.
Yep. As we said, Jazz needs to get a couple shots off there. Unlucky that it was blocked, but you know, better signs than the first half for Jazz. He's hitting on the counter a bit better than he was in the first half, and you know, hitting on the counter, catching your opponent out with no defenders, that's how you're going to be creating better chances, I believe.
Keep seeing Goodwin up that far side with his arm up in the air, calling for it. At the moment, Jazz staying near side. Halloran, one extra pass. It's off the post. No assist for the A-League men's player. Jazz still unable to find the back of the net so far.
Completely unlucky. He did absolutely everything right there. Put my hands on my head, expecting that to nestle in the back of the net. Very unlucky for Jazz.
Been there and done that has Jazz for Adelaide United. Probably wishing that Bruce Gite was the striker in question. Good to see him using Haaland, though. I will keep an eye on, just like you, Justin, if we see Weghorst enter the pitch at some point. Probably won't tap the Anfield sign on this occasion. Having a look at Brady using the 4-4-2, but the defensive variant. That makes a lot of sense. Hey, Justin, Hullet and Modric patrolling that defensive centre mid area where Jazz continually is unable to find that pass.
Sorry to change the subject, but I was just looking at Jazz's team and it said 88 Haaland. I don't know if that's something... I don't know if I'm saying that correctly or not, but I'd be very intrigued if he was using just the gold Erling Haaland and not his team of the year.
Power shot is saved by Courtois. We've been waiting for it, Justin, haven't we? Both out of our chairs. As for that player selection, I don't know. Because it's Jazz, I think I'm rolling with it.
Yeah, no, look, I don't think there's any other E-League competitor that you would suspect to do that, but if there is any, it's definitely Jazz.
Well, look, he's got this grudge match against I'm a FIFA tryhard one. You score with gold Haaland, do you, Jazz? Oh, save again from Courtois. And all of a sudden, you've got that over Brady until the end of time. You show that clip again and again. Gold Haaland, brother. We had unlocked accounts and you let gold Haaland score against you. As someone who's a fan of the lengthy meta from early FIFA 23, I respect it, Justin, but valid all the same. Not too long left. The final 10 minutes or so in leg one. Last season, it was only a one-game opportunity for these competitors. Brady looking for his third goal. It has been mostly Jazz in an attacking sense. Wintle Halls, I think that was. Destroyed. Hullet power shot and Courtois again. Leaping sideways and forward to make the save. Down again from the first time shot from Brady. Jazz not necessarily hanging in there, but a third would certainly make this second leg very interesting to see what Jazz does different tactically.
No, you're spot on there. I mean, I think Jazz will be doing some very unusual tactics as it is. He's playing in a free back formation or starting, I don't know if he's continuing with that. Very, very, very unlucky. The Trivella shot from, I believe, Captivia with the green beam. Unlucky to say the least.
A lot of competitors using their fullbacks in a very attacking sense. Hakimi, Captivia, Mbappe, Trivella surely doesn't get anywhere near enough purchase. Will some of these more speculative efforts from Brady cost him in this second leg, Justin?
Well, I mean, if Jazz grabs one here near the end, you will definitely think that. It has been some wasted chances from Brady. He might rue some of those missed errors.
No substitutes. Jazz wanting to use what could well be the final attack. Beckham, great good one. In space if he wants it there. Wondering if the Trivella might pop off. Once again, just looking for the extra pass and the space, but nothing doing. There will be now that Brady does indeed just chew a little bit. The slide tackle is evaded. The sheer pace down that far side. Mbappe, the cross, the great time shot is fluffed by the keeper to the on-rushing attacker. The stoppage time goal will make it 3-0. And it is indeed Wenzel Halls, an A-League men's player, getting on the score sheet with that final kick of the game.
I mean, we love to always see it. A-League players scoring in the E-League. Nothing better, is there?
May not be as glorious as the 90 goal yesterday or some of the others, the JMK one, but they count all the same. And that 3-0 scoreline certainly counting for I'm a FIFA tryhard. Jazz with a big smile on his face and still with a second leg still to play. Did feel like one competitor, Justin, if it's all right for me to say, was truly locked in from the start and taking this competition about as seriously as an individual can.
I mean, we spoke about it before. This is a content matchup. Both players, as we've said before, they're just one really, really locked in and one not really too worried. But I think that's just, as we said, Jazz's chilled energy, I guess, at the moment when it comes to FIFA esports, and there's nothing wrong with that at all. We spoke about it. You mentioned it, Mike J yesterday.
Preferring
was
it.
Yeah. He taking a couple weeks off before playing FIFA, and you know it works for a lot of players. Just relaxing themselves when playing competitive FIFA. You need to just think that there are other things in life, and that sometimes you need to take that step back to be able to improve in the future.
Certainly a balance that we're all looking to achieve, and it's what we love about FIFA as an esport, having that intrinsic link to football, keeping active. I know you play a bit of outdoor yourself, Justinho, and following your seasons. What about specifically, though? Brady, I'm a FIFA tryhard. In the E-League this season, talking about taking it seriously, that man's face is a picture of concentration all the way through. Is this an opportunity with a longer season, with a second year in the E-League, for him to truly not just lock in, but perform in every one of his 11 group games, really think about a playoff spot?
Well, I'm sure he won't mind me saying this, but just before the broadcast started, he messaged me telling me that he was very stressed, and I told him, there's nothing wrong with that, mate. It means you care, and you know what? He really does care about the E-League a lot more than other players, I would say. He loves and breathes the A-League, and you can be very sure that he breathes the E-League. He's been a long-time participant watching the E-League, and now he's a participant in the E-League. He's taking it very seriously.
Certainly an inspiration, would you say, to other people? If you're watching the broadcast, wondering how you could get involved, there is Wenzel Halls, by the way, with the A-League men's player goal. Goodness me, that backdrop, I could just use that, like, for the rest of this broadcast. There were so many elements to that barely captured. I'm pretty sure we saw Marvin, maybe even on a foot item or something. I have no idea what was going on there. Lots of yellow and navy. But is he an inspiration, Justin? Would you say to those people maybe watching this stream right now, with the second leg about to get underway, could they become the next I'm a FIFA tryhard, someone who is a fan of the E-League who then gets to participate?
Well, as you said, he is the person you would look up in the dictionary if you said E-League superfan. And you know, for his dreams to be in the E-League to come true, it is, as you said, it is a great representation for people that want to be in the E-League, want to get into competitive esports, how you can get in, how you can just, if you keep persisting at it, you keep showing your support, someone's going to say and someone's going to believe in you. And I think that's what he's shown. And, you know, it's really, really good to see that tryhard, he's dreamed it and now he's living it.
I think there's some people that hear tryhard and are like, whoa, bro, you can't just label someone that and slap it on. It's his thing on Twitter. He uses it. I'm a FIFA tryhard 1. It's actually it. No memes in that instance, just to cover your bases there, Justin. Competitors getting ready for leg 2, and you can only imagine that Jazz will be looking at some changes. Adelaide United have some wonderful A-League men's for items. Craig Goodwin playing that left mid in a 3-5-2 just didn't really get many opportunities on the ball.
I think where he is going to get the most chances, though, is in that formation. I really do think that Craig Goodwin is going to get the most in that left mid position of a 3-4-2-1. But I don't know. I think he was just a bit unlucky. I think if he's playing at his best, Jazz can create a lot of chances and can get his key players into positions. It just depends how he wants to take this next leg. Does he want to just relax and whatever happens, sub on Wout Weghorst, sub on some other players that are close to him maybe, or meme players as you might say, or is he going to maybe use Team of the Year Haaland this time and not the gold? So very interested to see. I really think that he could get himself back into this game depending on what he changes.
Maybe work on some of that E-League experience. As we mentioned, I'm a FIFA tryhard, being a newer competitor to the E-League in his second season. Jazz has been there and done that one season at Western Sydney Wanderers, going to Adelaide, maybe just wondering what the E-League holds for him in the future. And now, with all these games that we have in this extended season, and even this encounter being a best-of-2 affair, time for him, as you say, Justin, not just with his tactics, with those player items, but maybe just to assess what he wants to get out of the E-League. Trust that it's a wonderful opportunity to go viral. How many goals have we seen? I think of Marco last season for Sydney FC, Adam Lafondra with a shot genuinely closer to the halfway line than anything else. Is there something like that he could be looking? Go Adelaide United, underscore this incredible goal with Craig Goodwin. You can keep that for the next 10, 15 years and enjoy the views.
I mean, to get a retweet from EA Sports FIFA account, if you can do that, it's certainly gone viral. I remember back in the day, some of the FIFA 18, 19, your El Tornado goals were getting retweeted, and there's nothing like that exposure. And maybe that's what he's going to go for in this next game, as you said. A Craig Goodwin, maybe a Craig Goodwin Travella from that left mid position. Hey, you never know. You never know. This is the E-League. Anything can happen.
Did that enter your frame of thinking when you're a competitor during the E-League? If we've got two ends, of the spectrum, and I'm going to say that and move straight on. You've got Brady, and then you've got Jazz. There you go. FIFA spectrum. I fixed it.
Yep.
One man who's locked in and one who's just smiling, applauding his opponent and whatnot. Where does Justin fit in that category? Or is that an insult to you if you pick either option? Are you somewhere in the middle?
Are we talking now or are we talking back in the day?
Yeah, when you were competing. You see Brady there, mouth of gas just locked in, and you got Jazz just smiling and chatting maybe to some of the lads or to himself?
I think it'd be more towards the Brady side of being locked in. But that's just... I was just always a very nervous competitor. I used to think about like the next match week, probably for the rest of the week after the previous result. So say if you lose a game, it takes up your whole week. And I think the difference between back then and now is it's kind of like, if I was to give a comparison between 2019 maybe 2022, it's like whatever result happens, it's like you can't really go back and change it. You kind of have to forget it. And especially with the way that it was last year, everything was on one day. You didn't really have a chance to basically think about the previous result and just think about, oh no, I've lost the game, and be distraught about it. You have to move on. Whereas now this year, you can ponder on it for a little bit and give yourself a couple of days to be like, you know what, next week I can make it a better result. But you can't really ponder it last year. Now you can.
Got that little bit of more time to reflect, which reading about the tweets and whatnot, as hopefully these two competitors are ready to get their second leg underway any moment now. Can actually see them just off screen. Good news is we will have that game shortly, but the likes of Marcus Gomes now at MacArthur FC. I believe it was Dylan from Brisbane Raw for two examples of competitors who said, just wasn't our day, mate, on Twitter, replying to each other. And as you said, Justin, though, unlike last season and maybe previous seasons, they said we can now reset and go again, reevaluate. They have an entire week until they've got 2 more games of this regular season to reassess. I think maybe even Lockie from the Mariners jumping in there as well. It's a massive change.
Yeah, no, you're spot on, and I think we've spoken about it. We've seen the players asking for this, to be able to have an extended, longer season, but also to have that gap between games. As you said, it gives you that time to basically reset, go, maybe play a bit of division rivals. You'll probably be matching up against similar players, the players you're playing against in the E-League. And the thing is, the top players, it's such small margins. You might play 15 games and one player might win 7, the other player might win 7, and then might have that one draw. And it's that close. Anything can happen in comp FIFA. So I think this year it's much better. You get to think about what you've done. You can go back onto the Twitch stream and you can go see how you did, or even if you're streaming your game yourself, you can go back and have a look at your broadcast and see how you did, where you can improve, what you can do better in the future, and then move on to next week and go and do better and put it all into your next game.
What about for specific matchups, though? Obviously, we talked about, and to be fair, you just said competitors may be matching each other quite often in their competitive play, whether that is just in Foot Champs, division rivals, and whatnot. And then the E-League, you've got that understanding. Mm-hmm. You know where your competitor is at. We've seen it with Mark 11 and Mike J, for example, as well. What does that mean for these competitors moving forward? Is it then analysing your play, seeing what works, and keeping that going? Or is it more, I've got Marco coming up? Is this what Brady's thinking now? I've got Marco coming up. I can't play like this. This won't work about Marco. So is he fine-tuning his gameplay for particular opponents, or is it more finding what works and backing yourself?
Well, don't forget, it's only the first leg played. I don't think he's worrying too far ahead. Yeah, he's got to worry about this and make sure this game is a done deal. But no, I think there is a bit of a balance now. Like, I think you might have to just relax a little bit, maybe go back and have a look at what you did wrong, but maybe a bit also in the future, that Mike J idea, just don't touch FIFA. Maybe it is a bit like that.
A lot for us to contemplate. Thank you very much. The voice of Justin, just Man United, former E-League competitor, making the playoffs last season. You get his expert analysis here in the studio. This is, of course, the fabled second leg between Brady and Jazz. Brady up 3-0 after the first leg. Going for a few longer shots, a few more interesting opportunities rather than this possession-based play, 70% plus possession rather. In the first half of that first leg before Jazz started to get on top, are you expecting a similar pattern here, or does Jazz really need to go from the outset?
I think it all depends on the first goal. If Jazz is able to get that first goal, I think he's locked in, and I think you're going to see a comeback in the second leg. But if Brady's able to get that first goal, he goes up 4 goals, you're probably just going to see Jazz starting to take some pot shots, starting to hit them from about 30, 35 yards. Might see the L1, R1 power shots go out.
We did have 2, I believe, from Brady, even in that first leg, and we do love it. Fun addition to FIFA 23. Don't know about you, Justin. I always have a casual FIFA mate who's always like, is it really any different? I'll be fine. And then you play against them and you unleash a power shot. They're like, what the heck was that? The game really has changed. We love to see it in competitive play as well.
No, EA Sports are always coming out with new features in each title of FIFA, as we see Jazz getting a goal back. Now the question is, oh, there you go. Team of the year.
Get on, son, in the game and in real life. That's Gold Haaland with the right foot.
So it was Team of the Year. Oh, wait, no, it doesn't say 88 Haaland anymore.
Not Gold Haaland.
Not Gold Haaland.
He's upgraded. It is still the weak foot, surely, that right foot of Haaland. And either way, Jazz will be saying it's a goal. To bring this back to 3-1. I'm keen for more of that, to be honest. Match your players' celebration as we go. Game on here. The second round of Matchday 2. E-League Australia. Jazz making it 3-1.
We have seen a couple of gritties so far this E-League season already, and we're only into the first 2 days. I imagine there's going to be a lot more to come in the rest of the regular season.
I think for me, it's just reflex now. I don't know if it was ever toxic, but if it was, it's just something you do. It's as natural as pressing shoot when you're in front of goal. Jazz enjoying that very much indeed. And there might be a second opportunity. Ronaldo playing through. Doesn't try a ball roll, doesn't try anything to move to the side of the keeper. Straight at him and shot easily repelled.
Yep, you brought up exactly what I was thinking. I was expecting a ball roll, maybe a heel-to-heel to get past the keeper, make that opportunity a 100% scoring chance. Very surprised he hasn't done that.
To be honest, my mind started thinking ahead to he's just going to run it in over the line if he's having fun with it. That could have been the go. Regardless, Jazz on point. Something's changed. Surely with the tactics, formations, or just with the Haaland. Either way, Brady with plenty to ponder. It is an open game, that is for sure. Plenty of space down the flanks. Courtois worrying me there for a moment, eventually grasping the ball.
Well, we literally just spoke about it. What will happen if there's a goal to Jazz, the first goal of the game in this second leg, and he's already creating more and more chances, putting on that high press? I think he's locked in, Nate. It's fair to say.
It will be as well that 3-4-2-1 that I spoke about earlier. Some competitors, as Justin called yesterday, the 3-5-2 more preferred, particularly when trying to get back into a game from a deficit. But either way, plenty of space down that left and right hand side. This is Hakimi. Not given any chance to run into pastures green. Happy to switch from fullback to fullback. And again, right on cue. Space down the flanks. Brady inside. Ball roll to the right. Wanting the extra pass. Mbappe has 3 defenders to beat. Bullets in the way. Allowing the chance to break. And it's going to say it's going to happen quickly. Try hard with the tackle just in time.
Yeah, that was a great defense from Jazz and his team of the year icon Bullet. Now we see Brady just trying to calm things down. Don't think he wants to be getting Jazz. Oh, there we go. Little cross over the offside trap. Could have seen something happen there. But Brady with just some constant pressure.
The big manual sliding tackle as well. Something that Justin was analysing yesterday. The risk and reward, thinking of Aussie FIFA for Brisbane Raw, of a manual tackle, standing or sliding, and how that can maybe leave you a bit exposed in behind.
Yeah, no, you're spot on. We did talk about that. It is a question of, do you try and apply that press to get the ball back, get yourself back into the game? Or are you just going to try and be patient and wait to let them draw themselves out?
Turnover again means Jason Cummings has the ball, looking for the 1-2 with his A-League men's compatriot. Another sliding challenge and another red jersey on the floor. Manual run called near side and eventually brought back Mbappe. It was to Haaland. There's space there, but the pass well short. Once again, the back line called up, so Tryhard just plays a simple 1-2. Manual challenge Militao on that occasion. At both ends now, Adelaide United and Jazz putting in 100%. Haaland, not the most eloquent or fluent on the ball, but dribbles away there. Ronaldo, one-on-one, and Brady, great challenge with Militao.
That was a fantastic little bit of standing tackle from Brady as he looks to go on the counter here with Kylian Mbappe. Goes, I was about to say go out for a throw, but it's been called a foul. He's probably going to look to just pass this off short and try and build up a little attack.
Last chance of the half before we enter the final 45 of the second leg. Modric on the edge of the area. Tryhard showing he doesn't mind a long shot or two. We continue because the ball is still technically in play and in an attacking area. Jazz will not like it if that doesn't go out eventually. The corner will also be allowed. Competitors, as we've spoken about yesterday, not wanting to take it directly, but not much time remaining. Red-timed header. Courtois grabs the ball. Brady with a big shrug saying, probably had about 5 half chances in the last 3 minutes of that encounter. But for Jazz and Adelaide United fans, it's game on, approaching the final 45.
Timothy Modric would just not say no. He would not say no. He would never lose that ball.
3-1. As we have a look at the stats there, still Brady happy to keep possession, happy to be patient, but have a look at the interceptions, the tackling intensity. Sure, Brady might have the better percentage of tackles completed, but it's the intent from Jazz that you love to see.
No, I mean, he's looking to get that ball back and go on the counter, get himself some goal-scoring opportunities, try and get himself further back into this game. And 2 goals is not much in FIFA. 2 quick chances and the game can flip on its head and it's all even. It's 0-0.
The brief snapshot we got there of the background, I feel like I saw some sauce bottles. Obviously not of the giant inflatable variety like you'd see IRL on the Central Coast. Every time we go back, I'll probably see something different. Back in the second half, a Mariners fan, I'm a FIFA tryhard, trying to restore that 3-goal advantage. Who felt on top of the world, would have been thinking maybe of those games against Marco, Saad, others in Group B. Right now he needs to worry about the task in front of him. Lovely second man press and then the manual challenge. Jazz knows that's going sideways. Cummings in plenty of space. And the defender brought out is going to leave Ronaldo with time and space to the back stick. Tries the extra pass back inside. Thought the shot across the face might have been a more effective option, but maybe taking a gamble that doesn't quite come off on that occasion. Still going to be fair, Brady from the corner. Tries it again. Courtois much more comfortable for Jazz in this second leg.
No, I don't think I was surprised as you to see that pass across goal from Brady. It was the smarter option to do, but just unlucky not to see it fall to the feet of his attacker.
Manual run made and rewarded. Brady once again the cross. The header is not saved. Courtois getting there but can only parry it into the net It is that extra goal for tryhard. Mbappe making it 4. And that's about 3 celebrations in 1. Confirmation of the sauce bottles. When you think you've lost the plot, you realize it's always just I'm a FIFA tryhard enthusiasm. What a king. What a zoom in, by the way. Maybe as well a Nisbet for item. A lot going on. All in one moment. 4-1 in this second leg. Tryhard loving it. Jazz looking to not just look back for goals, of course, but trying to get possession of the ball at the moment, Justin.
I hate to bring it up again, but that's the 3rd time we've seen the Marcus Rashford celebration. It's taken the E-League by storm.
Yeah, it seemed like you hate to bring it up, mate. You're smiling like the fan you are, crossed in once again. We don't mind it. We like a little bit of spice and flavour. I think Bilza started it, if I remember correctly. Then Paddy did it back at him, and Bilza saying afterwards, if I had known. I brought out the gritty a little bit earlier. Not quite rivalry, not quite even necessarily banter, but something just to keep an eye on as we progress through the competition. Jazz, another who's embracing the power shot, but doesn't clear the first defender.
And that's exactly what we spoke about before. If this game goes too far out of Jazz's grasp, he would go for things as extraordinary as that. A little rainbow flick into a possible power shot. Unfortunately, not getting it off before the defender got the block in.
Here I was thinking the rainbow flick would be enough, and then follows it up with, as you say, either a power shot cancel. I was down for whatever. Jazz once again, not maybe impressed, but surprised by Brady's reliance, consistency in making that fullback switch just to retain possession. Finally, space out wide here. Craig Goodwin, lovely pass inside. Haaland makes the run, but Jazz doesn't want it. Ronaldo then plays it to Hullet. Might have been just a standard longer shot without being a power shot. Driven pass, I'm not sure. Either way, Cummings offside. Pass or two later.
15 minutes left now for Jazz to get himself back into this game. I really am questioning whether he can. Maybe it's going to be a power shot as Ruud Hullet from 35 yards, it seems to be, put Jazz back into this game. And that's all it takes. That's all it takes. A little L1, R1, little close-up action. Ruud Hullet, what a strike.
You know what? I'm not even mad. I'm not even complaining. If it happened right before then, as the power shot's being taken, I'm feeling different. But to be quite honest, understanding the nature of esports happening all around the world, we can just sit and enjoy that incredible goal. You probably saw the XG there on your screen. 0.00. And that's why we love it. It's a little bit of unexpectedness, uncertainty. Could well rattle Brady when we resume in this final 12 or so minutes.
Well, Jazz has put himself in this position where it's about 10 minutes left in game. That's more than enough time to create 2 chances for 2 goal-scoring opportunities. We could return to the game seeing it possibly within 1. And, you know, that's what you get when you get a matchup between Jazz and Brady. You literally do not know what's going to happen.
Wonderful to take that on. Of course, we talked about longer shots and their effectiveness. Mentioned it yesterday, but we're seeing it be a little bit more effective today. Have you seen any reason for that to change necessarily, Justin?
I can't really think of any reason as to why. I don't know, maybe just chance that it just does happen to go in. You never know.
Interesting to see. I'm not going to call it a meta, but just as a gameplay mechanic, if the power shot becomes a staple, a feature, a regularity as this extended E-League season continues. Of course, now back live, finishing off this contest. What a joy to witness that strike from Jazz. Goal of the season in E-League 2022. A strong contender very early on in 23, but also game on here. Still needing to restore parity and earn himself a point. Cummings will break free. Hernandez, I believe, that is in defense, and coming straight past him. Tryhard tries it once. The rebound, not fortuitously rebounding at all. However, Jazz, very quick, as you can understand why, to rush up the field. The switch again. Brady may well settle this now.
No, I think he will try to look to do exactly that, or he might just try and go score more goals. I'm very wrong though. Looking to pass it back to his Courtois, pass it around the back into his attack, and just looking to hold on to this game. And can you blame him? Only 4 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, I think I'll blame him, if you're asking the question. Justin, we've just had a power shot from nowhere. It's going to be the points for Brady. I feel like the moral victory might even go the way of Jazz. Ronaldinho header, back, Cummings deflection in there, Militao. Into the final few minutes of regular time in this second leg. Jazz has a player free on the far side. Allerin it is to Ronaldo, to feet to Ronaldinho. The final pass just hasn't linked up consistently enough.
No, I think Jazz might look back and think what could have been. There was a chance in the first half of the first leg that hit the post after he did absolutely everything right. And then the goal that he conceded where he did offside trap. Well, I mean, it is something he might rue after losing this result.
We'll see what they have to say. Hopefully we hear from these competitors, not just tonight, but from throughout the season. Jazz with a wonderful comeback there and an incredible goal, particularly with Hullet. We're going to keep talking about it, I'm sure, as the season progresses. But you are quite right, Justin. One man truly switched on right from the start. I'm a FIFA tryhard by name. I'm a FIFA tryhard by nature. Locked in and enjoying it, and clearly just loving being part of not just the E-League, but the Mariners.
Sorry, I
You zoned
absolutely
out,
blanked. I absolutely blanked. My apologies,
Justin,
mate.
I'm going to let you off the hook. We're going to go to a quick break and come back and bring on more Group B here at E-League Australia. We can just gritty. You saw Jazz do it before. Do you want to respond now then? You want to go?
I wouldn't be able to.
Welcome back to the E-League Australia 2023. We're just catching our breath here after not just some great goals, Justin, some wonderful celebrations as well.
No, absolutely every celebration was done in that game. We saw a Gritty, a Shush, one of these. Absolutely everything was being done in that game.
Mitch, you were saying you were enjoying it, watching back there as you're preparing for the next encounter. You just can't avoid the scenes of the Gritty even when you're losing in a game of FIFA.
Something like that, does it go? No, it was good. It's good to see the boys express themselves with some celebrations. That's what I'm here for.
You can't have fun with it. I'm not sure what else you can do. Pilski, another side of FIFA esports for you to have a look at. One thing hasn't changed. Games, scores, goals are plenty.
Yeah, 100%. I've honestly been interested to see, like, it always feels like it's a bit lopsided in terms of the scoring. You know, you have these high scoring games versus these low scoring games. Obviously, we watched that Brady versus Jazz game, and that was it felt like a bit of a slower one. Obviously, there was a few delays in there, so maybe that broke up the momentum in there, but not much you could do about that. Whereas this Nayla versus Dylan game, I mean, that had 13 goals in it, almost twice, more than twice the goals at the end of the day. It must have been something to watch.
Wonderful to have Nayla returning as well. We enjoyed the Melbourne City banter yesterday. That's Melbourne City. The Central Coast Mariners have got a competitor returning for another season, and I'm a FIFA tryhard is loving it. Lav, let's chat with the man himself.
Brady, congratulations on an incredible first win of the season. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I feel really good actually. There was a bit like of a delay in between the two games there, so that sort of slowed up the momentum a little bit. But overall, you got to keep the ball to win, and that's what I did. So I'm very happy.
Love that. The only thing more incredible than the win is your setup, though. Please talk us through what is going on behind the scenes here. You've got the sauce bottles.
Yeah, of course here. We've got Anytime Fitness, obviously a proud sponsor of the Central Coast Mariners and also of our A-League team. These great signs behind us have been made by Signarama Tugra, so many thanks to those guys. Mate Internet, they helped us, probably why the connection was so good. And a lot of other sponsors as well. So Central Coast Mariners always doing their best as per usual.
And the Central Coast Mariners did their best for you. You obviously have to pick 2 Central Coast Mariners players for your team, and you even scored a goal with one. Tell us about it. Yeah,
so Cum Dog, the big man himself, he had to start. I mean, I was contemplating playing McGarry at left back, obviously formerly of the Newcastle Jets, so we didn't really want him there. But Benny on Kololo as well was another option, but Wenzel Halls in the end got the nod off the bench. I thought, attack wins games, defense wins championships. So that was a mindset going into that, and knowing how good everyone else I'm playing is against at skills and whatnot, I had to try to stop them at doing that.
And it's absolutely paid off for you. How are you feeling heading into the rest of the season?
Yeah, I feel alright, to be honest. Like, I'm playing at home this year. Like, I played down at the Central Coast Mariners HQ last year, so it was a different environment for me. However, overall, I mean, I got Nayla up next, probably the hardest player that when I play against online probably beats me the most. So I'll try my best against that. But overall, I'm happy I got that win and hopefully can set up a good season ahead.
Well, you'd be forgiven for thinking that you're still at the Central Coast Mariners head office with all of the signage in the background.
Yes.
Well, have a great rest of your season.
Thank you.
Brady. Goodness gracious me. I feel like we needed to chuck #sponsored at the end of every sentence at the start there. But respect. Mariners getting their money worth. And to be fair, Justin, they're getting their goals worth as well. 3 points on the board. Might be a little bit more tricky when he faces Nayla later on today.
I just have to say, the Mariners, they need to have him at every game on the touchline. He's a walking sponsorship. No, but in all seriousness, what a win for him. But he's looking at a decent season if he can pick up results like that.
What are your thoughts, Mitch? You disgusted, appalled, enjoying it?
No, I love the sponsorship there. I hope the Mariners have thrown a few extra dollars on his contract there for those name drops, especially Anytime Fitness.
Brady. We love you, mate. Looking forward to see your game against Nayla later on. But game 3, it's big. JMK King for his native Wellington Phoenix. Saad for Western United.
Keen to get into it. Obviously getting a little bit of a look at all of the players, a bit more of a well-rounded perspective of Group B once we get through the rest of the games of the night. But we'll be seeing a fair bit of Saad tonight at least. What are your perspective on some of these players, Mitch?
Well, I know these two players very well. They are part of Squad Force 9, obviously.
Oh, what's that again? What, I
it's
haven't heard of
my
that
esports organisation.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, but no, look, these guys are two quality players. Really looking forward to seeing what they can do and putting on a show for us tonight.
Is that a good esports org, would you say, Mitch?
Testing the waters here, man.
Bloody hell. All right. No opinion. Not allowed to have opinions as the colour commentator. It's fine. We'll ask you more about the game. We'll move on quickly because we are starting to get into it. Only early days here, but Saad already feeling his way through. Going to be passing it up towards the top side, and it's a classic. Mbappe making space on the wing, trying to get an opportunity to shoot nice and early on here. A goal this early would definitely set the tempo, but at least for the time being, can't quite find his way in. All right, well, now going to get possession back in the favour of JMK here. He's going to see if he can make it back towards the other side of the field at this point and potentially get himself a bit of an opportunity here, Mitch.
Yeah, look, I think they both obviously play against each other weekly, daily, just feeling each other out a bit here. I think nobody wants to cop a goal too early. It's these guys know each other very well, so I think there's a bit of a personal matchup here, I'd say.
Okay, bit of history there, perhaps. Going to kick it out.
Not too
for
sure
the time being.
What was happening there from JMK King, but anyway.
They gave it a bit of a crack. I saw a very impressive shot from pretty far out in just the last game. Not sure it got the victory, but look, definitely some style points there. Yeah,
maybe a finger might have just got a bit sweaty and pressed the wrong button there, I think. But look, nothing too much to say here. It's pretty a slow start from both the boys here.
Yep. Something about Mum Spaghetti. That's old favourite. Look, at the end of the day here, you get possession back on over. Pele's seeing if he can make himself a bit of a play here, an opportunity perhaps. And so far it's not to be. Not a whole lot of passing going on in towards the box just yet. It feels like he's trying to angle for the right approach, but inching ever closer. He's very much keeping the ball away from the defensive line, it feels like, trying to get that good pass off and actually give it a bit of a crack. And here we go, Mbappe straight in towards the back right corner. That's absolutely beautiful. And immediately there's a bit of a pause. JMK going to try and reset after that one.
Yeah, it's lovely, well-worked goal by Saad. He's such a patient player with his play, He just keeps the ball so well, draws you out, and then obviously you'll make a mistake there, and he's punished JMK there.
Yeah, I definitely saw how intentional that was from him. He's having a great time here. I think he's jamming out to something or other. Don't know what song that is. How's your lip reading, Mitch?
I'm not sure. I mean, I think he's into a bit of hip hop, but going off the head bop there, he's jamming to something.
I have to ask him what his Spotify looks like a little bit later on. Maybe he's got himself a FIFA playlist for game time. Definitely can help you get in the zone a little bit more. Again, Saad grabbing himself some possession. Going to pass it up towards the top side of the field. Anything notable for the A-League boys mixed into the teens for either one of the boys?
I think the main thing I've sort of looked at is Wellington Phoenix haven't obviously provided JMK King with a shirt, which is a bit disappointing to see, but we'll move on from that topic. But
I think it's got lost in the post, is what I heard. Yeah. Unfortunately, that one's on Australia Post. You can't blame anyone in particular for that. He even, look, as far as I heard from him, he even got the text that said, "Look, sorry we missed you." They left a card. So not much you can do about that, Mitch. It happens to everyone.
Yeah, well, it's what it is.
When the mail actually gets delivered, I'm surprised these days. Saad, though, he's already delivered one for the game. Seeing if he can make himself another opportunity. And I'm loving how intentional he is with his passes compared to some of the other players I've seen that just love to kind of, like you said, I mean, you use the term kind of walk it in. He, I feel like, is very consistently creating opportunities, and it's the exact same move as before. Passes up towards the top side and just sinks it in towards the back right side of the net quite easily there.
That was a naughty ball roll scoop turn there, but he's just so intricate. small passes, starts from the wing and just works his way in, and then obviously the ball roll scoop turn there and a lovely finish.
I'm loving the play style from Saad. Definitely vibing with it.
Yeah, he's very patient with his play, but you know, it's hard to get the ball off when he's got it. Trust me.
Well, JMK needs to try to return a goal sooner rather than later. At least he's got himself a little bit of space over here towards the left side of the field, passing it around just outside the box, but a sea of defenders very quickly get the ball back for Saad. Pele going to pass it back a little bit more. And Saad getting a lot of space here for a moment, but JMK, nice little interception from him. And look, he really needs to try to make the most of this space, the most of this opportunity if he can, but there's just not a whole lot of options for Mbappe there, unfortunately.
It's nice to see him using Costa Barbarouses, the Wellington Phoenix A-League player. The privilege to play with him at Melbourne Victory, and he's a close mate as well, so I'm kind of hoping that he's going to possibly get a goal back here for JMK at some point.
How have they done with his likeness? Have they nailed his likeness in the game?
Look, you know, I've done a couple of TikToks lately of my FIFA cards and what I used to look like. And, you know, it's safe to say they, I think they just take a generic picture and everybody kind of gets the same.
You're saying you're not a generic looking guy, Mitch?
Well, just a basic looking cute.
You just got one of those faces, you know?
That's it.
Yep. Just existing. That's all right, though. Better than being notable for other reasons.
That's it.
Saad, again, with possession.
Slowing it down here. He's not really...
I mean, we're getting pretty close to half-time at this point, and he's in a good position. No reason to do anything crazy and, you know, overplay his hand. He's going to see if he can make it 3 for the first half. Again, in a pretty good position, and it's this...
Wow.
I mean, that time, that was fancy footwork. It was just, you know, it wasn't a pass into shooting in towards the back right side of the goal. It was just Ronaldo running circles around everyone.
Sometimes you just have to hold your hands up. I'm going to say that was unbelievable. Beautifully worked in from the wing, straight into R9, who's causing JMK King some serious problems there, especially with the reverse elasticos. Look, it's hard to defend, but yeah, JMK's got some thinking to do here at halftime.
So what do you do against this? You know, it's I'm seeing a lot of skills coming out for Saad, but definitely I'm enjoying the patience with which he passes. It's in direct contrast to some of the other players we've seen in the E-League so far, where it feels like they're trying to brawl straight in towards the defensive line. It feels like he's trying to keep the ball back a little bit, draw the defenders out of the box, kind of split them apart and create his opportunities like that.
Yeah, I think, look, he's keeping the ball well, which I think is just sort of frustrating JMK a little bit. When you don't have the ball for long periods of time, you sort of make a few rational decisions trying to win the ball back. You know, where sometimes maybe you just have to accept to look like, yeah, he's going to hold the ball longer than me, and maybe change your tactics up a bit. Maybe try and get him on the counter attack. But look, there he is on the screen there. He's putting on a show today for the boys. Yep.
Kicking ass and chewing gum. And he didn't run out of gum. He went to the store earlier and he got some. With his, I mean, he's going to be able to afford a lot more the way that he's playing. He's going to be getting himself some cash at the end of the season, I dare say, because this has not been a close first half of the first leg here. It's not over by any means, but still, JMK, even when he has possession, even when he has space, he's not quite able to convert. A little bit of a chip up, and Saad has Mbappe with space yet again. He doesn't really have an option to go to just yet. Just the single man on the inside. Still finds Pele anyway. That was the only player that could have sent it. And that's a fourth for him, Mitch.
Running away with it. Very difficult for Josh here to come back into this, but look, I think, as I said before, sometimes you just have to hold your hands up, and Saad's just been fantastic in this game. He's literally He just uses the icons so well. I mean, he's giving me nightmares with that Ronaldo. But I'd just be, yeah. He's got to try and stop R9 somehow. Good luck. Don't know how he's going to do it. But
I hear the pain in your voice, Mitch. I feel like this has been done to you, and we're having a PTSD moment right now.
I've been on the end of a few. Can't say it on air, but look, R9's. He's destroyed me a few times. I'll tell you that.
Well, happens to the best of us. And at this point, JMK is probably going to need to be the best to recover this 4-goal deficit. Going to have to dig deep and find something special. Because yet again, Saad is just patiently working the ball, taking his time, taking nice, safe passes and waiting for JMK to kind of overplay it, overextend his hand, see if he can try to find an opportunity to pick apart the defense.
I think he just needs to just try and get a foothold of the ball, just keep possession for a little bit, try and see if you can create something. Even just a goal at this point would just give him that bit of confidence to try and ball on. I don't know what else to say.
Oh, he's been absolutely decked. Unfortunate. Saad now kicking it over to... I wish I could say that. Mitch, please help me.
Saad's
Pereiras?
Dylan Pereiras.
Pereiras. Really? That's how you say that? It's not spelt like that.
Yeah. He's a top young player in the A-League, one of Western United's up-and-coming young players at the moment. Had the privilege of...
Yeah, that's a really cool story, Mitch. Yeah, that's a really cool story, man. He's a great player, I'm sure, but yeah, it doesn't matter, mate.
It doesn't matter. R9's the main man today, and he's, not going to lie, Saad's making Dylan Pereiras look like R9 as well.
It might be 09 sooner rather than later, mate. Jesus Christ, the way that this is going. As JMK finally with a bit of space. He's going to get himself another opportunity to reset, though. Needs to make the most of it. We've got to get rolling sooner rather than later. We're almost 70 minutes into the first leg, and unfortunately chipping it up is not going to be the way to go. Saad grabs himself possession yet again. And he's going to reset and just do the Saad thing.
Yep, same play. He's not going to change anything. Keep the ball. Slow, intricate passing. Loves his step overs, skill moves, reverse elasticos, the lot. Saad can do everything.
His FIFA players in the game just look shiftier than others for some reason. He's got a real special handle on the sticks, I think.
Yeah, they just seem to be moving and more agile, faster. It's like he's making JMK King's squad look like they're a bronze team right now.
We're going to chip it up. We've got space over here, but unfortunately whistle's blown, and even though JMK King looked like he might have had an opportunity, JMK King rather, Saad's going to grab the ball yet again and continue his domination of possession. That was a bit of a scuffle. Hold on. JMK's got himself possession of the ball for the time being, and he's trying to make something. He just let his feet get away from him a little bit, unfortunately.
When it's not your day, it's not your day.
Oh boy. Usually, it's not the feet that get away from me. It's my mouth is moving faster than my brain, and that can be a recipe for disaster. Trust me.
I would have just subbed Ginola off after that.
Jesus Christ.
We're on an A-League play right now.
Oh man, do not let Mitch be the GM of your team or the coach of your team. It's just cutthroat. Unfortunate. Give the man a chance.
I used to do it with my own card if he wasn't producing. Sub myself off.
Absolutely brutal. I mean, you expect the best from yourself. High standards.
Yep.
Of course. Man, this is getting messy. I was getting scared there for JMK King for a second, but luckily not this time. Saad loses possession. JMK now going to chip it over to Ronaldinho and over to Ronaldo straight after that. Oh no, bit of a sloppy pass, but it's all good. Back on top. Still hasn't made it close enough to the box just yet. Just kicking things around. It's very quick passing tempo for JMK King if you compare it to Saad's playstyle though. He's really trying to send it between a lot of the players. Bit of a scuffle up towards the top side there, and JMK is going to have an opportunity to reset. really needs himself a goal in this first leg. We're getting right towards the end of it. He's got an opportunity, but it's deflected well by Saad's defense, and we're still at 5-0, and there's not many minutes left in this first leg, Mitch.
Nope, he's running out of time for JMK King here, but look, I think obviously it's game done. I think he just needs to reset now, try not to concede. Obviously look at the second leg and 5-0 deficit. It's it's not an ideal scoreline going into the second leg, but look, they've been turned over before. I'll say it now. It has been done in FIFA esports, so anything can happen.
But how do you do it? Like, what's the expert opinion, Mitch? Because I've been in, I usually do your job. So I've been asked the same thing. Team's down a lot. So how do you turn it around? What's the play here? Any big adjustments? Is it just as simple as one goal at a time?
I think, look, he's got to look at changing his formation around a bit. It's obviously not worked for him. Maybe obviously they play against each other a lot. Maybe that's had a bit of an effect, and Saad's maybe got the upper hand.
Is this usually how it goes, though, historically?
Not exactly, but I just think, when you do play against each other all the time, it is quite easy to kind of learn how players, friends, because most of the guys are friends in this region. It's a small player pool, so the guys obviously play against each other all the time. So I think, it is. I think you need to have that kind of. It's better to be unpredictable, obviously. Sure. And obviously with these guys, and obviously the game we've just seen, then, Saad's been on top.
Is it a case of he just has a good read today, and or a good day at the office today, or is this always how it goes?
Look, I think sometimes you just have a bad day at the office, and obviously looking at some of the goals back here, Saad was, look, we can't take anything away from his performance. That
was beautiful to watch, mate. I don't think I've seen anyone make the players move like this yet. And maybe I wasn't looking at the other games as closely, but I think this might be my favourite player.
He made R9 look, well, like prime R9 as he was. Some people... I find he's a tricky player, R9. A lot of the time he is really good, but sometimes, when I've used him in the past, he's one of the most frustrating players, I think, for myself. But look, Saad's just absolutely ran away with it here. So look, Josh has got some thinking to do at half time here, and we'll see how we go for the second game.
So what are we expecting for him? Any kind of change-ups in terms of personnel or formation or anything? What do you do? Like, you've seen Saad's style, we both agree, wow, that's pretty good. But, you got to try and come up with an answer.
Yeah, look, I think he's got to go attacking. It's pretty obvious. He's 5-0 down. You need goals. If you want to try and win it, you need 6 goals here. So, yeah, I think I wouldn't say go all-out attack from the start, but I think he needs to really look at putting some maybe 3-4 up top and try and get a goal back early. I think that's the main thing. If he concedes straight away from the start, unfortunately, I think it's going to be game over.
Yeah, got to set the tempo early. I mean, Saad's clearly turned up to this game, and we're going to see him play multiple games today, so we'll get a feel for whether this is like a one-game wonder, whether it's going to be consistent all season long. What's your expectation for him this season?
Well, look, I mean, JMK King, he's no slouch. He's one of the New Zealand's number one FIFA player, so he's got a really good reputation. And look, obviously Saad's got a difficult game with Marco later on. He's another one of the best FIFA players.
Is this another case of, we had, who was it? Was it not Mark 11, who yesterday played 2 really strong players and beat them both in their opening game? He's up the top of the table in the other group. I can't quite remember. Is this a similar case for Saad, where he's playing some of the strongest players in his group straight away?
Yeah, I think your confidence grows, doesn't it? If you play the better players and you beat them straight off the bat. Yeah. Some players probably be like, I kind of want to play the easier players and get the wins on the board. But I think me personally, if I went into the E-League and I was beating the better players, like I said, your likes of Dylan Campbell and those caliber of highly ranked FGS players, my confidence would go through the roof. So, yeah.
100%. Can be a bit of a curse, unfortunately, in terms of playing some of the stronger players earlier. Some players just function better when they have a little bit more time to warm into things. Maybe you get a couple warm-up games in, you get a little bit more familiar with the environment. But as it stands, I mean, look at that, 4-4-2, 4-2-4. seeing any kind of big change-ups. It's, look, it's another leg of FIFA. It's 0-0. We can pretend that the overall score doesn't exist. You said, setting the tempo early, getting yourself one in the net nice and early on is going to be pretty important here for JMK King.
Yeah, I mean, look, maybe he wants a bit more from Costa Barbarouses, the A-League player. It's good to see Bengaruccio and Dylan Pereiras obviously as well in for Western United with Saad. I think they're probably two really good picks that Western United have got. I think in terms of actually having pace for players, Saad's got a really good option there. I think he's also got Connor Payne, who's got good pace as well in terms of stats that could come off the bench as well. So, yeah, look, I think this could be in trouble here already.
It's Ronaldo. It's Ronaldo again. Please don't.
He's doing
He
stuff
doesn't
with the ball
deserve.
here.
He doesn't deserve for wrecked this early on. Already be 0-5. And Saad, he's just doing what he does. This is what he did all of the first leg. Just taking his sweet time, passing it around outside the box, trying to pull the defense apart. And once again, over towards Ronaldo, who's going to start spinning around the ball like a Beyblade. But unfortunately, no, not this time. JMK back with possession. And he's going to see what he could do. Luckily, doesn't lose possession there. And he's over towards Virgil on the bottom side. When he's gotten, further up the field, it feels like he's trying to go up through the top or the bottom side quite a bit. How do you see him maybe potentially getting himself an opportunity on Saad's side of the field? I feel like I haven't even really seen Saad play too much defense this game, to be honest.
No, I think it's sort of all been attack, but I think, look, obviously, Dylan Pereiras is on the right wing and Bengaruccio, the other A-League players on the left-hand side at left back. So I think you've got to target those sort of areas. I mean, if it was me, I'd be trying to target Garuccio.
Oh no, I thought that was it, Mitch. I thought that was it. I saw Mbappe hand it over to Ronaldo and he was winding it up. But not quite, unfortunately. Whistle gets blown and that's another missed opportunity.
Yeah, look, I think he just needs to concentrate on having a good second game here, JM King. Look, as we've said, there's still plenty more games to go, but I think if he can just have a positive performance in this game, it'll obviously boost his confidence for his second game.
Saad in pole position yet again. Just inside the box, just gives it a crack with Pele. And saved by the keeper. Going to be reset, and he's actually going to have another opportunity, another crack here. he's just seeing if he can chip it in from outside the box at this point.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's interesting to see JM King go with an A-League goalkeeper in Ollie Sale as well.
Is that the first player to do that?
That's the first one, I think, that's had an A-League player. But he is a Team of the Week card, so his stats are obviously boosted. But look, I mean, it gives him the advantage of having an extra, Team of the Year or icon player out on the main field, which I guess is what counts.
I'm not going to talk too much smack here, Mitch, but all I'm saying is there's been a few in the net this game.
Look, I don't want to be the bearer of giving the A-League player abuse, but...
Oh, boy, no. We were just talking about it, Mitch. We were just talking about it.
I mean, maybe...
What does he need to do?
Does
he need to grow a few more inches, or what's the play for him at this point?
I think it's called Van der Sar.
Just be someone else. Game. Don't be yourself. That's bad advice. Don't listen to what your parents told you. Be somebody else. Hopefully someone taller with longer arms. Look, Saad grabs himself possession once again. Feels like JMK can get himself up to the box, but can't convert from there. Pass it over to Gullet. And he's getting space yet again here with Mbappe, waiting for some of the boys to get in position so he can have some options in terms of passing. But, Saad's not in a rush. He doesn't need to be. He's done so well in the first leg that he can just play this game all day.
Yeah, look, he's just toying with JM King here, pulling out all the skills, ball roll, everything, scoop turns, elasticos.
I feel like I'm getting a live tutorial from Saad right now.
You're getting the full 5-star skill moves treatment right now.
I'm a big fan. I'm certified Saad enjoyer at this point. As once again, he's got possession. Would love to see the possession stats once we get this game done and dusted. Might have to call an exorcist at that point. As I'm going to get Saad once again, making it pretty deep up the field, but whistle gets blown, and JMK going to have another opportunity.
Look, I think just going back to Saad as well, you know, obviously he was at Melbourne Victory last year, probably didn't have, you know, his best of E-Leagues, being his first E-League. I think it was a sort of a good confidence booster to kind of get into the E-League finally and, you know, just kind of get comfortable with it. But I think everybody's expecting him to kind of go to that next stage this year. I think it's a big year for him. You know, everybody says it in the region. He's one of the toughest and hardest players to play against, but he's maybe not gone all the way in terms of in tournaments. But this is a big opportunity for him. And yeah, look, Western United have signed a quality player.
I'm not going to disagree with how this game's going. Oh boy. Mbappe gave it a crack. Not to be at the end of the day. Those are the kind of goals that you need to go in at this point once we're heading towards the end of the first half in the second leg here. Saad with possession once again. He'll be kicking it over to Pele. He's going to have probably one more crack here. And again, it's Ronaldo looking tricky.
It just moves so elegantly.
I don't know if that's the word I'd use, to be honest, Mitch. He's doing some kind of moves that I've never seen before, you know. I've been out a few times, and I've never seen anyone cracking those on the dance floor on Friday night.
Look, I think for Josh, he's just got to, you know, JMK King, he's just got to reset, I think. Look, it's just one of them games, you know, it's FIFA. But the thing is, you know, there's always another game. It's got 6 weeks to go.
Yeah.
Mentally reset and, you know, even try a couple of new things maybe here. You know, he's got another half to go. Just freshen it up, try something different, and, you know, look towards the next game, I think.
Maybe you play for a bit of goal diff at this point, because this one's not going fantastic. I'm enjoying what I'm seeing from Saad, though. And if this is the kind of form that he's bringing into today, I'd be pretty scared as that round 6 opponent, to be honest.
Well, I was chatting with JMK King before, and he was promising me a celebration, and I don't think we're going to see it yet. We haven't seen a goal from him, so yeah, bit disappointed if I don't see that. But
it happens sometimes. There's seen any kind of change-ups here in terms of the formations or the personnel. They're still kind of rolling with the same ones. I mean, we saw the Barbarousis and then the goalie. Do you ever get this far down and just think about, you know, changing those players up? Or
well, look, I think the game's long gone now. He's obviously stuck with Ollie Sale. I can see why he's gone for him, because, you know, he is a team of the week FUD item, which, you know, he's quite highly rated in terms of A-League goalkeepers. So he's probably thought, look, I can get, you know, an extra icon, Ronaldinho, whoever it is, attacking third.
Yeah.
And it's an extra special player compared to, you know, say Saad, who's got 2 outfield A-League players.
I need to make a mental note and just look at JMK King's team, and I just want to just check on who the goalie is for the next game after how this one's gone.
Look, I'll be very surprised if he starts him in the next game, put it that way. But look, I mean, Saad's just been unbelievable. I mean, if you think about it, the goals he has scored, to be honest, I think even Van der Sar might have struggled to save some of those. So, you know, I think it is a bit harsh, I think, just to, you know, single out Ollie Sale in the net, because JMK King's defending, I think he doesn't need me to tell him that it's, you know, not been up to scratch. So,
well, better to fail early rather than later on. Learn those hard lessons from some of these games and try to make adjustments, because there's nothing you can do in this one. Saad's just run Mbappe straight up the field and absolutely sent it. And that's going to be 7 up for him. JMK King kind of going through the motions at this point, seeing if his Mbappe can make the same moves, but I'm pretty convinced at this point that Saad's moves on the sticks have got something to do with it.
Yep, I think he's ready for full time. JMK King, he is, yeah, not enjoying this game.
67%, unreal. I don't think I've seen that yet, Mitch.
Oh, look, it's been a dominant performance from Saad, but, you know, most of the guys who do know him, they're probably, you know, it's probably not a shock to them in terms of, you know, I've played against Saad myself, so I know how good he is. It's it's a difficult task to try and beat him.
Yeah, look, if your practice opponents are, cutting your teeth on Mitch Austin, then you're probably going to start outputting these kind of performances pretty quickly, I would say.
Yeah, well, I haven't played him that many times after I did play him, so that was, safe to say. After watching him today, you can see
the career
why.
trajectory's just gone up since then.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely, yep. 100%. As Saad again with possession over here. Going to pass it between, I feel like, the trio of Pele, Ronaldo and Mbappe have just been getting it done all day for Saad. How much can he move those three boys around? I don't feel like the rest of the team is really mattering at this point, to be honest.
They're just telepathic up there, aren't they? The connection between the three of them has just been fantastic, and I think this has been, one of the most dominant performances that we've probably seen in the E-League so far.
If those couple of boys can make some more magic happen, at least for the time being, it's Gullet up here on the top. He's going to try and chip it in. Again, Saad just taking his time, passing it around the outside of the box, waiting for the right player to find so that he can give another goal a crack. Not that he needs one. At this point, he's just trying to win on goal diff overall once the season. See if he can crack double digits before this game is over, and he might have another opportunity to do so. A little bit wide. Is that the first one that's missed? I think that might have been the first one that's missed all game long.
Well, I think Saad's given Nagidi a lesson in how to put the ball in the back of the net from the first game that we watched.
Yeah. Just get it in, bro. Honestly.
He's made it look easy. Really has today.
Yeah. Keen to see some more of his games after this one.
Yeah, well, look, obviously we've got the Marco game later on, which that's going to be a mouth-watering fixture to watch. I can't wait for that.
Again, Saad passing it around between the same group of players that have been finding him success all game long. Pele over to Ronaldo, who once again starts moving his legs in an unnatural way I've never seen before. Maybe getting a little bit too fancy with it. Loses control of things. And some quick passing in the middle of the field here for JMK King. Trying to find some space or some ground to even just get a single goal together. Mbappe's got some space, but nice little slide in from Van der Sar, and unfortunately that's shut down pretty quickly. Getting scrappy here. Again, every time, I feel like every time it gets scrappy, Saad manages to find himself the ball.
He just seems to get the second ball every single time.
JMK, clearly frustrated there. He finally wrestled control of it, and it's a failed pass back over to Saad, and he's just going to run it straight up the field. Ooh.
He's just got his rotations on tap. He does the same sort of similar thing, Saad, every time, where it's like it's down the line, ball rolls, scoop turn, back inside, but you just can't stop it.
Oh, it's got to be Ronaldinho to get it done, but still can't. Every opportunity shut down. Doesn't matter which way JMK King goes. It feels like he's walking his way through a maze, and it's just dead end after dead end. And then every time he turns around, it's Ronaldo just spinning in circles in front of him. Going to haunt his dreams later on, unfortunately. He's just having a crack for fun at this point. That was a good attempt there. What was that, Trivella?
No, that was a La Croqueta.
Oh, La Croqueta. What's the difference? La
Croqueta is quick feet, basically, left foot to right foot really quickly, whereas the Trivella is the outside of the foot shot from outside the box, which we actually haven't seen from Saad as of yet.
Oh, what's he been using mostly?
Well, he's been using the ball roll scoop turn from the wings. That seems to be his little trademark skill move that he's been going for. But look, it's working for him, and he's got a great set of patterns of play there, which he's, I hate to say it, but he's blown JMK King out of the water there.
I mean, that felt like a perfect game of FIFA, Mitch. I haven't seen many games of FIFA yet. I've only seen a couple, but I have never seen a game like that. That was an absolute stomp, mate.
Look, I mean, he hasn't even conceded a goal. That's probably, in my opinion, that's the best performance of the E-League, without doubt. And yeah, outstanding congrats, Saad.
I got a book full of notes, and I'm sure that we'll have plenty to quiz Saad about. I want to know what his warm-up routine is, what did he have for breakfast, what's his chair height, what kind of batteries has he got in his controller. We'll find all that out after the break.
Welcome back to E-League Australia 2023. My name is Nate Patrick, and we're halfway through Group B already. I can barely believe it. So many goals already in that last game. We're not going to call it a drubbing, and we know, Mitch, that JMK King actually had a little special celebration planned. It just didn't go his way.
No, look, I was disappointed I didn't get to see it, but I mean, what can we say about Saad? He was cooking in that game. You know, Mitch here didn't. Some of the stuff he's seen, he's never seen it before.
That's like a similar celebration to like my birthday party. Just nothing showed up. You know?
But look, it was an unbelievable performance. Great to watch. I'm excited to see the Saad v Marco game later on and how that pans out.
Will be how we get to finish off our evening. Justin, I know as soon as we walked in here today, you were all about that fixture. Just a reminder of what we've done so far. Brady has got us all shook. We're still rattled. The 7-0 Saad over JMK King. We'll get back to you in just a second. Justin, with Marco Saad in that other contest, 3-3 between Marco and Nugsy. Dare I say, a good result for Nugsy, but he was up 2-0.
Yeah, no, that's right. He was up 2-0, and I'm sure he'll be a bit annoyed with that. But, you know, against a former champ, you know, a draw isn't that bad a result, to be honest with you.
Getting the equaliser there at the end as well, as we have a look at the standings nice and early. Halfway through, as we said before, Saad stands alone. Nayla with a win as well. But that goal difference, Mitch, if it was impressive to watch at the time, it means a lot for him in hindsight.
Yeah, it does. But look, obviously JMK had a very sort of up and down game. Safe to say in that last one. But look, he's just got to get back to the drawing board, and you know, kind of said it in the previous games. Just got to try and put it to the back of your mind. And you know, Saad's a top player, so GG's to Saad.
A top player and a top man. We do believe we're going to hear from Saad in just a moment's time. The man's probably enjoying himself, Justin, watching some of those highlights and celebrations, knowing as well that the custom celebration apparently from Kingy wasn't far away. I've just heard he is in fact ready. Please, Lav, share in the victory with Saad.
Saad, mate, what an incredible way to start the season. Lucky 7 for you, not so lucky 0 for JMK. How are you feeling after that win?
Just feeling pretty good. Just happy to get 3 points, to be honest. A win's a win, so he'll take it.
And now you're obviously on top of the ladder after your first game in the league. How are you feeling?
Good. Still early though. Still plenty of games to come.
And I have heard you are a massive Ben Garuccio fan. How do you think he played for you today?
Yeah, he was class. Just up and down the pitch, winning every 50-50. He was class. I loved it.
Is he going to be a permanent fixture in your team for the rest of the season, or are you going to shake it up a bit with some of the other Western boys?
No, he will 100%. He'll stay. I think he'll stay as well. Yeah.
Perfect. Thanks so much. Good luck for the rest of the season. Do you reckon you're going to stay at the top? Are you the man to beat now?
I wouldn't say I'm the man to beat, but let's hope I can stay at the top, yeah.
We love the humble. Well, good luck with the rest of the season.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
We love a humble king indeed. Saad, top of the standings in Group B. That just occurred to me, just a reminder, by the way, Peely. We did see Saad last season performing in a similar way, and it was coined Saad Ball. It was so unique and something that sort of all took us aback a little bit. Maybe we're bringing it back for this season as well. Should it continue to be unique, and if the humble king himself stays on top of the ladder, Justin, it is way too early to be making these big calls. These big announcements about the favourite and whatnot. All these competitors in Group B about to play their second game of the evening. Does he have every right to feel that confidence, though? Oh,
I mean, there's no reason not to. I mean, I know it's his teammate, and, you know, sometimes games can get out of hand, but, I mean, 7-0, when you can't argue with that. It's great to get that goal difference in. It's all going to make a difference when it comes to the end of the season. You want to be able to get a lot of goals because you might see it. 6th and 7th, who makes it through to the playoffs, it might be off of goal difference. So every goal's going to count.
And that's if he's finishing mid-table. Peely, we're talking about the top 2 spots and the playoffs and getting that extra week of freedom, the chance to relax and watch your opponents. Surely Saad's starting to think about that even just after one game.
Yeah, for sure. Like, if it comes down, I mean, I don't know what the tiebreakers will be once you get to that point. Have to go back and obviously, I wouldn't look at the rule book as a caster. You know, you have to just throw it over to the admin or the league ops person, like whoever they shut in the cupboard, and ask their advice or something like that. And we'll see. But if it is goal difference or if it's head-to-head or whatever, I'm sure he's going to be good for it. If he keeps playing like that, it's going to be good for either one because he's going to keep scoring goals. He's going to keep beating bloody everyone.
Big shout out as well to that team behind the scenes where in FIFA 23, and there are so many goals in this title, they are clipping it up like crazy. A big shout out. Hope you're enjoying the highlights. Those highlights indeed on Twitter and other social media platforms. Justin, seen some responses, of course, particularly with that Brady Jazz game before. A lot of people both enjoying that an A-League men's player is scoring, but also maybe a little surprised at the reactions and 5 celebrations in one.
I mean, we said it before, you can't have enough celebrations, can you? But, I mean, the goals. Having an A-League player scoring in the match, Jazz's 35-yard power shot. I mean, I kept saying it during the game. What more can you ask for? The script kind of wrote itself. We were talking about storyline. You don't really need to prep a storyline for it. The players, they do it themselves. Jazz, Brady, they bring everything every time they play.
What about Saad then? If we're still, obviously it's in my mind, right? Brady in those celebrations, the goals, the nature of the game, being only 2-0 up and deciding to start doing a compilation goal. We move from that sort of persona to Saad, who's now playing for Western United, a local lad. He must be ecstatic, Mitch.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's a humble kid, and I think he lets his FIFA do the talking. So excited to see how he goes against Marco, because I think he's going to be a really big challenge for him later on tonight.
The new man at Melbourne Victory is Jordy Brio. You saw Nagidi earlier tonight returning for Western Sydney Wanderers. Justin, he was so unfortunate in that game against Matt Bro. Matt Bro even admitting that he felt like he got away with one in a little way. Does that mean, for Nagidi coming out here, you change much at all? You'll line up in a 4-2-4. Goodness me.
No, I don't think he should be too worried because, look, he might have lost the game, but he was, I think, the better player. He created a lot of chances. Just very, very, very unlucky. I said it when we were watching the game. I've never seen anything like that, the amount of chances that were missed. And I do not put any blame on him. He was green timing it. What more can you do in that situation?
Wonder what Lav will think of those comments that the Newcastle player wasn't the best player in a win. Anyway, moving straight along, Justin, I'll let you deal with that a little later because this is Jordy for Melbourne Victory against Nagidi from Western Sydney Wanderers. Jordy Brio previously at the Mariners. They said that this move has worked out well for him. Initial foray into the attacking area working out well. Not quite well enough. Corner taken short. Mbappe happy to take the defender on is Jordy. Ronaldinho takes it from a difficult angle and with defenders in the way. Maybe just popping off an early shot to settle those nerves.
I mean, I think going back to what you were saying about Jordy, I'm pretty sure he coined it on Twitter. The best club in the land, Melbourne Victory. As he was announced, signing for the club. And look, as a Victorian, I'm sure he absolutely loves it, being part of the club. And we spoke about it with Bilza, the backing that the club hopefully gives. Probably the same with Jordy Brio as Nagidi with the finish. Kylian Mbappe, team of the year foot item. You're going to see it lots of times in everyone's team. Ever so reliable. Showing once again why he is in everyone's team.
Maybe that early game for Nagidi, just a settler. He can start to show us his true form, his E-League Australia form. He'd start off as a reserve player for the Wanderers. He's putting in every bit of argument for why he ever got left on the bench. 2-0 within 12 minutes. If the shots weren't hitting the target earlier against Matt, things have changed very quickly here in his second game on match day 2.
That's exactly what I was thinking. If this game ends up in a large score like the Saad JMK King match, he'll be thinking to himself, why couldn't a couple of these gone in that Matt Bro game?
Plenty of time, 2 legs of course in the group stages here this season. Lovely first time strike, but no doubt in my mind, Ronaldo offside by a foot or 2. Still, decent little sign there for Jordy.
Yeah, unlucky there. Build-up was great, but just got to time things a little bit better. Got to make sure you're not offside, but very unlucky. And a great tackle from Hakimi to R9 Ronaldo. This start has been absolutely amazing. 3-0 up, causing for a pause. Now, when you're playing for champs, you're expecting your opponent to rage quit, but that's not going to be happening here.
Yeah, he will admit, despite having studied the rule book, I don't think I've prepared myself for a rage quit scenario. Sure that we're well away from any such thing, Justinho. 3-0 to Nagidi. Plenty of time for Jordy to bring it back. But this is what we've seen from the man from Western Sydney throughout his E-League career. You anger him, you provoke him, you get him fired up and ready to respond. You would not want to be his next opponent. Jordy Brio may be wishing he faced him first today and not second. Shot not particularly well timed, easily saved as well. Hakimi being used out on the left, as we saw his teammate do, at least at times yesterday, but Nagidi well into his work, and it's a sign of when he is on form, Justin, that ball moves around so quickly. Sometimes he can be a little casual in possession, not saying he doesn't care, but more just taking his time to really work into it. Give him a game or two, in this case 2 legs of 1 game, and those passes are hitting. He is getting that ball into strikers nice and quickly. And at the other end, player switching well, marking passing lanes, almost suffocates his opponent with his pressure.
No, I think that was a great point. As you said, literally suffocating his opponents to losing the ball and just hitting on the counter that quickly. That is a hat-trick for 96 prime R9 Ronaldo. And we're only 30 minutes into the first leg. And I'm sure Jordy, he's a more than capable player to bring himself back into this game. But it just seems to be the case where, as we saw in the map program, nothing was going in for him. But now everything is going in against Jordy Brio.
Fantastic that the APL, the A-Leagues have got us this extended A-League season where Nagidi does in fact have those opportunities to show that he is one of the top players and that 1 bad game or 2 bad legs does not a player make. Same day, only an hour or 2 later, and he's looking like one of the best in the world. I'll go out and say it. You cannot compete with this FIFA. Everything is picture perfect right now at both ends of the pitch. This is Hakimi once more. Nagidi, player lock time. Ronaldo passes it off lay. Take another. That is 5 of the best within 36 minutes. Both competitors lining up in that same formation. One of them showing why they have been one of the E-League's most feared throughout the years.
Well, this is his 5th season in E-League competition. His very first coming in 2019 as a substitute for Western Sydney Wanderers. And last year was his first season away from the Wanderers, now back at the Western Sydney club. 5 goals in his 2nd game of the season. Wow. Just wow.
Here we are talking about Saad 7-0 over JMK, and 1 game later, dare I say it, could we be having an even greater scoreline on our hands, as we talked about before this game kicked off, how goal difference could be a factor when it comes to the final, regular standings, when playoff spots are being decided. Nagidi will go again, down the far side this time. Mbappe passing inside to Jude. Bullet, heel to heel. Thankfully for Jordy, for Melbourne Victory fans. Shot blocked, player in the way. Is this one of those times, Justin, where we talked about the E-League being a team sport in the way that, while it's individual, you've got a teammate who's playing this season on alternate days, could, feels like, goodness, get in there, have a little chat to his man at halftime or in between the legs?
Well, I mean, it really is up to, what you are as a competitor. Some people don't necessarily like receiving advice, even if it's from your teammate, because, sometimes you're locked in trying to get things going, and I'm not sure if the advice would be the best thing. I just think it's just a slow start for Jordy. We said it before, he's a more than capable player, and things can change very quickly. We've seen it many a time before in FIFA esports. Things can change very quickly, but as you suggested, maybe a little bit of advice from Bilza could help. You never know. Once again, I keep saying it, FIFA esports, anything can happen. Some things, like getting a different perspective from someone watching. So Bilza might be watching at home saying, hey, maybe you should try this because he keeps doing this. could help. You never know.
What about yourself, Justin? If you've got advice for the man at halftime of this first leg, based on that rapid 45, 5-0 down, what do you say?
I'm not sure. Honestly, I'm really not sure because I can't say him doing much wrong. Honestly, it's just how clinical Nagidi has been. I honestly don't know what you would say.
Does seem that he remains in that same formation, 4-3-2-1. Potential opportunity for a change player through there, but the pass not lofted. Nagidi, of course, straight away then. You see the passes, 1, 2, 3, bang, back of the net, and that is 6. Ronaldinho grabs another, and it happens just like that.
5 of the 6 goals coming from the Brazilians in his team. Teaming Mbappe with the first and not seen again since.
Jordy straight back into it. Hakimi, I guess, does decently enough for Nagidi. Lucio tidying up and then straight away. Attempted through ball area right back. A-League men's player filling in. Ronaldinho for Jordy Brio. Wonderful shot, even better save. Van der Sar gets down. Mbappe offside in the follow-up, starting there with the challenge from Guerrilla. Once again, 1-2 passes. Ronaldinho was through.
Yeah, that it seems like one of those things that could have maybe gone in another time, but just is not happening for Jordy. But there is another leg, and you know it may be 6 goals down, but you know if he's conceding 6, who's to say he can't score 6 in the next leg? It would be a very strange thing to happen. As we see, Kylian Mbappe through on goal. Can he finish it? Goalkeeper movement gone all wrong as Jordy's managed to get his first goal of the leg. Could we see a comeback now?
You said it before, Justin. Plenty of time left in this one. This is leg 1 of 2. Straight through on goal. Waited for the goalkeeper movement. And as easy as you like. Jordy on the board. Looking all the merrier for it. Would still have to be the biggest comeback in E-League history, but hey Justin, with you by my side, I feel like anything could be possible. Player in the middle, cross. Calmly passed back to Van der Sar. Jordy player switching, but not to the striker near the ball. Good vision from Jordy there to see the player in the middle. We didn't really want to get stuck into the crossing. I enjoyed Paddy on Twitter getting into the debate and knowing that's what he's known for in this region. Brady, similarly, bring out a cross or two and then return serve. Always makes me wonder if the players are listening to the broadcast on occasion or if it's just per chance. Point being, wonderful to see Jordy mixing up that attacking variation and putting a bit of doubt in Nagidi's mind.
No, I think sometimes when things aren't going your way, you do have to try new things. Things can work, however, in the same point, sometimes you might just have to keep doing the same thing until it works. Because, I mean, it's what you've always done. If you're going down the line using chip through balls and that's what's always worked for you, might have to do the same thing until it does work. It might just take one goal for something to come back.
Certainly looking all the more confident after that goal. Jordy enjoying his FIFA. Ronaldinho trying to isolate the defender. Traore doing well, Nagidi doing well. Now it is Bellingham on the edge of the area. Mbappe shot across the face. That is top bins if you've ever seen it. Second one back, 6-2.
And we spoke about it before. Some of the meta skill moves in the game. The step over there, using it as a force field. The ball sticks to your foot. It's as if you're using Lionel Messi in real life. The ball just somehow manages to go through the player. But that's why it's used so commonly in FIFA esports. You get that speed boost and you somehow hold onto the ball, create scoring opportunities exactly like that.
We talk about the differences at the top level. That's what you're witnessing, of course. E-League Australia 2023, their best competitors from Australia and New Zealand. Is that mental side of their game where things start to separate. Jordy participating in the path to E-League as well. We mentioned Matt Bro, the successor of that competition. That have those learnings from Jordy helped him here, facing down a 6-0 scoreline, brought back 2. Time left in this game and a second leg as well.
Oh no, perfectly enough amount of time. 100 minutes, not including stoppage time, for him to be able to grab some goals and hopefully get further back into this game.
Nagidi has looked locked in as ever, wanting to add to his tally. In seasons past, he has sometimes just looked to close the door. What a lovely extra ball when many players would have shot. Nagidi sees the pass. He sees the man square. Ronaldo adds to his bag in this game, and it's 7-2.
And that's the difference between the normal player and the 0.1% of the top players in the world. They're not they're not looking for that pass if you're the normal player. The top 0.1%, they're always finding that pass, that extra pass to catch the goalkeeper out and to make him look like a fool. And that was perfected to a T.
Nani starting the attack for Jordy. Mbappe may well finish it. The time Van der Sar called into action and holds on to it. Nagidi playing the pass calmly through 2 Melbourne Victory jerseys. Jordy similarly with 2 risky passes to start it off, but as we hit the end of this first leg, there will only be time for one more attack. There's time for 0. Game is on a knife's edge, and obviously not in that way you would typically define it. Nagidi would be loving it. Started incredibly strongly. 5-0 at the half. Gets that one at the end. And yeah, I think Jordy's mentality, that webcam is giving us everything we need, Justin, to know he's not worried. He ain't stressed out. We saw those vibes early on, a bit shook. I think now he's settling in. Maybe we're not talking about the biggest comeback in E-League Australia history, I know. But maybe we're talking about a competitor learning on the fly, enjoying his work and thinking ahead for the rest of the competition, maybe working out some other formations and tactics.
Well, even if he goes on to lose this game, you know, as you said, there's plenty of time to be able to recover from results. I mean, we're only in the first week of the E-League. There's another 5 more weeks of normal season action. I mean, plenty of time to be able to fine-tune your results, your tactics, and to be able to come back from results like this and to move past them and to be able to get yourself into those playoff positions.
What about on the other end of it, Nagidi back at Western Sydney Wanderers, where we mentioned he started as a substitute player. When we had that rule, he once had to just play a bunch of games in one night. Absolute insanity for him. He's been there and done that. It showed in this encounter against a very quality opponent. First leg only, sure, but goodness me, what a first leg, Justin. 5 goals in that first half.
Oh, that was an amazing first half from him. One of the most seasoned competitors in the A-League that we have right now. The only 2 more seasoned would be Marco and Marcus. But he absolutely was tearing through Jordy's defense. 5-0 up at the half, as you said. You don't see that very often, do you?
Big feature of that, the passing as well. He did it to finish, and he did it. 4-5 of those goals in that opening salvo. The extra pass, I understand that. That's a bit more digestible, maybe, if you're watching FIFA esports. You're like, that makes a bit more sense. What about those first-time passes through the midfield? We see competitors do that, and it gets turned over. Every single time, it feels like they can't get it into their striker or strikers. Nagidi sees it, hits it, before we've even had time to react.
Oh, sometimes I don't have a reaction. I'm not sure how he does it, because when I'm trying it at home, or even in the past, you feel like you stray the passes so often. But as you said, just always consistently hitting those passes through a player's midfield into that last line of attack. And he's able to go and then use a step over, a ball roll, a reverse elastico. He's able to use those meta skill moves to be able to get that speed boost or change of direction to be able to open up for a chance through on goal. And that's how he's been clinical. 5 goals. And as I said, if this result turns into one of those games that he's scored a lot more than he needed to, you'll be thinking, why couldn't just 1 or 2 of those gone into that Mapro game?
Is that maybe extra incentive, though, spot on, Justin, for him to keep performing here? A second leg to come, he might be comfortable. He might be sitting there thinking, job done. after that game against Jordy. It's against Matt, where it's fresh in his mind. I feel unlucky. I feel aggrieved. I shot at the goal. It wouldn't even hit the target. Now I'm on the turn and things are going in. Is that fuel for the fire? Does that work against Jordy in this second leg, despite it not being the Melbourne Victory man's fault at all?
I think so, because when you think about it, those top 2 spots giving you better seeding going into the playoffs, you need those goals. It could be all the difference. I think about myself. I would be thinking about.
I see flashbacks again.
Yeah.
We had some before. It's right before my eyes, Justin. This is therapy, brother. Let it out.
Yeah, no, it really is one of those things that you think about. Results that have gone past you that you think, why couldn't that goal just have not hit the post? I still think about the Jazz one. He hit that post in the first half, I believe, with Erling Haaland. That first leg could have changed the complexion of the game. Really, 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 the difference is just sometimes it just doesn't fall for you, and it's unfortunate, and you do have to move past. But as I said, it sometimes is very, very hard to do that.
Spot on, Justin. We didn't even talk about this before, but Jazz messaging a few different people, including myself, saying, if only that Haaland shot had gone in, I would have won that contest. Leg 2. Melbourne Victories, Jordy Brio and Western Sydney Wanderers Nagidi ready to take the digital pitch. Once more, Jordy Brio repeating, if you are just joining us, a mammoth aggregate scoreline down. It would have to be at 5 goals, the biggest comeback equaling in E-League Australia history. 6 has never been done. The kit has changed. Let's see if his approach has as well. The second leg between Nagidi and Jordy Brio. My esteemed co-commentator Justin, Just Man United, 12 in E-League seasons past, letting us know all about what to expect, what it can do to you mentally. And to his credit, Jordy seems to be enjoying it, regardless of that scoreline.
No, you're spot on there, Nate. You are spot on. And you know what? I think that's what you need to do in FIFA esports sometimes. We're talking about the Mike J idea to FIFA esports. Give it a couple weeks off and then come back to it and try and just, whatever happens, happens. Enjoy yourself, play that relaxed, chill FIFA, that stress-free FIFA. And you know, sometimes it does work really well in your game and you see the improvement.
Shot on the turn that maybe did go in leg 1. Decent little save here in leg 2, Jordy, keeping that at 7-2 and 8th. And I have to do the line, and I really don't want to say it. So please, Jordy, next goal for you, good sir. Plenty of time for him to come back into this contest. And Justin talking about how he can learn some things for future rounds and games with this extended season. Having a look at all those players up the pitch, Justin. Plenty of those fluorescent jerseys. 6 in a line at one stage. We'll leave space in behind.
No, you're spot on. But the thing is, we've spoken about this so much. Getting the ball up the field like this now, it doesn't give your opponent the chance to be able to get men back. So you need to be quick on those counters, especially if you want to create goal-scoring opportunities. But then you have Nagidi rushing his defender out and making a pinpoint tackle.
The passing lane was on and then blocked, and then moving out his centre-back with that perfect tackle. Nagidi showing why he is one of our very best in attack and in defence. 7-2 the aggregate scoreline. Jordy looking for a bit of magic. Ronaldinho. There is a player inside R9 on the turn, on the right foot. There to Saad. What a save.
I feel for Jordy there. He did everything right. And it's just one of those things that sometimes they go in, sometimes they don't. And you just have to put your head down and keep going forward and just hope you can create more goal-scoring opportunities like that. Perfectly done with the scoop turn. Oh, sorry, it's not scoop turn, the step over. My apologies.
R9 challenge, but it goes back to Jordy. Really good tackle by Traore. The A-League men's Western Sydney Wanderer on the pitch if you're new to the competition. Minimum of 2 A-League men's players on the pitch for your associated club at all times. They do continually show us that they belong to be there. Nagidi off the apex, the follow-up across the face. Jordy, to his credit, nice and calm after that mayhem.
And see, the issue now is Jordy needs goals. And because he is trying to press up the field, get that ball back, he's going to be rushing men out leaving goal-scoring opportunities like that.
Bit of mind games there, having conceded to the extra pass at the end of the first leg, guards it and is rewarded for his defensive movement on that occasion. Nagidi not pressing particularly high, happy to wait until it gets to about this halfway line, spot on before a movement, before switching to a manual defender to get somebody in a passing lane or to make the interception. Right here and now, he's got the vision to see the player in the middle, an extra pass, Hullett.
Beautiful scramble defense there from Jordy. Just managed to get a man back there and be able to get in the tackle. If not, we're probably looking at A2, aren't we?
I still won't say it, Justin. Unless it happens, I refuse to acknowledge such a scoreline. Nani might get it back here. Ronaldo trying to isolate the defender. Jordy, Brio goes byline, there's space. Barpe's touch not great. Virgil cleaning up for Nagidi.
Very, very unlucky there. Hands to the head type of stuff there. Thought Jordy was going to get the chance to be able to score there, but just that last pass, very unlucky. But we see him building it up again, just trying to find a way back into this game.
When in doubt, just hold it down and sprint, unless Traore is there. Clean challenge, ball out of play. Wanderers fans loving that one for sure. Still 0-0. Plenty of space and time here on the overlap. Going back inside does Jordy though, and turned over. Good cover with that second man press though to block the passing lanes. Nagidi unable to play smoothly. Does somehow get it through off the defender. Ronaldinho now. Nagidi just waiting really for that second man press. On occasion, Jordy still very bold in the tackle.
One thing I noticed, and we spoke about it yesterday, as we say right now, Timothy Hakimi out left back, and multiple times I've noticed him free on that left side, just screaming for a cross-field ball to open up space. We kept talking about it with Bilza, how he had him at right back and was constantly overlapping, creating chances. And there is that, the crossed ball to him, unlucky to lose it there.
That's why he's not doing it, Justin.
Yep.
Again, he's listening to you, said, that's why, mate. He's not really open, unlucky.
Yeah, I sit corrected.
The mind games of FIFA esports. That's why you're going to see players potentially in space and then left wide open for the finish. Low across the floor. Mbappe it is. Jordy that time looking to cover the pass. Nagidi reads his bluff, scoring just before halftime. We have a look at the stats. Been a little bit more of a grind. Fair enough when it was 5-0 in the first half of the last game. What would that make the scoreline on aggregate? Sorry, Justin?
8-2? Yeah, something like that. No, but I was just about to mention about just the difference in a FIFA game. We saw 9 goals scored in the last first leg, and only 1 so far in this leg. I mean, that's just FIFA sometimes.
Jordy, to his credit, continuing to attack, going near post, and going to go with a very Nagidi-style finish from game 1 of the night, where you feel a little aggrieved to it not at least hit the target.
Oh, I think that should have been hitting the target, and I don't think you can blame him there. That was just very unlucky. Don't know how it hasn't hit the target.
4 players forward, including a man bottom of screen. Jordy doesn't want him just yet. Happy to dribble the ball. The pass is blocked by the defender. Nagidi player switching. It did hit the AI player on that occasion. Barpe destroyed by Lucio. Jordy stepping up. Big challenge. Potentially big finish to this game where the result does appear to be settled, and yet both competitors pedaled to the floor. Going at it, Nagidi looking for goal difference. Jordy looking to make up some. Looking to show that he can compete against one of the best competitors in our region. Played to the top side, Ronaldinho just offside.
I know we've spoken before about hindsight, but do you think maybe Jordy would have been better off with an extra pass? an extra pass in the box there.
I'm going to question it. Anything anyone does against Nagidi, to be quite honest, every time I watch this man weaving his magic, getting inside your head rent-free, doesn't give you a lot to react to if you're having a look at those player cams. Cool, calm and collected. I do hope we get to hear from him, if not today, some point throughout the E-League, because that man makes anyone look flustered, Justin. You never quite know what he's thinking. Turned it on in this game after the first one against Matt Bro, so circumstantial, hindsight, sure, all those things, but to be honest, to compete against the quality of Nagidi and to score 2 against him, I'd be pretty happy myself.
No, not only is he an amazing player, as we've seen over the years, he's just a lovely person as well. He really is.
This side of the studio is all about the wholesome. Hey, Justin, we don't need no villains, no enemies here at E-League Australia. Just some lovely FIFA esports and some incredible attacking play from Nagidi. Ronaldinho it is again. 2-0 in this leg, 9-2 on aggregate. Double figures soon approaching. The man feels like he's up for it.
He is just scoring goals for fun. Scoring goals for absolute fun. And we spoke about it before, the goal difference. This could make the difference to get into that top 2 position come the end of the regular season.
Might seem funny to be talking about it to some viewers, wondering why we're on match day 1 for this group, looking at final standings and playoffs and whatnot, but after that shock defeat to start off his campaign, Nagidi really can't afford too many slip-ups for a top 2 spot. Playoffs, a reminder, are top 6 of the 12 in each group. Dare say Nagidi still very comfortable when it comes to that equation, but that week's rest, the week off, the extra progression, getting a top 2 seeded spot, already surely on his mind.
That's exactly what I was thinking. When it comes to that at the end of the season, people might be laughing right now that we're talking about it, as you said, but it's all about that extra game. Having that extra game off could work in your favor, but could also work against you. We've seen before in FGS competitions that players that get knocked into that loser bracket, if they have consecutive games and don't have that break, they sometimes are the ones that win it, despite being the ones that need to win double fixtures. It's crazy sometimes how it works.
Nagidi calm in possession in the midfield. Players getting strung out of defense. Jordy's still a little rattled that his last chance wasn't more successful. Better directed perhaps, but we were talking about rage quits at one point, Justin, how when it's foot champs, even at 3-0, sometimes you just get that inkling when it's that early on in a contest. Okay, fine, we'll go again next game. In the E-League, no such luxury surely could be afforded to you, and credit to the man, scored a few goals, kept this second leg score more than respectable, hopefully learning a thing or two about his foot items for the encounters still to come.
No, you are spot on there. And the good thing, we spoke about this before, and I know I'm mentioning it again, but the fact that we have a week break as R9 is thrown goal, the keeper movement, perfect from Jordy Brio. A very, very controversial mechanic in the game. Some people like it, some people don't, but it was really well done there by Jordy Brio.
Keeper was so deep in the goal, I barely saw him initially, but Justin right on top of things. Nagidi looking for goal number 10. Only a few minutes remaining to do so. A statement this has already been, but 10 goals across 2 legs. We'll put an exclamation mark on it, and there is goal number 10. Absolutely no disgrace, no shots at Jordy Brio, who has done little wrong. But against Nagidi in this form, maybe the white flag is your only other option. And I tell you what, Justin, when we're talking goal difference, we're talking about the stakes of this competition. Might be some viewers, some competitors even, watching along saying, okay, really, mate? Just wait until the last week of competition. That goal difference and those playoff spots could one goal be all the difference? For now, here, match day 2. The first encounter, first match day for the competitors in Group B. Jordy, Brio scoring 2, but Nagidi in scintillating form with 11. Schmeichel looks in absolute dismay. I dare say that reaction mirroring how Jordy's feeling as well. I said that second leg was more than respectable. Yeah, it just didn't quite feel like that at the end, Justin.
No, it didn't. But once again, we keep talking about unusual players. I haven't seen many people using Schmeichel. Sorry to change the subject.
You know what, Justin, we may not see him again after that. Thank you very much for enjoying that game alongside us. Nagidi in scintillating form. We'll be back after a short break. Welcome back to E-League Australia 2023. My name's Nate Patrick. Thank you for joining us so far this evening, but we've got plenty of games left to come. I'll tell you what, I don't know how much room we've got though, Justin, for goals. Goodness gracious me. Saad, Nagidi, the other games that are happening simultaneously. I'm a little exhausted, brother.
I mean, how many goals? 13 goals in the Jordy Brio game. And then we'll find out later on another 16 for our liking. Jeez. I mean, can you ask for any more goals?
Well, I think we're not getting like 4-0 mate. So yes, I think I will, in fact, ask for more goals. Mitch, the last one of Nagidi's game there, where Jordy Brio has stopped playing, and he's happy to tackle him and score, as you can see on your screen there, to make it 11-2. That's competition at its fiercest.
It is. I mean, not sure. I mean, I think you just never stop playing in this game because you just do not know what's going to happen. We've seen it in past games as well. I think you've got to, even whatever the result is, you've got to keep playing to the final whistle.
The other game happening simultaneously. Envy gets his first win of the campaign, 10-6 over Matbro. Pilly, we got Envy taking the L start off with. Matbro beats Nagidi, and now things are flipped within a day. Within 1 day of the E-League, you have Matbro looking like $1 million man, and now all of a sudden losing to a competitor on the fringe of selection, only just making it through to Brisbane Roar.
I mean, like, to contextualize it though, to look at like the game that we had earlier for Matbro, Nagidi was kind of getting a little bit unlucky, so it's not surprising to see, like, once you go over a larger sample size of games, we'll see if that trend continues, if he's able to eke out more victories. That was a pretty high scoring game as well, so I reckon that was probably a pretty scrappy one, and maybe he was kind of playing the same style.
We'll see what he has to think about things, say about things. Lav is going to talk to the king of Western Sydney. He's going to talk with Nagidi.
Thanks so much for joining us. You have started out the night. You had a bit of an unfortunate loss first up against Matbro, but you have more than redeemed yourself in this second game. How are you feeling? 11 goals, huge effort.
Yeah, no, I'm feeling good. I just thought I needed to play better second game. Unfortunately, lost the first game. I feel like I deserved better in that first game, but it is what it is. And just played better this game, and it showed in the result.
Yeah, you absolutely played better. 11 goals to 2, huge effort. Talk me through your team selection. You got to pick 2 A-League players. Talk me through your logic there.
To be honest, I just talked to my teammate Mark. I just asked him to just make a good team with 2 Western Sydney Wanderers players that are the best in the game right now. And then he just sent it to me, and I just built it and just used it, yeah.
Perfect. And how are you feeling ahead of the rest of the season?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I still feel like I need a bit more practice. I just haven't practiced as much as I should. But yeah, it should be fine for the rest of the season.
So you're going to get a few more practice hours in before next week?
Definitely, yeah, for sure.
Well, thanks so much. It was lovely to talk to you, and good luck with the rest of the season.
Easy, thank you. Appreciate it.
Easy indeed. It certainly looked that way in that last contest. Thank you very much, Nagidi, for your time. A man who's been there and done that when it comes to E-League Australia throughout the seasons, Justin, talking about how he's maybe been learning along the way and developed the brotherhood, can I extend it that high, with Mark 11, where they are that close, we're more than happy to share the squads. In fact, can you just make my team for the competition with me? I've still got some hours I need to practice.
Well, we mentioned the same thing yesterday. Mike J in the interview was saying he just messaged Nayla and he just like, oh yeah, can you send me a team? He's like, yeah, here you go. Just built it. I mean, that's the trust you need to have in your team at the time. It's really good to see, as you said, a bit of a brotherhood. To have that trust, to just accept whatever team they're going to send you, shows a lot of trust in them.
So maybe why then, Mitch, that teams, A-League clubs need to be looking at signing a pairing instead of just looking at who are the best 2 available. Maybe we'll get one really good player, maybe a local player. I know there's lots of different factors in the equation. What about this sort of combo signing, if you like?
Yeah, look, I think if the players are kind of close to each other and they work together, not only that, they can obviously practice and not seeing each other as kind of competition, which obviously later down the track, that's what they are.
Well, here is one of those competitors with that brotherhood with Mike J. It is time for Nayla's time on broadcast. And guess who's back? It's Brady from the Mariners.
Get some more content from him, perhaps. And look, Mike J's done pretty damn well for himself in the other group. So let's see if his teammate can reach those high highs as well. Heading into this game for Nayla. He's got himself inside the box here. Seeing if he can have an opportunity. Saved super well by the goalie on Brady's side though. But still another chance here for Nayla as he moves it back over from the corner. Unfortunately, the fancy footwork ends in not a whole lot of results. And Brady's going to see if he can make some ground here, Mitch.
Yeah, look, I want to see some celebrations from Brady. We've seen it in the earlier game, so I want to see him maybe pop a gritty out. I've seen
Maybe,
him do the Rashford celebration before.
I'd like to see him maybe squirt some sauce out of the sauce bottles in celebration.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking for.
Maybe pour them over his head.
Look, when you can't afford champagne, then maybe that's the way to go,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
No, I love the old sauce bottles from my time at the Mariners. They're an iconic piece.
What's the reference there? Of course I know. I know everything, but for all those who don't know, what's the story there?
Well, they're obviously a major sponsor, Master Foods, of the Mariners. And yeah, they have the 3 sauce bottles behind the goal, which I think consists of barbecue sauce, tomato sauce.
Probably mustard.
Probably a mustard of something like that. But
saw a yellow bottle. I'm assuming that's mustard. Oh, we've nailed it. We've nailed it there, Mitch. And I have to say, they've also been keen sponsors of many of my sausage sizzles as well. So 10 out of 10 there. Free advertisement for Master Foods. I'm getting absolutely nothing out of this. But let's chat about the game here. Not a whole lot of goals scored early on. It's been a high-scoring night here, Mitch. Are you expecting a different game out of this one? Do you know a whole lot about these boys' styles? We've obviously already seen a game from Brady tonight. Yeah,
I mean, Nayla's been one of the top-tier players over the last couple of years. I think pretty much everybody sort of knows that in the region. He's had obviously stints at FootWiz, which is a pretty big esports FIFA org in the world. So yeah, I think he's probably going into this as the favourite. But look, we've seen Brady in the previous game. He's got to be pretty confident as well with his performance. So let's see what he can do.
It's a nice little intercept there from Nayla. Going to pass it over to Mbappe and try and make some space over here to actually have a shot. But getting bullied out for a second. Just going to reset. See if Nayla can make something happen. From McLaren over to Bellingham, but a nice little intercept here from Brady. Anything standing out to you in terms of the player selection for these boys?
Nothing as of yet. Obviously, look, everybody seems to be using the same players, as we said. It's we're a bit of a broken record with watching the teams outside of the A-League players, but
I mean, we saw someone pick a goalie earlier, so
well, we did, but I think Nayla from playing against him in the past, he's very good with R9, similar to how Saad was in the previous game that we called.
I'm excited. I'm getting excited. Those are good words that I love to hear. Quick passes there from Nayla, but unfortunately, Brady's found himself the ball again for just a second. Oh dear.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, we were trying to find the goalie there. Not sure if he was trying to, shoot into his own goal for a second, but now Brady getting himself inside the box. Again, overturned. Feels like the possession's just been going back and forth so far.
Yeah, it's a bit of an end-to-end start so far, but I think we've said before, Melbourne City obviously have the better A-League player picks, probably compared to what the Mariners have on offer, in terms of their FUT cards. So I think Nayla's obviously got to be looking to sort of utilise having the better rated FUT cards there compared to what Brady's got on offer. But he has got Jason Cummings, who's quite a character in the A-League space. He's pretty sure he's born in Scotland, if I'm correct, but he's he's a thorough Aussie now, representing the Socceroos at the World Cup, which obviously everybody knows we had a great tournament.
See if he's going to be making any plays. Nayla back with possession here, sliding in with Mbappe. Can't quite find the right angle though, so again, going to get overturned to Brady. He's going to chip it up the field a little bit, working his way back and forth at the moment. Can't quite find the angle that he's looking for. Nayla's been kind of harassing him over here. And again, unfortunately, another chip up the top is going to mean that Nayla finds some space there with Ronaldo. Beautiful into the back right of the net. And he's going to start things up 1-0. I mean, that's foreshadowing, Mitch, from you.
Yep, great finish from Ronaldo. As I said before, Nayla's, he's technical ability with R9 is just second to none, and obviously that was a lovely ball roll scoop turn there, and terrific finish.
Back over to Brady, see if he can respond before we get towards the end of this second half. He's only got so many minutes in it, almost loses possession. Gullet going to kick it over towards Mbappe, I think it was, but he's lost it again. So Nayla kicking it through the middle of the field. Things are getting messy, but after all said and done, in the first half of the first leg here, only one goal in it. We're not getting too crazy. Bit of a departure from some of the other games that we've seen so far.
Yeah, Brady just having a sip of water there, just I think reassessing his options for the second half. Look, he's not done overly too bad, I don't think. It's been quite a close affair, but look, obviously he's a goal down, so I don't think he's got anything too much to change drastically yet. Just needs to kind of pull himself together here, and maybe old Jason Cummings in the background there. I think if he scores a goal for him, we could see some sort of a celebration out of Brady.
There's some lovely curtains. Really vibing those. Got to pick myself up some. I've been in the shop for some new curtains.
I see a bit of a Jetstar hat thing on the top. Maybe he needs to put that on.
Okay, got to keep the brain warm and make sure that it's functioning at a very high level. Get these angles right. Speaking of which, doesn't look too bad of one for Mbappe. He's just looking for someone to send it over to, but unfortunately, again, loses control of the ball for about 5 seconds. Nayla, some quick passes from him, and again, he's found Mbappe over here. I don't know what that was. I've never seen anything like that in my life. As Bellingham trying to kick it over to Mbappe again, but feels like a similar story. I don't know if it's like a stone wall of defense necessarily, or whether it's just the passes are not really finding the players compared to like what I was seeing from Saad earlier, where it was very patient passing. I feel like there's definitely a lot more up-tempo passing happening here. Got some fancy stuff over on the bottom side from Ronaldo, but again, it's just getting overturned again and again, back and forth. Possession keeps on changing hands quite rapidly. About as rapid as the passes coming in here. There was Cummings for a second. Over to Mbappe, who's just looking for that player on the top side, but can't quite find him. It's a similar story, Mitch.
Yeah, both kind of seem to be going for the same tactic in terms of driving it into the central striker and then trying to play that first time ball over the top for the opposite winger running in behind. But yeah, it just doesn't seem to be quite working here, especially for Brady. So another thing interesting, he's gone for two attacking-minded players with these A-League players in Dylan Wenzel-Halls and obviously Jason Cummings, which, as we've seen in the other games, players have tended to gone for one attacking player and a defensive player. So that's something to kind of watch out for and see how that plays out.
Going to weaken his ability to be kicking the goals in once he gets over on the other side of the field.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, I mean, maybe that's something to think about, for his next game if he's conceding goals.
Well, we'll see. Cummings had the ball for a second there. Again, pretty quickly intercepted by Nayla, but still quite a slow game in comparison to some of the other games of this group. Claren going to kick it up towards the top side there. And again, overturned. As soon as I say that, yeah, the passes.
The cum dog.
Pretty sloppy at the moment. Brady still yet to put a goal on the board, and he's not going to get another opportunity to it. I mean, I just can't even keep up with the possessions at the moment here, Mitch.
Yeah, it's quite a high turnover game, and both players are sort of struggling to keep hold of the ball, so
maybe slow it down a bit, perhaps.
Yeah, I just feel like they're forcing it a bit too much. Same again there. It's like, just take a touch, I feel like they're just trying to play one-touch passing, but sometimes it's not the correct approach, just depending on the player you're playing against.
See, like Nayla trying to corner Brady in on towards the top side. There's the chip over in towards the box, and every single time it feels like Brady is putting himself in position to shoot. Loses control of the ball at the last possible second. Nayla with possession yet again here. Going to be kicking it over to Ronaldo, who's the only player who's found any success in this game so far. But again, ball gets overturned pretty quickly. So Brady going to see what he could do there. The cheeky little tackle. Ronaldo maybe in position to set up someone for success, but the pass doesn't quite get completed.
No, it was a good attack, but yeah, well defended by Brady there again.
Wrapping up the first leg of this game, and there's only been one goal in it so far. I'm wondering if anybody's going to be making any more plays here. Again, it's Nayla with Ronaldo.
He's doing some moves here I don't think I've ever seen before.
Yeah, but it's not inside the box just yet, so I'm not getting too excited. Hold on. Ronaldinho, every single time, getting up close towards the goal side, and unfortunately we're just not able to complete that key pass. We're getting 95% of the way there, but the last 5% just isn't in it.
Yeah, I think you'll find with Nayla, he's quite a, he likes to use the skill moves and things, but these sort of players, when they're, highly reliant on skill moves, I find they're quite frustrating to watch. Sometimes it's like, just want them to pull the trigger.
Oh, he got it in. Absolutely beautiful. Passed it up towards Mbappe off the keeper for a second, and he's given a second opportunity there. Straight into the back of the net. Got to be pretty happy with that. Going to even things up one apiece as we're heading towards the end of the first leg here.
That's a good goal for Brady. That, I mean, it's a simple cross into the box. Not really much thought into it. Just put it in the mixer and hope for the best. And
it kind of reminds me of what we were seeing in the first game of tonight. Oh, not quite.
Yeah, he got a lucky bounce off the goalkeeper, I must say. But look, put the ball in the box, and you never know what's going to happen.
Yep. Sometimes let's get a little bit fortunate with it. Cummings again trying to send it over to someone or other. Going to change up the angle of approach down towards the bottom side here. Ronaldo getting harassed, trying to pass it off to somebody, but unfortunately getting bullied out by the defense yet again, and Nayla gets himself possession. Last 20 seconds or so. He's going to try and make some plays here. Ronaldinho moving his way in towards the box, but can't quite find the right angle. He's going to try and switch it up. He had a crack there, but the defense quite well positioned, and we're just going to kick it off field. And that's going to be the end of the first leg. One apiece. So, like I was saying, pretty low scoring game. A lot of turnovers, like you said. Is this kind of the game that you were expecting heading in towards this one? What was your expectations for this series?
No, look, I did pick Nayla as favourite. I think he's probably just edged it, even though it's obviously a 1-1 draw at the moment. But I think going into the second leg, Nayla will probably come through. But look, I think he was just maybe overplaying a bit too much there. Like even just at the end there with Ronaldinho, I thought just chip it over him. I don't know, ball roll it, put it round him, but I feel like he just likes to take that extra skill to make it look a bit fancier rather than just scoring the goal. But look, that's his style of play, and to be fair, I respect it. He's an entertaining player to watch.
Is that a case of sometimes you'll mix in a few more fancier things against some less experienced players? You maybe cut some corners or take some risks that you wouldn't in a playoff game or something like that? Yeah,
I'd say with other players, but to be fair, that's sort of how he is. I mean, he'd probably do that against, say, Tex, who's one of the best players in the world. That's why I sort of respect him as a player. He kind of sticks to, his game style and doesn't really change for anyone. So, look, he's big second game coming up here. But yeah, look, Brady's done, quite well. Obviously, a lucky cross into the box that deflected off the keeper, but goal's a goal, and he's still in the game.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about his selection of A-League players and where he's positioning them on the field. Do you think he needs to get more fortunate once we head towards that side of things? Like maybe he's trying to angle for just making the best of whatever opportunities he can get over on the attacking side of the field, and then try to strengthen things up towards the backside, try to eke out maybe a low-scoring game and an advantage that way?
Yeah, look, I was quite surprised with obviously I knew he was going to pick old Cumdog because he's the highest rated player in terms of the team of the week item that he's got. But yeah, he's gone with Dylan Wenzel-Halls, who's another striker. So yeah, he's effectively gone with two attacking players, which, as I said before, most other players have kind of gone with that attacking player and a defensive player to kind of keep the A-League players sort of out of harm's way where they don't have to do too much.
I mean, maybe he's trying to hype them up at the end of the day. Like, I think he scored with Wenzel Halls earlier, if I saw that right on the highlights. So maybe Brady's just trying to make content out here and G up all the A-League players, whereas everyone else maybe won't have the balls to do that.
That's
Who knows?
it. Mate, you got to respect it, you know. As I said, they're representing A-League clubs, and I think it's great for the E-League, great for the A-League, especially if the A-League players are scoring and contributing. And I think that's the best thing about the E-League, having that kind of incorporation with, they're playing with, the likes of, Messi, Ronaldo, all those Ronaldinho iconic players, and then it's like an A-League player next to them. So I think it's really good how it kind of comes together, and I think it's only going to help grow the A-League as well as the E-League.
Yeah, I mean, it's been interesting to watch the different strategies that these players kind of employ. It feels like, I feel like, you were kind of expecting, or some of the boys were talking about, the adaptation that they were going towards one attacking, one defending player. But tonight we've seen, different mixes of A-League players in. You got the two attackers, we've seen a goalie and things like that. So do you think that's players taking risks? I know in other esports, some players early or some teams, at least I'm used to team esports, will take risks earlier on in the season, especially in a round robin format. You can do some crazy stuff. Maybe you can try some things that are a bit off meta or that you're less comfortable with earlier on. You have games to be able to recover later on. Is that a mentality for some players, do you think, or you really expect them to kind of back this play style all the way through the season?
Yeah, I think, as you said, obviously, because it is a lot longer format this year. In the past, it has been shorter, so I think they've kind of had to just try and get it right straight from the off, and maybe not had that much move.
Take less risks.
Yeah, exactly. It's they've got sort of 6 weeks to sort of qualify. So, but look, I mean, there has been some interesting decisions, I think, in my opinion. Especially with goalkeepers and things being picked, which is obviously an important position. I think if your goalkeeper's not up to scratch, poor shots can easily go in. So, look, as you said, I think in terms of the A-League players, that's the important part of the squad to get right. Because I think if you don't get that right, then you're opening yourself up for trouble.
Do you think that kind of changes up like the play style of like the league meta? Does this league have a pocket meta, so to speak? Like we talk about it in other games where it's like, when you have these specific requirements and these specific rules around a certain league, it might not, the meta of a league like this might not necessarily mirror the meta of another league that you see. Like sometimes, developers patch games and things like that. So you'll have different versions of a game being played in different tournaments, and you'll see two completely different play styles. Does that happen here?
Yeah, we've seen it in the past. There's actually a young lad in overseas in Europe called Anders, and I think it was last year, maybe the year before, but he kind of abused a step over mechanic, and that was kind of what he was known for. And then they actually patched it, in a later part of the game, and then he wasn't the same player after that.
Unfortunate.
So, yeah, I think it's kind of sort of the way, I guess, even the Trivela shots and different things, there is that possibility, I guess, that EA could patch it. So I think you can't really rely on one certain mechanic.
I mean, you
game.
mentioned it before, like you said you had a lot of respect for these players that when they're able to perform year in, year out, and even through the changing metas and the changing players and all that kind of stuff, that's not something that's easy to do, right?
Yeah, no, because as I said, it is a changing game and things change. So like I said, you just can't get comfortable on a certain thing. You need to have a plan B, different styles of play, because you just don't know when EA are going to patch something or change it. Plus, once a new game comes out, it can completely be different to the year before, and you've obviously got used to playing that certain style of play throughout the whole cycle of that game, and then it's a new game again, and it's like, oh, this feels like a complete different game, and it's like you're starting all over again.
So you've seen all the seasons of E-League or a fair few of them since it's kicked off. Do you always kind of expect the players that are the most well-rounded and have a lot of experience to win usually? Or do you sometimes, heading into a new season, looking at some of the weekend cups and some of the other kind of auxiliary events that are happening around the E-League season, do you get very convinced by a player coming in with some hot form into the season? Or do you kind of have that skeptical approach where you expect a lot of the same kind of players to perform?
In sort of the history of, especially the region out here, it generally has sort of kept to the same players. You do get you know, a few young, like Saad, for example, sort of only just kind of come onto the scene the last year or so. Yeah, look, I think kind of you say it's a young man's game, FIFA. I mean, I think sort of you get to kind of 24, 25, and I feel like a lot of, you know, the guys at that age kind of tend to filter out a bit, and, you know, you get your 16, 17-year-olds that are kind of coming through, and obviously maybe have a lot more time to kind of play it, and the older guys kind of, you know, priorities change, and they want to sort of go into different aspects of life. But yeah, I think that's kind of the beauty of it. You know, every year there's always going to be sort of a new kid that's coming through, and it's it's exciting and refreshing for the scene.
This is the grand esports debate, though, that you're getting into at this point. It's like, is it reaction time? When people get older, they start getting worse, or is it lifestyle, or what do you put it down to, do you reckon?
I think it's just reaction. I mean, I'm getting old now, so I kind of, you know, coming up against some of these young guys when I'm playing division rivals and foot champs, it's like, you know, the reactions, just like reading the game and knowing the mechanics, I think is kind of the main thing. You know, especially, you know, when you play a game so much, I guess you just know the ins and outs on the best angles to score, the right times to use the skill moves, and yeah, look, I'm a bit of a has-been FIFA player, I think now. You know, I still try my best, but yeah, it's obviously it's great to be involved here and watch these guys play. You know, the best in Australia, and hopefully I can maybe try and pick a few tips up as the season goes on, as well as yourself, mate. I'll be keen to see you on the sticks at some point.
I mean, I feel the same as you, where I often play a lot of the games that I commentate, and you know, I'm kind of old and shit, so there's really not much I could do. I play against all the Zoomers and all the pros and stuff like that, and they make a fool of me a lot of the time. It's just the way that it is, but you could definitely learn a few things, you know, from watching these guys. I feel like even from someone that hasn't touched FIFA, I've learned a lot from, you know, watching Saad or Mike J the other night as well, just the way that they kind of approach the game. And, you know, I can, even if I don't understand the game at a deep level, I feel like I'm starting to see a lot of patterns of play and you know, common themes kind of emerge, and that's always great to kind of wrap my head around. Obviously, a bit of an extended discussion in between the two legs. It was a slow first leg, only 1-1 scoreline. In case you've forgotten, after me and Mitch's new podcast, which will probably be airing at some point, you know, we've probably got at least 20 minutes of content in there. Chuck an ad on that in between.
Check the Spotify later, guys.
Yeah.
It'll be on there.
For sure. A bit rusty on the podcast, to be honest. Either way, though. Back into the second leg of things. Oh, that was definitely getting exciting for a second. I'm not sure what player that was going absolutely flying, but it's straight into the possession of Brady again, who has yet another crack. Oh, no, not for a third time. You can't make this mistake 3 times in a row. He had 3 cracks at it, Mitch. Unfortunately, going a little bit wide there.
Oh, agony and pain on Brady's face there, but...
You can see the expression on Nayla's face. He's just happy that didn't go pear-shaped after how many cracks that Brady was just given.
You can't miss chances like that, especially against Nayla, though. Fortunately, you've got to take them chances because, you know, you might not get another one.
Well, expecting anything too different from these two players heading into the second leg. They've had a fair bit of time to kind of look at how that first leg went, read each other's play styles. Hold on for a second. Mbappe is just going to crank it right in towards the back right side of the net. Absolutely beautiful from Nayla.
There we go. Told you. If you miss a chance, you'll get punished.
Yeah. Made it look pretty easy, pretty routine there. Brady immediately tries to chip it down the field a little bit, find some space onto one of the boys and maybe try to make a play and reply early on in the first half of the second leg here. But didn't end up converting, and now Nayla putting himself in pole position. Maybe all he needed was just a little bit of a breather, a little bit of a break to kind of screw his head back on. Brady with possession again. Going to try to make good on what he missed out on last time, but there's just a little bit too much defense there for Nayla.
No, he's defended pretty well, I think, so far, Nayla. I mean, obviously, look, he's conceded, you know, a simple cross into the box in the first half, which he's going to be disappointed about. Which I do think the goalkeeper would have done a bit more with in terms of holding onto the ball. But yeah, we'll save that for the FIFA referee discussion later. But
the experts in Twitch chat, the pundits.
Oh yes, oh yes.
Every esport, mate. Absolutely. You got the scariest job at all, Mitch. You got to have an opinion live on air. You don't have time to think about what you're going to say. How's your internal filter working?
Oh, fantastic.
We keeping the spicy opinions back, or is this just
yeah? Look, I'm just holding them in. I think
of consciousness.
Maybe as the weeks go on, I'll probably get a bit more ruthless, I think, with some of the guys, but I'll stay nice for now.
Yeah, there might be a little bit of bias in there in some of those matchups. We won't get into which ones. As Nayla grabs himself possession yet again here. Maybe kicking it down the field to Gullet. I think in the middle of the field, I'm pretty unsurprised to see Gullet and Bellingham just kicking it back and forth. That seems to be the go-to for a lot of the boys in the E-League.
Yeah, look, they're sort of the go-to midfielders. Bellingham's strength, speed. He's one of the bright young prospects in the real world football at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he's obviously the perfect selection for the guys to go to, and yeah, Big Rude in the middle of the park as well. He's been a mainstay in FIFA since his first introduction, I believe in FIFA 17, I think, when back when the legends were first introduced into the game. Yeah, look, he's the ultimate midfield player, Rude Hullet.
Brady going to be trying to kick it down the field a little bit more, but again the possession gets turned back over to Nayla. Going to try to work his way through the middle of the field yet again. He's got a little bit of space over here, but there's a pause here for Brady. Anything kind of sticking out to you here, or just more of the same?
Looks like he's taken Wenzel Halls off as well for the second game. I take it he wasn't too happy with having him in the side, but
did he chuck? What was it? Capdevila in? Did he chuck in?
Off now. I think it was, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, look, I mean, obviously he was Wenzel Halls is more of an attacking player, but I just think you need to balance it off. Need to balance it off with that defensive-minded player, as well as having the attacking player, which he's got in Jason Cummings.
Mm-hmm. See if that balance is going to work a little bit better for him, because he is really the one who the onus is on right now. Nayla is a goal up. There's still time. Nothing to get too carried away about. It's just a little bit of light pressure on Brady here, who has started the E-League well for himself. Would love to get a dub over Melbourne City, though, if he can. Be a good one for the boys. Another reset here for Brady. Going to kick it back up the field. And see if he can even up this goal disadvantage that he's staring down at the moment. Not too many minutes left in this half. So another turnover to Nayla there. Bit of a longer pass. But with only a minute left in towards this last half and some sloppy passing, we'll see if Nayla can make the most of this opportunity. Going to get himself quite close towards the box, but again, it's another sloppy pass, and Brady on the intercept. Bit of a head shake there for Nayla.
Yeah, I think he's just a bit frustrated. I still think he's just rushing a bit in the final third there, but look, he got the all-important goal there that he was obviously looking for. Obviously 45 in-game minutes left. I think Brady just needs to maybe reset here, and I don't think he's got it right as of yet in terms of maybe selecting which A-League players. I think most players have kind of stuck with the same players, and I think obviously him kind of changing him for the second game, I don't think he's kind of worked out who his best A-League players are yet.
Gotcha. Well, can potentially change things up a little bit. He's going to seriously consider it the way that it's going. I feel like that's been Nayla through and through, though, really, hasn't it? Like, after the long, kind of more drawn-out pauses, he seems to... And this is something you see in other esports as well, where, like, even in some of the tack shooters that I cover, you'll have a long kind of pause, and what happens is the competitors kind of switch off a little bit. There's not a whole lot of action going, and then all of a sudden someone's running up in your face. It doesn't matter if it's a shooting game or whether it's FIFA. You got Ronaldo running straight down the field, and unfortunately Brady's kind of caught napping there.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I think, you know, even in, like I said, in sort of professional soccer as well, I think when you have a break for such a long period of time, and then it's like, right, you've got to either get your legs going again, or as in FIFA, you've got to switch on and get mentally focused up again after having a bit of a break. Because obviously Brady had a pretty solid first game, but yeah, maybe the breaks sort of got to him, and
it's like a bit of a pause, and then Nayla just explodes out of the gate. You know, just runs it straight down.
Yeah, well, I think it's given him a bit of time just to sort of maybe think things through and possibly change a few things and just sort of assess the situation a bit more.
Well, the situation as it stands is, okay, we're getting some subs in for Brady here, changing up his squad. These are kind of the last-minute change-ups that he's going to try and turn around the game with, so we'll see how they go for him.
Yep, positive substitutions, so, you know, I think he needs to... Oh, dear.
Oh, Nayla again getting space with Ronaldo. This has been the recipe for success time and time again, but nice little slide in from the goalie. Going to shut that down relatively quickly. So it's Brady back with the ball. How do you see him? Oh, that's a very brave pass all the way down. Yeah. Unfortunately.
Direct football right there.
He's, I mean, I feel like he's trying to make the big plays to get back into it. You know, 2 goals down is not a huge amount. We've seen high-scoring games all night. He is running out of time, but he's playing with, I feel like, a bit of desperation there.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's no reason to sort of, you know, start panicking yet. I think there's, you know, it's not even the 60th in-game minute yet, and, you know, you can score 2 goals really quickly in FIFA. So I think the important thing for Brady is just don't concede and get the next goal.
Well, let's see if he's going to follow your advice here, Mitch. Towards the top side here. Just taking his time, passing it around, seeing if he can find the right angle of approach. But again, it's another interception from Nayla, who again has found space. I am very unsurprised. Ronaldinho this time over towards that side of the box. Almost found that player who was absolutely legging it for it, but Brady's a little bit faster to the punch. Oh dear, that could be something you're regretting here. Mbappe gets his hands on the ball over to Gullet, and Ronaldo, off the goalie. That's absolutely brutal for Brady.
Rebound, I feel for him there. Bit unlucky, but look, he's worked it really well down the wing, and some pretty impressive skill moves there from R9 to work the space into the box. But yeah, bit unfortunate with the rebound off the goalkeeper there.
Yeah, as if Nayla needed any more things going his way. Up 4-1, he's looking good for it here. Might be a 1-1 kind of night for Brady, which honestly wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Especially if he could chip in 1 or 2 more goals at minimum. You know, this is still a winnable game for him, but if he can make the most of these kind of opportunities. Almost gave it a crack. Couldn't quite convert.
I think that's it. As we said, like, the goals do count in the long run. I think in the previous game where one of the players switched off right at the death and stopped playing, and he conceded an extra goal. You know, that goal, even if you're 5-6-0 down, you know, that 1 goal could mean the difference if you know, there's still 6 weeks to go. So I think, you know, just got to keep playing
especially in like if you're a player that's newer to the league, maybe you're not in fantastic form or anything, you get deeper in towards the league, and those could be the make or break to make it in towards the top 6. You want to get into playoffs, want to get yourself a little bit of cash if you can, and just the prestige, obviously, being in the E-League, making the playoffs. Maybe your club's feeling a little bit better about you.
I don't know why he went for the power shot there. Just shoot.
Didn't quite convert, unfortunately. And it's back over to Nayla again. Ronaldo getting harassed. And,
oh,
you went flying,
tackle.
Mitch. You went flying. Oh, he's straight back up again, though. Oh, boy. Good effort from Pele, but it's really not going to mean a whole lot as the ball's back in Mbappe's safe pair of hands. We'll chuck it over to McLaren. Ronaldinho just scored before. He's doing some fancy footwork here. Maybe a little bit too fancy in that case. 10 in-game minutes left to go for Brady to make any kind of plays, but it's looking pretty safe in Nayla's hands right now.
I love how Nayla uses Ronaldinho. Dino's my boy, and he does him justice when he's on the ball.
Oh, got a Ronaldinho appreciation going. You guys can form maybe a little bit of a club.
Oh, yes.
As this is not quite able to make it deep enough on towards the field. Goalie is a little bit quicker to the punch. Oh, Wenzel Hawes is back in again. Hakimi on the bottom side gets bullied out, but he's going to get another chance to reset here for Brady. 6 minutes left to try to make anything happen. Trying to make space up the field. Going to hand it over, unfortunately, to Nayla. Not what he was hoping for. Ronaldo. Another sloppy pass means it's back in the possession of Brady. But, Mitch, 3 minutes to go. Going to have to be a goal an in-game minute at this point. If Brady can at least chip himself in one more. Looking for an opportunity. But he's just getting harassed. Going to try a different angle of approach. He just gives it a crack, but it's straight over the top. Goalie really didn't even need to do too much there.
There's blue shirts, Melbourne City shirts everywhere there. Really, really well defended from Nayla.
It's been a good game for him, you know. Defense has been decent, I would say, but more so, oh, that was very, very fancy, very cheeky. But end of the day, Nayla's going to get it done, and I feel like a lot of it was just fancy footwork and fancy play with some very key players.
Yeah, he was solid, Nayla. Pretty professional performance from him, and yeah, I liked how he played. He really, especially in that second half, he probably was a bit critical with his overdoing the skill moves, but he really utilised them well in that second half there.
Well, he gets himself a dub there for Melbourne City. A nice performance for him in the E-League. Only a couple games left tonight, but before we do get towards those, we'll have a little bit of a chat towards Nayla right after the break.
Welcome back to E-League Australia 2023. Wonderful to have you with us for the last round of the evening. My name's Nate Patrick. It's been a wonderful match day 2, Group B. We've sort of had the dynamic happening, haven't we, Justin? Getting to know some of the newer competitors, some veterans returning to the scene, and it all finishes tonight with Marco being at Sydney FC for every single season versus Saad. Some Saad ball, which we had earlier today. What a contest that should be.
Well, I think if Marco's not picking up 3 points, he's going to be pretty annoyed with himself because picking up only a draw 1 point out of 2 games. I mean, we know Marco. He's an unbelievable player, and he has been throughout the years. So I think he'll be disappointed if he doesn't come out of this game with a win.
A reminder of what we've had throughout the day. Goodness gracious me. Plenty of goals, keeping the highlights, keeping the people running the socials on their feet as well. Hey, Justin, congratulations on that goal earlier. Nayla, in the encounter you just saw, 4-1 over Brady. Dylan Gomes, 9-3 over Jazz. Mitch Austin, 2 competitors that have, again, been there, done that. Dylan may be coming off a even less form, less playing experience than Jazz. In terms of recency, 9 goals past the Adelaide United man.
Yeah, obviously a great result for Dylan. I think he was maybe sort of stepping away from the FIFA scene, over the last few months. But look, it's great to see him back involved, and I think, that's a great win for him, and maybe it'll probably boost his eagerness to kind of stay around the FIFA scene.
We really hope so. We love all the Gomes brothers getting around the scene. They've given so much to us over the years. Another man who's certainly giving his all this E-League competition. Always good for a chat as well. Lad's going to have a chat now with Nayla.
Nayla, how's it going? Dare I say it, you have nailed the start of the E-League season, coming straight in with 2 wins. How are you feeling?
Pretty good. I mean, I played pretty bad that last game, I thought, but somehow I got the win, so I guess we take it.
You got the win, that's all that matters. You're back at City this year. How are you feeling about the club? How's the club supporting you?
It's good. This year, back with Big Mickey, good teammate. Last year I had the GOAT, Marcus. He's a bit old now, so it's good. I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, we spoke to Mike last night, and he said that he actually hit you up for help selecting his A-League players for this season. Talk me through your logic behind who you picked for yourself and for him.
Pretty much, there's 2 players that are usable from Melbourne City, so I put them in, and just built pretty much the same team as everyone else. Mick's pretty useless with it, to be honest, so I sent him a photo.
We got some inter-team drama going on here.
He knows that, so I just sent him the photo of what I'm using, and he used it.
Well, we love the support. How are you feeling going into the rest of the season? Are you the man to beat? Who do you think's your biggest competition?
I mean, I'm old and crippled now compared to how it used to be, but I'm up there. There's Mark, Mike, Nagidi, Dylan, Marcus Gomes, of course. So we'll see what happens, but I think I have a decent chance.
Well, fingers crossed for you. Enjoy the rest of the season.
Thank you.
Nayla, wonderful to hear from the Melbourne City man. Now with Mick, Mike, talking about old man Marcus Gomes. I've heard he wants to go by Naydog personally, so who knows what's next for that man. But Justin, what we did see was a man on a mission with Brady with a very good effort earlier today, only to meet Nayla in form, as he said, sort of growing in, maybe a little bit not ideal how he saw his first day competition going. Plenty of time still to come. Always a great question from Lav. Who's your main competition? How do you see the rest of the season going? He seems nice and chill.
Yeah, I mean, he mentioned that he said he wasn't really too happy with how he played against Brady. So, his standards are up there. I mean, he's considering himself needing to score lots of goals against Brady. But that just shows the standard. That just shows the standard of the top-tier competitive FIFA players. And they know that you need to be scoring more goals to give you the chance to be able to get into those higher spots, to be able to maybe possibly get yourself a week off when it comes to playoffs.
Billy, what about those thoughts from Nayla? Your first time, I'm sure, seeing him on broadcast, seeing him play in the E-League. Nice and chill, typical Queenslander.
Yeah, I think it's interesting the point that Justin brought up, because I think it's different with different competitors, but I've also seen it's different across different esports. I have interviewed people who play FPS games and stuff like that. Sometimes they're a little bit more arrogant, I would say, at times about their wins and things like that. Then you got the StarCraft players who are they'll win a game and they'll be like, oh, I played garbage. Like, I got so much to improve on. So it's interesting to see FIFA players and how they kind of approach their wins and losses and just objectively analysing things.
It's good to have a little bit of banter from Nayla. Very humble, of course. You're quite right, Pili. In his approach, two gentlemen that should be full of confidence. Heading into the last game of the day. Sydney FC's Marco. Been there, done that. 6 years running. Saad. Now at Western United with a big task to fill, big boots to fill. Of course, his teammate Dylan. Now Marco's partner at Sydney FC.
No, you're spot on, Nate. Marco, 6 years at Sydney FC, the longest player to have played at one club in E-League history, and obviously one of two to have played every season of the E-League. Spoke about it before, only picking up a draw against Nagidi of MacArthur. I'm sure he's going to want to pick up points. I was saying it before, he needs to pick up points to make it feel like it's been a decent day for round one.
His teammate Dylan yesterday saying he was relieved at the end of his games. How a positive result here may well help Marco to feel the exact same way. In his way is Saad. What a performance earlier today. We thought it might be interesting. Let's go with that, with some talk of pre-planned celebrations. JMK King left with no opportunity. Held to 0. The Saad scores 7. What we are reigniting the coin, the term Saad ball. Let's see what he can do up against a former premiership and champion in Marco.
I mean, Marco, he's been there and done it over the years, been to a FIFA E World Cup. We know he's got the ability, and we know he's going to show it.
Many had him as the favourite, and so often did he look like that all the way back in Season 1 of E-League Australia. His teammate Samir, Josh Ingwood of Melbourne City, perhaps surprise W's in the end, but Marco has showed his quality all the way throughout. Can he step up here in our last game of match day 2? This is Saad, of course, on the ball, nice and calm. Bullet inside. Lucio in the way, and Saad with a cute little sideways glance, just like, okay, wasn't the right call. We move on. And as we do, Mbappe for Marco with 0 help whatsoever will have to hold this up. Saad responding by bringing the second man across. Ryan Grant trying to pass that. I'm not sure who. Marco does get it back. Ryan Grant continues Mbappe. One more pass, surely into the defender, bubbling around. Bullet cannot get it clear. Marco stays in his final third. That's time. Bullet is left on the floor, dreadlocks and all. Wonderful tackle by Saad.
No, that was a brilliant tackle by Saad. Just very, very unlucky for Marco. Felt very hard done by there. It felt like probably should have scored. But, you know, I'm sure when going up the pitch in further moments, he's not gonna make that mistake again of not scoring. I think he's gonna make sure of the chance next time.
Saad patiently waiting on the edge of the penalty area, as you'll see these competitors do throughout. Deep set defenses, lines of 3, 4, 5 or more. The midfielders often being manually controlled as much as possible. You don't want to have one of those centre backs out of position. Marco can't get it away after the initial successful interception. We go again. Saad knocking on the door. Yaya Toure, wonderful addition to FIFA 23. Bullets. Pele, little 1-2 trying to work, and Marco once again with that centre mid perfectly stationed.
Oh, unlucky chip through ball there from Marco. Great to win the ball back from Saad there. But once again, Saad just moving into that possession, trying to find the ball past that midfield line and then past the defensive line.
Caceres with a challenge. One of 2 Sydney FC A-League men's players in the lineup. Garuccio, of course, featuring again for Saad. You heard him in the interview earlier. Big fan IRL, and now getting the chance to using him for Western United in E-League Australia 2023. With a bit of space and time here, Mbappe decides to go inside because he wants it to the feet of Ronaldo. Wonderful challenge again. Marco applying himself in defence.
No, that was brilliant skill by Saad, using the ball roll, scoop, turn to get quickly past his man. Just unlucky, not being able to create that goal-scoring opportunity.
Saad again. Happy to just hold it until a defender's drawn up. We talked about it before, Justin and I going through the ins and outs of passing particularly, and how it seems just, as you're seeing right there, holding down sprint can sometimes just be the best option. The fullbacks on display in E-League Australia 2023. Before bringing it back inside, Saad with Pele. Trying to use the width. You can see the narrow block, double block of sky blue shirts. And once again, Marco, wonderful patience, getting it back eventually.
I think Marco is just trying to settle things, not allow Saad many opportunities, and try and bring a bit of control back into this game, but just can't seem to get out of his half, which is really unfortunate for him. He seems to be doing everything right defensively. Just can't get it out of that half and create those goal-scoring opportunities.
First half of this first leg absolutely flying by. And Saad get the breakthrough before the break. It looks less likely now. Marco, can he find some of these passes forward? You doubt there'd be much stoppage time at all. Have an extra pass or two, and that is that. Justin, yesterday when we had this type of encounter, you're calling it game of the day material. Some people on Twitch, some people on Twitter saying that, what about those games with a dozen goals or so? How are you rating this one so far?
I stand by myself. This, as we spoke about, for the purists, it may not have all the goals that people are asking for, but you can see the defensive masterclass being put in to be able to stop your opponent from creating goal-scoring opportunities. I keep saying that, I feel like a broken record, goal-scoring opportunities, but that's what FIFA is. If you're able to create those goal-scoring opportunities, that's how you're going to be able to obviously win. That's exactly what it is.
Saad with 2/3 of possession, but not even a shot to show for it just yet. Thought I saw it live. I feel like I've seen the snapshot there. Justin's nodding his head next to me. The 5-4-1 from Marco, which we did see Marcus use off broadcast yesterday. Tell me I'm not a madman completely, Justin.
No, there is a bit of method to the madness, I think. As I said before, just maybe trying to settle things, not give Saad those goal-scoring opportunities. I'm a broken record, Nate. And that's exactly what we're talking about. What a finish, R9 Ronaldo. Maybe, I think we spoke about it yesterday, maybe just needing to call him Ronaldo now. We don't see Cristiano being used much anymore. I mean, doesn't have the stats for it, does he?
I think Saad's more than happy with the Brazilian GOATs. 1-0, Saad ball paying off immediately in the start of this second half, and that 5-4-1. We made a little pact yesterday, Justin and I, not to go on too much about the 5 at the back, so we'll leave it there for now. At the moment, Saad seems to be happy with that choice from Marco. Plenty of action left though. Herreras to Pele. Slight contact in the box. Pele stays on his feet. Referee says nothing to him. Marco now with his chance. Try and find his way up the pitch. Of course, only with that one striker. It's going to need to be using that width between the wing-backs and the wide mids.
Yep, no, you're spot on. And there's the through ball. Ronaldinho went for the ball roll scoop turn and unlucky not to score. Very unlucky not to score.
Want to take in short as we're used to in FIFA 23. Ronaldo finds Hakimi in the way. DP on the ball finds a lovely pass under the pressure of 2 sky blue jerseys. Saad, not necessarily with a wake-up call, but certainly alert to the danger and the presence of Marco, where Ronaldinho, the little lucky to get past the defender, but Marco will make you pay. There's been a competitor that historically, all the way up until E-League Australia last season, loves that 4-2-3-1 narrow, lives by it. It's been referred to already as a a formation from the past, Justin. Would that be a way forward if Marco's not enjoying how this contest unfolds?
Well, from what we've seen from other competitors, maybe it's the 4-3-2-1. That's the formation forward. It's Kylian Mbappe, plays it into Pele. Ball roll, scoop turn. And Saad has put himself 2-0 up against the former E-League champion, Marco.
I feel like my sarcasm on the webcams has gone unnoticed last time. So just let's enjoy the blunt brutality of that face from Saad. Not happy with the finish initially. Who knows what he's thinking now? But 2-0. Western United, new man is coming through. Looking for goal number 3. Stays by line. Cut back again. As simple as you like. 3 goals. Ronaldo again. Anything you'd think with that 5 at the back, Justin. There's less width on offer. Wide mids as well. And yet, twice now, Saad exposing space on the flanks.
I think it's just simple as Kylian Mbappe down the wing and a cutback, smart pass back onto the edge of the box or to the edge of the 6-yard box. Saad has perfected it in this fixture so far. And that's where a lot of his goal scoring opportunities have come from.
Over ambitious on that occasion. Going for a similar thing, surely. Sometimes the simple way of playing can get it done for you. If you're playing along, playing foot champs, you can get it done in the E-League. No time for your opponent to react with that first time shot. The cutback so difficult to, I guess, decide which player in the area you believe it's going to go to. Defensive mechanic with the double button push where you can bring out players to somebody on the flank, but as per Justin, the give and take, you commit numbers to the ball, leave space in behind or in the middle. Marco looking for his first of the contest. Ronaldo defeat. Lovely movement across the face. Player offside, that left back, which is surely Garuccio, and it is, steps up just at the last moment.
I mean, they're friends. We said it before, they're friends, Ben Garuccio and Saad. And he's just done him a big favour there.
Saad looking for 4. Bullet, near post this time. Is it over Van der Sar? Is it to the near post? He won't mind. 4-0. Once again, Marco, Sydney FC, 6 seasons. Done it for the Sky Blues. Got a premiership. Been a champion. Right here, right now. Saad ball is continuing on. If you missed it earlier today, goodness me, Saad 7-0 over JMK King. 4-0 in this first leg against Marco.
As well as Saad is playing, still have to feel a bit for Marco. He's created a few good chances that just haven't gone his way. And I felt he's been unlucky with the defense on that left side of the field. And as you can see, trying to get his way back into the game. The aforementioned by Nate, 4-2-3-1, the trustworthy formation. He's changed to it.
I wonder how long he's been using it for. It might be letting him down, but you can never write off a champion, and Marco is exactly that. We're talking last season. We've gone through those seasonal changes from 22 to 23. This would be it for Marco in this game. Give up. Have a look to your next one, which is coming up right at you. All of a sudden, boom, done. Group stage ends. But here in 23, the second leg approaches. Plenty more chances for the champion to show his qualities. Few substitutions made. Can't say I've seen a lot of Pele, but when there's so many incredible foot items on the pitch, to be fair, some of the goats are going to go unnoticed largely. Ronaldo, R9 variant, of course, being the go-to man for Saad, but plenty others throughout this campaign.
Yep, no, that was a sub there for Marco, bringing on, I believe, that fantasy Ginola foot item.
Must be nice.
It must be nice. I remember checking on the market, 12 million coins, something along those lines.
Right at the end of leg one here, Saad looking for number 5. Marco, wonderful challenge. Bullet steps in to keep it to 4. Make no mistake, Saad domination in game 1. But certainly signs there towards the end, Justin. Marco altering the formation, altering his style, finding a way to get back into the contest, and maybe some people watching along unfamiliar with the E-League, maybe just a bit new, thinking, oh, that's done and dusted then. 4-0 in a game of FIFA 23. You guys were talking before about how some people rage quit at 3. Maybe for some competitors, Justin, would allow that little speculation, but for Marco, not a chance. What changes, though, do you think he has ahead of him to make that comeback in leg 2?
Definitely a positive change in the formation. I don't think he'll be stepping into the next game with a 5-back formation. I don't know if he'll be stepping in with a 3, but he will be at least using a 4, maybe going to that 4-2-3-1 we saw him using near the end. I just feel he was slightly unlucky. It felt like there was a couple of chances that could have gone his way, didn't, and sometimes that's what can make the difference. We spoke about it before in the Nagidi Mapro game. It can make all the difference when it's just not falling for you. But Saad, he managed to score multiple chances just down that left side all the time. It was constantly coming from that left side. Kylian Mbappe just running down the line and just passing it across goal. That's all it takes.
Start off with, Saad was attacking centrally. You see that sensational finish across the face, and there, right on cue, the left wing back to the left mid. Little tangle, a little tango, but no dice there for Marco. Once again, it was central for goal number 2, and then, as Justin was saying, he started attacking that far side, simply sprinting down that byline until he got to where he wanted to be. The passing at the end of it, you must say, Justin, sublime. There might be more simple passes than if you are trying to go through the middle, but to do it against someone with the quality of Marco, who we know has defended the world's best. You mentioned being at an E-World Cup, having been the best in this region before, could still well be that now. But Saad, very patient with his passing play.
No, that's what it's going to take to be able to score against great players. You need to be able to look for that extra pass, a smart pass. And you see it so commonly now. I know I mentioned it before about running down the wing, but using those players that have those high-paced stats, like your Team of the Year Kylian Mbappe foot item, you need to take advantage of it, especially when players are using A-League foot items as their fullbacks. For example, Ryan Grant. I really do love him, but just kept getting pace burned by Kylian Mbappe.
As you're saying, as most foot items in the game would, and these are unlocked accounts. Again, if you're unfamiliar with the E-League, fantastic work by the tournament admins and staff to make sure these competitors can use the very best foot items in the game. But it does mean that it might be a bit unfamiliar, and as much as you might think that might unlock more advanced tactics, if there are more foot items with 99 pace, that just means more options for these competitors to hold down sprint and say goodbye.
Oh, it's always been a thing in FIFA Ultimate Team. Foot items with 99 pace, they're always the common thing in people's teams. And we might see it further along the lines of the season when cards are getting more 99 pace stats. You're going to see them popping up maybe off the bench, maybe not necessarily replacing icon foot items or the Team of the Year foot items, but you'll see them coming off the bench and providing that stamina, that pace down the wing and creating opportunities like we've seen multiple times with Kylian Mbappe.
Here I am, got Diaby being like, that's my pace off the bench. All of a sudden you see these foot items and you're like, I wonder what might be the very thought that is surely on the fans' mind. Sydney FC's Marco, I promise that is him, up against Western United's Saad. He has it all to do, but he has all the experience on his side. Saad, of course, having Sesto by his side for this Western United E-League campaign. Would have taken surely great inspiration from his teammate, who started off well. End of the day, in his own words, maybe he is not as he liked, but surely two gentlemen that are having a good chat, working on tactics, strategy, and of course that E-League mentality.
No, I think something that you can do with your teammate, we've spoken about it a lot. Get that advice. Doesn't matter what's happened in their results. If they've lost, won, drawn, you can always gain some insight, get some better advice to be able to improve your game. because getting that second set of eyes, you might not see things that they're seeing.
The very thing that we are blessed with right here, right now. Big thank you to the APL, to the A-Leagues, Nivea Men, Maccas. You'll see them in the top right-hand corner for giving us this extended season, letting us see exactly how good these competitors are in our region. What a privilege it has been already, not even with 2 days gone, to see the likes of Saad and his scintillating build-up play and goals. Marco wants to start with one of the four and has started much more strongly already. Heck yes, Ronaldo it is. This time Marco will be saying, but on my side, in Sky Blue, 1-0 within 10 minutes. Game on, Justin.
Good old reliable Prime R9. A foot item that's been there since the beginning of the E-League. When he first came out in FIFA 18 as Kylian Mbappe. Marco says, no, this time I'll be running down the wing with him. But very unlucky not to get a chance to put a shot on target.
Almost a direct taste of his own medicine, sprinting down the far side, but not completing the play. Hey, Justin, there's Ryan Grant, and there's Mbappe inside. Not past the centre-back, and Grant perfectly stationed to get the rebound. Does look like a common theme, and probably a good thing in FIFA 23, where it certainly is possible to utilise the advanced stats. If these elite competitors think that they can just get away with playing a fullback or not investing more time into their A-League men's player selections, they may well be disheartened. They may well be punished. R9 again. Marco again. From 4-0 down to 4-2 with plenty of time left in this second leg.
I'm not sure what formation Marco has gone to. It doesn't seem to be the 4-2-3-1, but it is a 4-back. So positive changes since the last leg, and he's creating multiple chances. That's exactly what he needs to be doing to get back into this leg.
Saad looking a little rattled. Would have surely expected Marco to come out firing in the second leg, but 2 goals that quickly put the man at Western United under significant pressure. How will he respond? Ryan Grant. That one was for you, Justin. Big tackle, stands up his man and dumps him down. Saad still with the ball, player far side, offside. Bullet to Pele. Gets past one defender. Lucio comes back for another bite, and Zazan's there to tidy up. Marco much more relaxed with his defending, particularly that player switch, waiting until that last moment.
He is playing amazing right now. Passing up the field with confidence, and in defense so far, making those standing tackles stick and coming out with the ball. It's exactly what you want from your foot items.
It's certainly a skill in itself, that right stick switching. A lot of casual competitors, players of FIFA Ultimate Team, maybe just hit that bumper and see what happens. Viserys, good challenge initially. Mbappe goes again, but the Sydney FC man says, not today. Slight coin disparity there, Justin. I know you love to do your research, and we're appreciative of it. Viserys maybe not quite at those levels of Mbappe.
No, definitely not, and he did make a great tackle beforehand with Caceres. It was very unlucky for Mbappe to just steal the ball back off him, but then made sure of it the second time. As you see Marco down the right wing. We spoke about the medicine before. Kylian Mbappe unlucky not to get past there.
Mate, I'm not having these unluckies. Saad switching to Garuccio makes the standing challenge. He is much improved from Marco, and it's lovely passing from Saad in response. Gets Mbappe free top side, brings it inside, past the defender, extra pass, has no source on it whatsoever. Absolutely lets off the hook.
I think that's something that Saad will look back on, possibly if Marco's able to get more goals in this double leg. Gee, that is something that you look back on and just think, how has it not gone to my player?
Saad goes again. Not anywhere near those levels of fluency he obtained in that first leg and earlier today. It's been a lot more simple. But no less effective. Draws the keeper out. Pele finishes to make the keeper just look foolish. But that's not what it's about. It's about Saad's discipline and patience to wait until that perfect moment.
That is an amazing use. The ball, roll, scoop, turn. What a finish, Pele.
Marco straight away. Once again, pass across the face when maybe the shot across the face. Travella is on. Or if buts and maybes where we can understand why it doesn't happen in the moment. How much Saad needed that little bit of breathing room and the composure he had to wait to execute the skill move. When lesser competitors might have gone a little earlier. Oh, Mbappe leaves Marco sliding. Ronaldo with the opportunity. Caceres again. The big challenge, Marco. If we're debating some of the A-League player selection, Caceres is worth his weight in silver, technically, but smashing it with the elites.
Oh, he is making those last-ditch tackles for Marco. And you could say keeping him in this tie.
I rate the selection from Marco, personally, after we're talking about fullbacks maybe getting exposed. Burnt for pace, Caceres has truly put in. Marco still 3 goals behind on aggregate. 2-1 leading, of course, in this leg. It will matter little if you can't improve and find at least 3 more here. Making sure Saad doesn't add to the collection. Confirmation that the 4-3-2-1 has been utilized. The go-to. Not something Marco would prefer, but very understandable why I'd give it a go at the very least in this situation.
Well, it seems to be working in this first half. Got him 2 goals back into the double leg. And hey, look, 45 minutes left. That's more than enough time to be able to score 3 goals in FIFA.
Particularly in FIFA 23, particularly for Marco of Sydney FC. Strap yourselves in and enjoy the end here of match day 2. Saad, if he can stay here with this scoreline, would make it 2 wins from 2, top of the ladder. And he's looking for more. Ronaldo it is again. Is there a player in the middle this time? Keeper does well. Marco surely calling him out. No options there. Saad for that extra pass, and the shot not really on well, maybe just running into a bit of a cul-de-sac.
Very, very great chance created there by Saad. He was just trying to look for that pass back on the inside, as he's done so for a lot of this game. And that's where majority of the goals have come for him.
Love to see the concentration from Marco. It is, I mean, feat to play at this level for so long. His 6th E-League Australia campaign. He looks as keen for it as ever. First things first, getting this ball back off Saad. Plays it through, Pele onside. One more pass. Bullet on the left. It's going to rebound back, a little unfortunate for Marco. And Saad will say that is a big relief. In fact, enjoy a gritty. I don't know what on earth is happening on that player cam either. He is feeling himself, he's feeling something. And fair enough, I guess, to be fair, up against Marco. If you've got a lead like that, may well you celebrate, son.
All I can say is it feels like a bit of salt in the wound. Unlucky, I felt. Just, he made the block perfectly well and just fell straight back to Saad. And then, I mean, how's it gritty for you?
Guess that's where my disbelief came from. And some of the goals that he scored, fair enough, celebrate those. But that one with the rebound. All right, brother, fair enough. You're the one in the lead. You're the one on broadcast. This is your time. 6-2 on aggregate. You'll be remembered today, Saad, for all those goals that will continue to be broadcasted. I'm sure you're following E-League Oz, E-League Australia on social media. A good glimpse, rewatch of those highlights. What about just 2 goals conceded over 4 legs of FIFA? Not that we're done just yet, but what a defensive effort from Saad as well.
No, it's been brilliant by him. I mean, if you go across both of his games, 13-2. 13 goals and only 2 conceded. and that's come in the first half of this leg. So that's a lot of halves where he has not conceded, and a lot of games where he just didn't concede. 3 games of FIFA. That's 270 minutes.
Makes the big tackle with Verge, but Marco gets it back initially. So the defender out again. Saad really locked in and feeling himself now. Lovely weighted ball. Mbappe, there's a player in the middle. Does he choose to use him? Marco does so well. Covers the shot and the passing lane. As we've seen one competitor today give up at one point. Marco's certainly not giving us any of that locked in until the end.
No, I feel like you can never, ever give up, especially in FIFA. You never know what can happen. I mean, we've seen it before in the E-League and in global series competitions. Anything can happen. But as you said, credit to Marco. That was some great cover defense there.
Felt like a certain goal. Brilliant defending from the veteran. While it does feel a mere formality now, there's time for that goal difference that we keep coming back to, and it's why we're excited about this new format this season. Every minute of FIFA 23 of E-League Australia matters until the very end. It's why you've got Marco, despite being 4 goals behind, applying himself as strongly as ever to see if he can at least eat into that deficit. I think there's some very positive signs for him, if nothing else, with that formation. Justin, showing that he can create in the 4-3-2-1 and, of course, a better defensive effort too.
No, I couldn't agree more. I think Marco, for the future, I think he's not going to look back on this game much because, as you said, with the extended amount of fixtures we have this year in the A-League, you can afford to have one of these games and put it behind you. But we know he's got the quality. He will be able to pick up results this year. We know that. But this has been an amazing 2 results for Saad. 7-0 win earlier. Now, a convincing win against Marco. It might have been slightly in question after the 2 quick goals that Marco scored. But Saad has done really well to confirm the result.
Ryan Grant with a bit of space and time and charging down the near side. Marco wanting the pass inside, finds it. Ronaldinho back onto the right, nothing doing surely off the sky blue last. Saad's feeling himself even with that. I can't get a read on this man. Look at the little head bob for another deflection. Everyone has their thing, I guess, and that's his.
Seems like he's singing to himself, if I felt personally. I could be reading that wrong, but you know, when you're playing good FIFA, you enjoy yourself and you are loving life.
Do your little dance, sing your little song, thank the sponsors, whatever it is that you're looking for. The freedom is yours, and Saad playing with freedom. Wonderful save. It stays at 6-2. The final few minutes just of this game, not just of the leg of match day 2. And it's finishing, surely, with a bit more Saad ball on the volley. Speculative at best. I don't think Marco was truly worried. But we respect the effort. We respect the showmanship. We enjoy the positivity on the face cam. Credit to Marco from Sydney FC, who really showed his application and ability to adapt, find a different formation and a different way to get back into the contest. But Saad ball has well and truly arrived here in E-League Australia 2023. 2-2 in that second leg. But a dominant first leg, a dominant beginning of that first leg, Justin. It has been his day.
No, that is absolutely correct, Nate. 4-0 in the first leg, as we're seeing the replays of the goals that he scored. Bit lucky you could say with that goal right there, but he really did show his worth there and why he has scored 13 goals today.
There was certainly a rebound or two, which we're not always the most fond of. We don't really feel like they're going to be the big highlights or they feel the most rewarding. Saad seemed to enjoy those the most for whatever reason. Maybe something we can speak about at some point. As we've seen here with extra chances, extra passes across the face, not going to plan. He was hungry for more, Justin. is the point. Man wanted more goals, and if a few of them were fortunate, he certainly scored enough of supreme quality to deserve the result.
I mean, we drew attention to it right there when he scored that ball roll scoop turn. Turned Van der Sar inside out.
There he is, one more time. Again, I don't know what's going on, but I do have real great news. And then I feel like we're about to find out. Gentlemen, welcome back. Real quick words before hopefully Saad is ready and rocking to go and explain a little sing-song. What was going on there, Mitch?
Unbelievable. I mean, that's one of the best games I've seen. Some of those goals, I think that one there where he scoop turned the goalkeeper. Unbelievable, but the celebrations, you know, I did mention to him before, I want to see some celebrations, and you know, he's produced. Would love to know what he was singing, what was on the playlist. Hopefully Lavender can find out for us in a bit.
Yeah, Hilly, if you got any insights, mate, if you've seen similar things on your other broadcasts, then anyone just singing a little song while they're winning and beating a defending premier and champion.
No, honestly, I thought that Marco, especially heading in towards that second leg, looked like he was starting to turn it around. And, you know, I was wondering if someone had found the answer for Saad, but it seems like he's coming into the E-League with some really strong form. So maybe he's going to continue to be this tough player to beat. He's playing fantastic at the moment.
Well, we can maybe find out from the man himself. Lav, get us those insights on what makes Saad ball tick.
Saad, congrats on another great win. The question on everyone's lips, you've had some great celebrations. What is on the celebratory playlist? You've been singing, you've been dancing. What are your tunings?
Just Rihanna, to be honest with you. I just like to listen to Rihanna.
Rihanna? Great choice.
Yeah.
And how are you feeling after that win? I think we can take away from your celebrations that you're probably feeling good. How are you feeling? It's been a big first day of the season for you.
Yeah, it has been pretty exhausting. Two pretty good opponents, Josh and Marco. I'm happy to get the win. So 6 points is pretty good. Good way to start the day. So, yeah.
And how are you going to celebrate after this? Is there more Rihanna on the playlist? Are you going to have a bit of a sing and a dance in your room, or is it straight to bed?
Probably just straight to bed, to be honest. Can't celebrate yet. It's not over yet. So, yeah.
You are absolutely correct. You've got a long season ahead. Well, good luck with it all. We hope to see more Rihanna dancing celebrations to come.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
What a cheeky lad. You do love to see it. I can't lie. Thank you very much, Lav, for getting those answers. We're all wondering what it was. Don't know if I actually feel satisfied with the answer, though. Man's listening to Rihanna while beating a defending champion and premier. Like, he already looked amazing. Saad, you are fine. We've defined your style of play as Saad ball. You don't need to do us even more dirty by listening to Rihanna while you play. Justin, just goes to show a lot of what you've been talking about, to be fair. A lot of these competitors finding their groove when they're a bit more mellow.
Yeah, no, he's been playing some really good FIFA, and, you know, when you have that confidence, you know, it just shines through. I mean, very interesting selection with the Rihanna. Not my particular cup of tea, but, you know, I think a lot of people would agree with Saad. It was a good selection.
We enjoyed it. There have been a lot of games that we have enjoyed today, of course. Plenty of games that have been played simultaneously, and goals galore. Goodness gracious me. We have enjoyed ourselves on broadcast on those main games. But don't forget, with the simulcasts, the big extended season, and extra games as well. The man himself, Notski, as Big Fab pronounced it. If you haven't seen it, go on Twitter, please. The transfer video is an absolute delight. We won't reveal how much he spent on it, but hey, wonderful to have the man himself announce the transfers of Marcus and Nugsy. What about that result? Justin, JMK, responding well to earn a 5-5 draw. Nugsy's second draw of the day.
I think JMK King, after the result against Saad, be happy to just pick up a point, I think, today. Look, E-League's really tough, is it not? I mean, a lot of people are tipping Group A as the toughest just because of the amount of top-tier competitors in there. But Group B really does have some tough players. And I think Nugsy, I mean, 2 points to come out of his first day. Look, Marco, JMK King, good competitors. I think he'll be content with that. I think he'll be content.
What about on the other side of the coin, Mitch? JMK King responding well, unable to even find the back of the net in that 7-0 drubbing. Sorry again, JMK King against Saad. And if we don't get to see the celebrations, no doubt he was still doing them anyway. Prepped for broadcast, but he'll enjoy them nonetheless.
Yeah, look, obviously he's played against both his Squad Force 9 teammates in one night, so maybe he's happy to get that out of the way. But yeah, look, it was obviously a disappointing first game for him in the first one. As Justin said, I think he'll just be happy to, get a point on the board, and he's obviously responded well because Nugsy's a really tough opponent for him to come up against as well.
I wasn't going to do it to him, but I couldn't resist. There's a little photo from the photo shoot of Nugsy. Surely we can see, yeah, beautiful. The man was having a day at his MacArthur shoot, big smiles, and he got to the end of it. He's like, all right, now down to business. It's time for FIFA 23. There's been a whole day of games that we've enjoyed together. Thank you very much to my esteemed crew for calling the action, getting us the insights to the competitors, having a look at those results from today. Heaps of goals, heaps of celebrations. We can move on from that now because we're going to get shortly to the standings and what this all runs down to. Again, please be following along on social media. But Pilly, some of those results where you called it yourself, big goals means big goal difference, and have a look at that table.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that kind of boils down at the end of the season. If you have a bit of a sloppier start to things, that could be a little bit disappointing. Interesting to see Nugsy get himself 2 draws there, as opposed to Saad, who's just come out and played some cracker FIFA today. I mean, it's all about your form on the day. A week can maybe change a whole lot for some of these competitors, so we'll see if the standings do change up a lot.
Only 2 competitors going undefeated. Mitch, Nayla joining Saad there on top. But what about even Dylan Gomes? Envy, technically in those playoff spots after one match day for them.
Yeah, look, it's good to see some of the maybe not so favourable 2 players before the night, obviously up there. But as Justin said, it's a tough E-League this season. I don't think anybody's kind of comfortable against, nobody's a guaranteed win, I don't think, this year. So yeah, it makes for a competitive E-League, should I say, for this season.
Lav, thank you very much for joining us back here and for the interviews throughout the evening. It's wonderful to get inside the competitors' minds in the way that only you can. What insights have you got for us around that mentality, particularly from Saad, who you had the pleasure of speaking with a few times?
Yeah, we got to speak twice after his incredible first day, and I have a feeling that the harder the game, the bigger the celebration. But I think maybe Rihanna is the winning formula. She played the Super Bowl. Maybe she's got some good sporting energy going on, and that's why he is sitting top of the table after day one.
All right, here we are trying to break it down and work out the mentality or the mindset. And yeah, I can't disagree. Justin, you said it before yourself, rather, with Mike J. Mitch, you were talking about it with Mo. We're seeing a repetition of this theme with competitors being relaxed in what you call like a flow state and just enjoying their FIFA.
I think it's been a thing that only a couple people used to do back in the day, but now it's starting to shine through this. You know what? I'm going to just, whatever happens, happens. Going to relax, be a bit more casual with FIFA. And it's starting to show that the results are coming through. JMK King, not as great today, unfortunately. But, I'm sure he's going to pick up some results. Mike J. FIFA yesterday, the relaxed, we saw it's working. I'm really, really excited. I'm really, really liking all the players that are playing this year. 24 competitors. I'm thinking we've got a really, really good season ahead of us.
We're enjoying the analysis and the breakdowns of formations, tactics, foot items, the A-League men's foot items as well. But Mitch, over to you real quickly on the differences that we're seeing. We've got Envy competitors that are saying, I'm not really taking it too seriously and whatnot. It's worked for him in his second game today. Jazz seemingly taking a similar approach. Unfortunately for him, he's bottom of the ladder. Can we get any consistency? It's why I'm so glad we got so many rounds left. But after one full match day from both Group A and Group B, what have you got for us?
Look, I think as you said, in terms of the players and maybe taking that approach of not taking it so seriously, I think is a bit of a mentality thing. Some people probably think, don't put too much pressure on myself and, I might actually play a bit better, because I think a lot of the guys are really hard on themselves, like when they come into these tournaments, and sometimes that's half the battle is, in between your own head. So I think it's a good approach if you think that, look, don't take it as seriously, and you might get better results just by relaxing and not coming in and expecting too much. Some lads might perform better.
Fascinating to see how that might develop over the season, and of course there is so much E-League Australia 2023 to come. Again, just another shout out to Nivea Men and to Maccas for what they've given us so far, and we really have just started. Back, please, if you will, join us next Tuesday back in Group A. We do it all again, but of course with every competitor playing someone new, and after a few of those early results already, Justin, There's a few tantalizing encounters. Have a look there. Mark versus Sesto, for example, in round 2.
Yeah, another one that I was looking at, Paddy versus Marcus Gomes. It's a really, really good amount of fixtures there for Group A next week.
Anyone else on that couch over there, Peely? I can see you nodding along.
I'm looking at Paddy. He's got a pretty tough week ahead of him, and he played pretty good this week. So fingers crossed he can keep the good forms going.
What about yourself, Lav, in terms of interviews or watching the games? As well, been talking about them. What about for you?
That round 2, I reckon that's the game to watch for me.
I've enjoyed that there's been sort of little downtime, I feel. At any point, there's sort of something going on with the simulcast games, Mitch. We might feel like maybe one's a bit of a blowout, but the goals are great to watch. But then if you want the tighter encounter, there's another one going on. We get to watch those highlights during the break as well. Feels like we're getting a nice variety already in E-League Australia 2023.
Yeah, we are. I think there's been a pretty good variety. As you said, there's some games have been really high scoring, and then there's been some. But I think that's down to the players. Some of them have defended really well, and others. I think certain games that me and Mitch watched before. Some of them were attacking really well, but they were both defending absolutely shockingly. I hate to say it. So there were high scoring games, but yeah, look, it's been a thoroughly another successful night, I think, in terms of E-League play, and for me, I think Saad was probably the man of the night, I think, for me with his 2 performances. He's the guy to beat, I think, this E-League season.
It's what we love about the early stages of seasons. Someone wins 2 games, all of a sudden you're top of the ladder. You are the competitor to beat. We do love that in FIFA 23. It is a high-scoring edition of the game. Long may it continue in games to come. Thank you very much for joining us here on Match Day 2. Again, I just want to shout out Maccas and Nivea Men for getting behind the season and allowing us to enjoy more games and more goals. Goodness knows what we've got in store. Do let us know on the socials at E-League Oz, E-League Australia. Your comment for us, your comment for your favourite competitor, your A-League club, your E-League club, whatever you got for us, the E-League Australia has it. Thank you very much for joining us this evening. We look forward to seeing you next Tuesday for more E-League Australia.